Hey everyone, and welcome to the Unite podcast. Here tonight we have a lot of people from different backgrounds, and that's the goal of it to bring people with different perspectives all together to talk about the game. We'll go through, different Pokemon, maybe some different strategies. The main thing here tonight, though, is to figure out what are these people going to do with Pokemon Unite? Are they going to be making content? Are they going to be trying to go big in the game? A lot of different types of people from different games, so we'll get a lot of different contexts, and that'll be great. So here we're going to start off with a bunch of introductions about everybody. I'll go first just to show a little bit of a template. Um, my name is MIT Epona, or Epona. I'm from the Southeast US. I've played Dota 2 before, a bunch of Pokemon games like Pokemon Go, so that's what brings me here. A little bit of a interest combination. I played an aggressive Eldegoss during the Japanese stress test and had a lot of fun with that. So that's a little bit about me. If we just want to go alphabetically down the list, I'll swap here to this other overlay where we got the other people on the call. If they want to go and just introduce themselves real quick.
Yep, sounds good. Hello everyone, I'm Dunmuir. I am a top 100 Overwatch main tank player. I currently live in Las Vegas, and I am looking to talk about the game a little bit in the competitive sense of it and how it works out in that sort of a way. Yep. I'm also currently streaming, so if you want to come see me while I'm talking, come. But
Yeah, so who is streaming?
yeah.
It's you. Techno, are you streaming?
I am streaming, yes.
Okay, JJ, are you streaming? You're muted?
No.
No? Okay, that's fine. Is anybody else?
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Cool, yeah, I thought so. Yeah, Silk is streaming as well. So out of the four of us, you can watch whichever stream you like. So yeah, Fletchahh, you're next.
Hey, I'm Fletchahh, or you can just go call me Fletcher. I've in LA and always really just played way too many competitive games. As for Unite, I like MOBAs and I love Pokemon, so I've just put so much time into this so far. And as for I guess maybe why I'm here or whatever. No, at one point I was the only Cramorant main in the top 100 of the Canadian beta, and just generally, yeah, putting a lot of time and effort. So thanks for setting this up, by the way. It's cool.
Yeah, no problem. JJ?
Right. Yeah. So before I introduce myself, I'd just like to tell everyone else that are watching this, Fletch is arguably the best Cramorant in the world for Unite. So if you want to learn some Cramorant, you better go to Fletch.
Thank you.
Right.
Cramorant's
So
Teach me.
right. So I'm an esports commentator, a multi-genre esports commentator. I mainly cast fighting games and competitive Pokemon. But I also cast MOBA, FPS, and racing. So, and at the same time, I also organize and manage my own tournaments and events. So there's that. As far as Pokemon Unite is concerned, I just want to commentate on this. To be a commentator for Unite as well, and I'm also an analyst for Unite Stadium and Victory Road. Actually, they just opened it up yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm also the one who made the spreadsheet that a lot of people are using and using as reference. The Pokemon Unite Ultimate info sheet thing. So, yeah.
I'm LunchBox. Most people who know me usually just call me Lunch. I'm come from Toronto, Canada, and basically I've got I've been playing League since maybe about 8, 9 years or so now. So I've got quite the MOBA experience when it comes to this sort of thing. I guess I'm here mainly because play highest ranked Alolan Ninetales on the leaderboards. I guess that's it. No, oh shit. Guess I should mention the fact that I am operations manager for Unite Stadium, which JJ referenced earlier. It's basically the hub, or what we'd like to be the hub for anything Go to Unite related. It's in like database for basically anything in game where you can check stats and whatnot, current patch updates and everything, hosting tournaments and everything of that sort of like.
All right, guess I'm next. Hey, I'm Silk. Probably go, but you see me on SilkOP in the game, Discords, and all that. Yeah, I have played League of Legends for 8 years. I've been playing Pokemon-related games since I was about 2, and I know it's pretty cool to be here. I have a server called the Unite Frontier, and I work on that with Dunmuir and Wyroom, and we do kind of setting up a bit of scrims related material for the game. So yeah, if you're interested in like doing like competitive like 5v5 material, team creation, putting yourself into like free agency so people can see you and probably put go get on a team together. Yeah, that might be the spot for you. Also, looking forward to hosting some tournaments because I have a bit of experience organizing those as well.
All right. I guess it's my turn. Hello, everybody. I'm Technovoid. I, unlike pretty much everyone else here, don't think I have any competitive experience with MOBAs. I'm mainly a content creator on YouTube and Twitch. As far as my MOBA experience does go, I started playing League of Legends in Season 5, roughly around the time that Rek'Sai and Bard came out, and I've played sort of on and off, but only casually for that. I'm a big Pokemon fan. I actually run a Pokemon draft league called Triple Double Drafts. But in terms of MOBA experience, I mainly just really like Pokemon, and I like League of Legends decently, so I'm here to be excited and listen to you guys tell me and have me absorb knowledge about competitive.
Cool. I mean, you'll teach us some stuff too. I'm saying we got a lot of people that have a lot of different interests in what they want to do with the game. I think it'll be a lot of learning for everybody here. So that's the introduction. I told everyone beforehand that I have some trivia questions. They're not crazy at all. I didn't want to look too much into this stuff in case things change or, I just get bad data from something, like I look at videos. One of the things I wanted to ask was, what's the highest base damage? But, I didn't know if anybody would have been having like held items in their videos and stuff, so I didn't want to use bad stuff. So we'll start off with, it's easy, but, you might just not know. Which Pokemon have the lowest overall balance scores according to their ratings of all the Pokemon? And no cheating. You're not allowed to look at any notes. It's just kind of, you can think for 30 seconds or so, come up with stuff. There are 2 Pokemon that are tied for the lowest. I don't think the stats mean anything at all, but, maybe they do.
When you say
Wait,
lowest, you mean
balance?
like...
So they have the 5 metrics, right, that they rate all the Pokemon on?
Okay, so the lowest stars total out of 50.
Yes.
Okay.
So total.
Mhm.
Ooh, this is a fun one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one is kind of random. Like, you probably can't just know it. If you study all the stats, you probably didn't even care about this. But maybe you did.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
it doesn't
it's
matter if you get it
actually
wrong.
pretty important as well.
Is it based off the 19
Yeah,
that
I didn't
are
know there was gonna be tests.
released in the roster right now? Or
It's
is it
based
like
off of the
including the
21.
other 2? Okay.
Oh, hey, that means something. Wink, wink.
I thought the lowest was
Or-
23, never mind.
Or maybe it's misdirection. No, I think the lowest is 23. It's just of the 21 Pokemon that have been playable in either the Canadian or the Japanese.
Got it. Okay, so there's something at 23 then.
I'm
Okay.
just gonna take the first guess and say Gardevoir.
Nope.
Wait, do we have 2 guesses?
Yeah.
Blastoise.
Or do they only have 1 guess?
I mean,
There's
it's
two
kind of
mons.
just a free-for-all, I guess.
Oh, I was thinking, I mean, at least it feels like it. It feels like it's Charizard.
Nope.
Oh, okay,
I
well.
think I don't remember exactly. Part of my mind thinks Crustle.
Yep.
Huzzah!
Damn.
Okay.
That's
So,
surprising given...
And who's the other one? Does anybody know?
I said Blastoise. Is that it?
Nope.
Oh, I'm gonna sound like a fool. Is it Greninja?
Nope. I'm
All right,
saying
then,
it's
then let's
basically
boys.
random. It's
Let's
Cinderace.
go down the list. Oh, what the? Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
that is kind of
That
random.
makes sense though, because it's got probably heavily attack weighted, right? Versus the other things.
Very good
So
at that one thing.
yeah, Cinderace has 8 stars attack, which isn't the highest. Pikachu has 9. Venusaur has 9. Does anything have 5 or 10? I divided mine by 2, which is silly, but yeah. So Pikachu, Venusaur, and Gardevoir have 9 attack, along with Gengar apparently.
Yeah, I wonder, didn't they switch a few from the last in the Japanese beta? Am I trying to think?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, well, this is
So Gengar had like the most changes from the Canada beta into the Japanese network test. I actually made a tweet about it, how the stats, the viability stats change from the Canada beta into the Japanese network test.
wow, that's great to know.
So, what, like, in what way were the changes? Like, you don't have to tell me exactly, but I'm just mildly concerned. You know?
Didn't Gengar's like ultimate move get completely changed?
No.
Or am I? No. Okay.
I mean, I heard that it got changed in such that before you couldn't see, kind of,
Yeah, I think
when
that
he was under the ground, but now you can't, or vice versa. I don't know. 'Cause I know that you
I
only
think
have like
I
an
w-
indicator or something.
I thought that too, but I think I was wrong. I just didn't see that many. I think it always, from whatever, like was always invisible, but maybe that's just me misremembering.
Even from when I played the couple times as Gengar, I did notice people didn't technically see you until you were really close to them. Like you were invisible until you were within like melee range, or basically popping out of your ult anyways to deal the damage. And I know in the Canadian beta, like specifically, it was the like you were invisible for like longer at least. Like people did not notice until you actually reactivated your Unite.
Right.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Do you guys think
So
Gengar's good at all, or no? Because I
I'm a
don't
big
think
fan
he's
of him.
very strong.
Not when you can play Talonflame.
I mean, I probably have played the most Gengar here, considering I literally only played that character through the Canadian beta test and the Japanese stress test.
I think he's
So
really fun.
I think
You were
like
losing your game
early,
because you were playing.
yeah, I don't know, like early to in the middle, like it's fine. It does perfectly good. It has strengths. It's pretty strong, but when it's to the later point in the game, people need to like actually blow up in like half a second. Yeah, not as good. It kind of needs to press a lot of buttons, which is a hindrance, I'd say. So he's all right, but not through the entire game.
That's what I figure. I think when he's Haunter, he's pretty strong, but after that, his abilities somewhat fall off because people just kind of blow him up instantly.
So, did you play any of the other Speedster characters?
Yeah, I play a lot of Absol as well.
How did Absol feel in comparison?
Oh, much better. You make people pop like a balloon. It's so easy.
So an actually good character.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll probably play Absol like for ranking because it's just like free wins. Or at least it's a lot easier than having to press a million buttons on Gengar. So yeah, that's probably the better choice.
I too like to.
I mean, if you think that Absol's raw damage is too much in the Japanese network test, you should have seen Absol in the Canada beta test.
Yeah,
Like
I
the
feel like
Absol then, the Absol then was different. Like it was way powerful. Everyone got nerfed. Everyone got basically the game got a global damage nerf. So, but even then, Absol is still great.
yeah, I think
changes in the
I
system.
would kind of
Sorry,
I
go
would
ahead.
categorize Absol in general just as probably one of the biggest pub stompers because it's just interacting with some of the abilities like what is it, Night Slash, or where the cooldown resets to be lower when you hit from behind is not obvious when you're facing them. So I mean, I feel like once the player base learns to how Absol works and how to counter like not attacking during Sucker Punch and whatnot, then the win rate will probably normalize more. But like right out the bat, like people who are good with Absol will stomp.
I think I remember on the Reddit poll today when they released the results. I think it said of that classification, he was played the least. I was a bit surprised by that. Maybe people didn't
Could be
catch
because
on, or
it's
people just
expert.
didn't know.
Could
Oh,
be
you
'cause it's
think
expert.
the difficulty level people stayed away from it?
I know one person was less interested in trying. Maybe was it Cramorant because it's difficult? I don't remember offhand, but that may be a thing. I mean,
Definitely could be.
it depends as well, because I probably gravitate towards more complex characters, or at least like, for example, of the supports. Eldegoss is great. Eldegoss is strong. It's just not as fun to play because you're mainly just spamming one button
I think it's
that
a
you
lot of
have
fun.
to aim. No,
Look. Support players like playing support, even though everyone else in the whole world hates it.
I'm not even
mean,
a
I
support
like
player.
support.
I just felt like I rolled people. I was like, I can
That
do
is
some
true.
damage.
Maybe you're just too good at the game.
Yeah, no, I mean Eldegoss is the, tank, mage, support, brawler, yeah, it's a little bit of everything. Yeah, so
I
can
go the
definitely see
tornado
that.
build. I pump out
Right.
damage.
Oh, one more thing though. When we all know that Eldegoss was already good into Canada beta. Just a fun fact for everyone listening right now. So basically, one of the what do you call this? One of the strategies for Eldegoss is just to spam pollen puff, right?
I
In
don't
the
do
Canada
that.
beta test, well, I mean, if you're doing pollen puff, of course. And that's I'd say the most builds for Eldegoss. But so the thing is here is pollen puff was 5 seconds, has 5 seconds of cooldown in the Canada beta, but in the Japanese beta it only had 4 seconds. 1 second changes a lot. 1 second of
Yeah.
cooldown changes a lot. Especially when if you could spam it for every 5 seconds in the Canada beta, what more could you do at like 4 seconds?
Yeah.
Especially if
make
you
me
use the item
wonder-
that gives you health per move hit.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the shell bell? One
Shell
thing
bell,
I
yeah.
don't think many people know about that is that it has like a 5-second cooldown on activation anyways. So it's good for like general lane sustain, but it won't keep you alive in a fight.
How long does it last? I mean, like, so say let's say you're playing Greninja and you hit like a 3 burst or whatever. Does it give you?
I think it gives
you
you
value
everything of the move that you use. Because
Okay.
if I've used Air Slash and I hit all or some, it returns I think a certain amount. Not Air Slash plus with the healing, but with Shell Bell. But if I were to use it again if it reset and within 2 seconds, I wouldn't get Shell Bell proc again.
Okay. Understood. Got it.
That was my experience.
Yeah, I was seeing some stuff about Shell Bell with Wigglytuff with, I guess it's the double slap, the heal not proccing on the later slaps because of the cooldown on it. I don't know if that's accurate.
Yeah.
Side note on Wigglytuff, highest skill cap hero in the whole game, without a doubt.
Wigglytuff's
It's
fun.
good
I
to
know.
know.
I
The
feel like
roll-
Good to know
well,
that
you
Shell
could
Bell
really-
actually has like a cooldown on its
yeah.
Imagine-
Why
You could literally travel from one side of the map to the other one in one cooldown on Wigglytuff.
Yeah, I
I
think
it's
the
limited to
Ball
4
IQ.
bounces.
6 bounces.
the thing is,
Oh,
I
it's
think
6?
the
Nice.
movement is
Great.
very good. You're getting across the map, and also like it has some damage. And is that the one that gives a shield, right?
The
The
roll?
Unite gives
Yeah.
a shield.
But does
Oh,
the
yeah,
roll
no,
as well?
It does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
roll
like
your
it's
opinion, yeah.
cool, but I feel like if you don't pick the other move, you're kind of useless to the team. Like if you don't pick Sing, I feel
Yeah,
like Sing
Sing's
is
very
very strong. Like it reduces
I-
their special defense, but it also just kind of stuns them. And it's for this game, like it sleeps them, which means you can attack
Yeah.
them and they don't wake up, I guess. And you can attack them
Yeah,
while they have like
Yawn
a
is
decent
also a
stun,
stun, so-
considering this game doesn't have super
Yeah,
long
you
stuns.
stun them, and then you lower their defenses as well.
Yeah.
So you deal more damage to them. So that's actually
'Cause
pretty useful.
I feel like if you do roll out and then double slap or even dazzling gleam, you can do a little bit of damage, but like you could just pick a different Pokemon for that. That'll do a way more damage.
I will say that I agree that Sing is likely the better move, and particularly when in scrims or people actually coordinating. But rollout is fun.
All right, look
Particularly since
in your video.
you
You
can
made it look a
do-
lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
you
the
can
thing
do a
about
bunch of
rollout-
damage just by getting one because if you bounce off
Mhm.
something with it, it resets your other ability.
Mhm.
So you can do
Yep.
quite a bit of burst.
But is it
Yeah.
better than Sing by
Probably
a
not,
long shot?
but
I don't think so. Like if you
I agree
use
I
with
your
you.
ult
mean,
and you Sing,
it's
that's like a
it's
team fight turned, right?
I mean, it's debatable as well because like even though Wigglytuff is considered as its role as a I would call this as a sport. I really recommend people to just disregard the roles that are given to them in game because they don't really work as what their role is telling them that they're supposed to do. So for here, Wigglytuff could be played as either a tank or or
Like a
a
bruiser.
DPS or a DPS, right? Or a bruiser, exactly.
Well, like
So it's kind of it just depends on how you're going to be having your synergy with your teammates. Like in some cases, Sing would be a better option, but at the same time, there are other Pokemon who could do the same thing as Sing. Other CC moves. So it would just depend, I guess, on as I mentioned earlier, how you're going to be having your synergy with your teammates.
I just don't think rollout does enough for it to even matter. Like it doesn't. If
As
you,
a bruiser, yeah,
it,
it does.
how much? Do you know how much it does? Like
It,
A lot.
about.
I mean,
Wasn't it just like
it
maybe a
doesn't
couple hundred or so?
it doesn't do much damage, but it does stun. It's both a engage and escape, and it resets your other abilities. So you can
Mm-hmm.
because I took Dazzling Gleam because that's the biggest burst one, and you can take out like more than half their health if you Dazzling Gleam, bounce, and then with rollout, and then do it again for like an attacker, I guess. But
I'd like to ask a
And it's
question
AoE
about.
as well.
One of the things I wanted to add about the Wigglytuff thing with the rollout though is one of the things that it does, it makes fighting Wigglytuff in like a choke point really impossible because that thing, especially if any of the person who's using it knows how to aim at a wall properly, it's going to hit you with the 6 bounces. And I'm pretty sure, like, even though you're like, oh, that's just a bit of damage, after 6, it really does add up.
yeah.
And each
And
time you're
each
hitting
bounce
them, it's
does
like a 5-second
tons.
stun or 0.5-second like stun. And so it's like they're kind of chain CC'd repeatedly throughout that. It's pretty viable, just as viable for CCing as a team as Sing is. It just kind of depends on where necessarily you want to CC them, or like where you want to be more relevant, I guess, on the map.
Plus, I mean, this isn't necessarily good as a support specifically. It also gives you an escape if you need it.
Quick
Mhm.
question about Wigglytuff's rollout. So does it go through people and it just bounces off of walls, or does it bounce off of people too?
Goes through them.
It goes through people, stuns them, and bounces off of walls. Okay, all right,
On any
thanks.
parallel
Yeah.
walls, you can activate it, and you'll bounce 6 times and stun each
Okay.
time.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
just-
It's
awesome. Okay.
also a little
Every time
wonky
you, like-
because it's
Every
also
time
a
you
little
go off a
wonky
wall
because
with it,
sometimes. Oh, sorry.
sorry. Every time you go on
Go
a wall
ahead.
with it, it extends the rollout distance to exactly the same as the original activation on it. So in theory, you could literally travel from the top of the map to the bottom of the map in one cooldown, way faster than any other Pokemon, while you're stunning the whole time, and you're invulnerable, so you can't be ganked during that process.
Well, you're
Have
unstoppable.
you,
Yes.
like,
You can still take damage.
Do you have a video of that, or is that kind of a theory thing?
That's a theory thing.
Okay,
but it
because
should
I
be
don't think the
possible.
angles work out that
You got to
nicely.
get that Vel'Koz geometry in there.
I will say that the bounces is sometimes wonky because it's not always easy to see where you 100% you want to go, particularly on surfaces that are not straight vertical or horizontal.
There's
So
a
I've
lot of
bounced-
curved surfaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've
Mhm.
bounced towards the enemy when I wanted to run away a couple times, and that did not work out well.
Dang, I feel like I need to watch a video on Wigglytuff. I don't think I faced a single one the entirety of the stress test. I have no clue about this character but facing it. I played it like with it a couple times, but yeah, it was
Yeah,
cool, but it definitely is not my character to play at all.
I will say for theory crafting, I would like to see how Wigglytuff and Mime would do in lane together with Sing and then like the AoE stun from Psychic. I feel like you could potentially lock down, like stun him initially with Psychic, and then by the time that sun's over, Sing procs, and then you're also getting stuns just from their AAs. So I feel like it do just a lot of stunning.
Yeah, that could be something. And I know Mime
Does
early game does a lot of
Mr. Mime
damage.
stun?
What's
I
that?
don't think Mr. Mime has much stun in it, does it?
If
I
you
think it does
psychic
okay.
him into the wall.
Yeah.
Well, that's the confusion.
Confusion,
The other
sorry, yeah.
one, yeah, they actually buffed him a little by adding differences with the other moves. I ran more recent, like, well, at least if you're talking about stuns, Mr. Mime has every third stun is like every third. His enhanced auto is like a small AOE stun before he hits, and then I like using psychic, which is it basically does a damage in area around him, and if you're running guard swap, it also does the same thing around whatever Pokemon you have guard swap on, and anything overlapping enemies in there get stunned. Or they just change with barriers, the walls. If you use psychic and hit someone that's against one of the walls, it stuns them.
Which of the mime move sets is like sort of preferred? Because when I played mime, pretty much the only thing I did is like vein condemn into barriers over and over, and had so much fun with it. But is guard swap psychic better?
I think guard swap's really strong in general. I think that thing gets you pretty swole. You can just start shoving people around or using psychic or whatever, whichever one you prefer. I think either one's fine. But yeah, no, the guard swap definitely can get you some good just like a good stat check on people.
I was scared to use it during the beta because I couldn't read the tooltip, so I just stuck with the other one.
It was a long tooltip, yeah.
Yeah, I think the combination could be good. And it does do a decent amount of damage. It's just nobody really tried it out because everybody was picking wall, which I personally don't think is very good.
I ended up I played probably I don't know. I played a lot of Mime in the Canadian beta, but in the Japanese beta I played at least several games with them, and I ended up liking Psychic, the one that AoE around you, and Wall. That may change based on if we actually get numbers for guard swap or if any of that changes, but it seemed a little easier to hit the stun with that.
I just prefer the kind of stat boost. Someone recommended it to me. I tried it out. It felt pretty strong. I didn't feel like I was as squishy as I was before, obviously, because that's kind of how the move works. But it seemed like it was a significant boost in stats. It would depend on who you're using guard swap on, right? But yeah, it feels like it's pretty consistently good against a wide range of cast of teams.
What happens if you use wide swap or guard swap on a Crustle and then before Crustle shell smashes or after? Does it change the effect at all?
Probably, I'd imagine.
Okay. I'm just wondering. I'm going into theory again.
I would
Sorry.
think it's some sort
No,
of
no.
like original buff that the Crustle gets, and he keeps it
Mm.
throughout. That's what I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point,
things needing
because
testing.
with all the limited resources that we have, we we just have to work with what we have, and especially that like Timmy Studios or the game itself hasn't really given us any like actual specific details. Like, yeah, sure. For example, like Watergun's description for like Slowbro is builds up power to shoot a fierce stream of water which deals damage, yada yada yada. But we don't have the actual numbers or statistics or specific details about these moves. So that is actually something that we have to work on as well.
Yeah,
know.
so like people look at Mime's ult and they say it's great, and I tell them to actually look at a video, and I think it's the most useless thing in the world. I feel like Wigglytuff Sing is better, and that's on like a 11-second cooldown or something. I don't know about you guys, but does Mime like if you played
I mean, it's
Mime, did it
debatable.
actually do anything? It felt like a couple mini stuns that were actually like 0.1 second stuns, which doesn't really do anything at the end of the day. Unless you can cancel something with it, but I don't think you
It's
can.
debatable.
I feel like it'd be really good in just a large team fight, basically, to disrupt the enemies. Like if you're fighting over Zapdos, you need, just to provide, and it does a little bit of damage, but just to provide support.
Yeah, like it
So,
stopped auto attacks, I guess. I think. I mean, it should, right? But It didn't seem like a Unite move, like everything else. Like if you take Slowbro's Unite move, it's like insane. But you take Mime, and I think he can walk around during it, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
he gets
So like that's a cool
speedier.
thing. That's a nice aspect. But I don't know. It didn't seem like it had much impact whenever anybody used it.
I think it's fairly strong. Personally, I mean, if you have like X speed or like eject button to like, allow yourself just kind of pop into a team, it can definitely disrupt a lot of things happening, especially if it's a character like Garchomp or maybe someone who's about to who's like in the middle of like a unite move that doesn't exactly just shoot out or whatever, right? But they have to do like a process. It can definitely disrupt them and make their life like a living hell. And I think just small things like that, even though it's not that long, just the ability to make people not be able to click their ability for like a second and a half can have a huge impact. Yeah, like larger brawls, I guess. So yeah, I think it's significant. It's just gotta be good at placing it, just like anything else. It's fairly big though.
I agree. It's more at best it's a team enabler.
But how would you rate it against Sing? Because that's my big problem with it. Is like,
Well, you can walk out of Sing. Like, Sing's more for zoning,
Yeah.
if anything.
yeah,
I mean, there's also the full heal. Full heal, eject button. You could pretty much get out of Sing. For Unite move, sorry, for Showtime, Mime's Unite move. Yes, you may still be able to use full heal. But before you even are going to be able to do that, you're going to be getting a lot of damage before you get stunned. So, if you're going to be too early, then you're just wasting your full heal, before the stun gets in. Because the stun only happens by the end of the, Showtime duration. So there's that. So, I mean, everything's good here, like the moves here are good. Everyone's moves are good, but it all, again, going back to what I said earlier, it would boil down to how they are going to be used. Different situations requires different methods. So
Wait a minute. Are we saying that Venusaur's Unite move is good? I thought that was a joke. That thing feels like so underwhelming whenever I see it played or when I play it. Like
in the Canada beta, arguably, in the Japanese network test, they killed Venusaur.
they did kill him.
yeah. People keep talking about Solar Beam. It hits me, and I just don't care, or I just move. It's like I don't really see
It
how
used to
it's so
chunk like
strong.
half health.
I don't think I've ever hit a solar beam as Venusaur. I think I always miss.
And
Control
another
sticks are
thing,
hard, man.
another thing from that, not only did, of course, Venusaur and Garchomp got hit by the global damage nerf, and Venusaur and Garchomp actually died in the Japanese network test, but they also switched up the Giga Drain and Petal Dance slots. So you can't have Solar Beam Petal Dance at the same time, and can only have like Sludge Bomb Solar Beam, Giga Drain Petal Dance, or the other way around. That's I guess one of the things that made Venusaur actually really great. With the additional movement speed coming in from Petal Dance, dealing damage AOE, and of course popping in some damage from the Solar Beam. But now it's no longer possible, so that's one thing to look out for as well. With Venusaur.
Yeah, like that was actually crippling. Like now I have to find myself where I'm playing Petal Dance Giga Drain, and I feel like with my items I have to build tankier or anything because I need to be able to use my health to just keep trying to suck people in and try to find groups where I can use the Giga Drain to get more and more health. And that's the only way I'm playing the game. It's just all sustained. I'm just a health bar. I don't feel like I can actually do damage. Not even with my Unite move, it feels like just like a flicker. It doesn't do much at all.
Right. But
Yeah.
but the thing is though, Venusaur is really good in the early game.
Yes,
Well,
especially with
not
that
Venusaur,
what
but,
is like his vines and stuff.
Bulbasaur.
Like
Yeah,
those
have a
vines are
Cramorant.
crazy.
You feel?
Yeah, the Cramorant's pretty strong
I feel
early
like
too.
I mean, Cramorant's even better in the early game. Cramorant's
They buffed
crazy.
Whirlpool from
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
the Canadian beta quite a bit.
That's the crazy part.
And it's
Cramorant is just like one of the best Pokemon in the Japanese network test, hands down. Not gonna lie.
Is that partly because
just like
people are really bad, or will he
No, he's just
forever be that good?
massive damage on the whirlpool.
Yeah, but that's
Okay,
okay.
now that
Whenever I saw
here,
anybody use Whirlpool, the enemy would actually just sit in it and be like, "I don't know what's happening," so
Well,
they
see,
would
what'll
die
happen
from that.
though, a lot of times is like the best part about it. I mean, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, Fletchahh, but like the ability to steal enemy farm and like just destroy farms, like
Yeah, that is very
is
useful.
crazy. And like
Mhm,
the thing is,
And
people will be trying to kill, like, so say like the Combi and the Vespi Queen show up, they're trying to kill it, and then a Cramorant walks up and is like, "Yeah, lol, get out of here," and they drop it, and not only are they completely zoning you out, and they do like at least half your HP early game, but they're also taking the full camp too, and they didn't have to do anything for that because it's long range. Like that's
Yeah,
the kind of craziness.
and a pretty low cooldown, as well as like if
mhm.
you're sure people can walk out of it, but if you're laning like with an Alolan Ninetales and you get frozen in the middle of it, there's not much you can do about that unless you have like full.
Or you're getting body blocked. You can be body blocked by the enemy team into it, just because they're there.
Is there?
Right.
Are you? I think we can
There's
walk
a push
through
block.
people in this game.
What was there?
There's
Unless
a
you're
push
talking
block
about like,
for block.
unless you're talking about like
I thought you could walk
Snorlax's
through.
block.
I think there's a little bit,
Yeah.
isn't there? All right, disregard what I said, friends. I mean,
That's
okay, but there's a
fine.
lot of cooldowns that do stun to some extent, or like they hold you there a little bit. Just like even like
Yeah.
Snorlax's sleep stuns you. I mean, it doesn't stun you; it body blocks.
Which is disgusting. No, Snorlax's block does like 6 stuns in a row.
Yeah, you can
Like, what?
legitimately stun
Mhm.
3 times,
Yeah.
and if you stun
Stun
against
and
the wall,
push
you can stun
block.
more times than that. But I pretty much one trick Snorlax the whole beta because why not?
Something that was pretty
Yeah, I
disgusting
know.
that I saw for that block though is that I was like just watching your stream, Dunmuir, and Crustle just went straight through it with X Scissor, and I don't know if that should be allowed. Like he walked right through it with that move. I don't know why that's the thing. Maybe it's a bug or something.
Oh,
But
Does X
yeah,
Scissor
dude.
give unstoppable? Because
Unstoppable.
if you have unstoppable, you can just walk through it. It only stuns.
yeah,
Which
it
I
was
think
like
should be
I believe they buffed
changed,
X Scissor
kinda.
as well. They buffed Crustle pretty much an overhaul because number one, like X Scissor wasn't that great before. It doesn't knock back as much and it doesn't stun that long before. And right now, Crustle is just like literally if the person knows what they're doing, they can pretty much tank everyone else. You know, like a 1v4 or 1v3 situation. It doesn't matter, especially with the help of the sturdy ability, the lower its health, then the higher its defenses.
Crustle just seems a bit overtuned overall. I think what it does is not inherently bad because like what the biggest problem with like a
Um,
of course, unless you go like insanely low, but like any sort of consistent good nerfs to the numbers don't make the character unplayable and don't even make them like out of the
Right.
meta.
Right.
And so like I don't think Crustle's like that, but it just the numbers are too high.
Yeah, and it's interesting if they do tune it down, if people will try out more of the Rock Tomb and stuff. I think that's maybe more matchup dependent, because if you have, well, depending on who you're facing, like if you're facing like Lucario in lane, Rock Tomb probably isn't going to do much. But
In my opinion, there's way too many Pokemon with high mobility, and everyone has access to eject button, and which is on a 55-second cooldown. So it's basically around for almost any time you're fighting someone.
yeah,
And it's just like Rock Tomb doesn't provide, like just that kind of wall is easily moved through. And I
Well,
don't
that's
think
still
that
value.
if they
If you
could
force them to
reduce
use the deck
the
button.
it's fair. But
Trading
I
like
think
at
it's
the
a
same
pretty
cooldown for a deck button is good
decent-sized
for
wall.
sure. But
I
see
don't
what
know
you're
if it's
saying
better
overall.
than Shell Smash, but I think Rock Tomb is actually a decent move.
Yeah,
Especially if they're
probably, like,
slowed at all, it stays there for a long time, so they get stuck. If they're like slowed and they have a wall, they are actually stuck away from their teammates or something. It's not the greatest move,
Yeah.
maybe, but I think it does like it's one of the only terrain creation moves, if not the only.
Mime Wall. But
Oh yeah, Mime
yeah,
Wall,
yeah.
and
Alolan
then like
Ninetales has one too, right?
Ninetales. The
Alolan
Ninetales one
has that.
explodes though, or something, right?
Yeah, it deals damage when you
Yeah.
cast it and then when it goes down as well.
This one stays here for a decent amount of time.
Yeah, again, that's why I
Yeah,
say
a
it's
little bit
matchup
longer than
dependent.
Avalanche, I guess.
it could do
It's-
really, really well in late team fights with something like a Cramorant, for example, because even like Snorlax can't get full value out of his block if he's playing with something that wants to put like a area of effect damage down, like Pikachu's Lightning or whatever it's called. Because you want to keep stunning people and you want to keep booping them, but you can't get all 3 boops in if you without like pushing them out of it. Whereas with Crustle, you could force them into one spot and then drop like a Whirlpool on them or the Lightning on them, and it shoves them in there. And in a team fight, you could just dissect the enemy's team, and half of them are just taking massive damage.
Rock Tomb X Scissor into the Rock Tomb wall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then there's also I know someone did a video of it before. I forget. Was it you, JJ-kun, who did a video of Mime Wall and Crystal Wall and just trapping people?
That's probably not me because the only videos I've been making are Garchomp.
Got it. I know,
Nice.
maybe someone else was telling me, but I
I
mean,
saw that
granted, you
video,
can
though.
still, yeah, you can still like escape eject button out of it and stuff, but if they don't have it, they are just like literally stuck there.
Yeah, it's a nice little rock tomb. Confusion shut them in, then put the walls in front of them, and then they're just
Oh, is that with
panicking 'cause
you?
they can't get
Yeah.
out. I watched it, but I didn't. Yeah, it's
Okay,
funny.
yeah.
It's definitely a bit gimmicky, but it's cool.
Mhm.
Okay, is there any other Pokemon you guys want to talk about? This is just, the beginning of everything.
Yeah, I want to talk about what does Talonflame get to rush in from from the middle of the lane and then get to fly over the wall after he scores. Like that thing is disgusting. Like, oh my god. Like, how do you even how Dunmuir was talking about before? How do you even nerf or like fix that thing? Because you change the numbers, sure, it doesn't do as much damage, but it's still just crazy ability to score and get away without any repercussions. Like, I don't know.
Well,
that's
which
that could be
which
okay.
move-
It depends on how much.
To be
it's
fair, Talonflame
scoring.
has the highest mobility and viability stats, having the perfect score
10.
of 10.
Yeah.
So
It's just that if you're really
Also-
powerful in one
also-
area, you need to become weaker in another one. So they could make that his thing, but he shouldn't necessarily have like the obscene amount of damage that it comes along with.
right. Of course.
Yeah, I say which move you're talking about, Brave Bird or Fly? Because if both of them sort of do that,
All of
it's
them.
baked into his
Yes.
kit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just
exactly
a yes to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Brave
Talon-
Bird
yeah,
too
Talon-
strong? When it does like half someone's health, do you think that's a little bit too
Well-
much, or is that okay?
I don't know. It probably is a bit strong. It's more of yes, you get the movement, but also the resets. Because if you do it with if you hit 2 people with Brave Bird, you can use, if they don't die immediately, you can use Aerial Ace like 3 times, basically. So, because Aerial Ace, if you hit someone with Brave Bird, you see a little like eyes symbol above debuff on their head. If you hit with the empowered auto, it resets if you took Aerial Ace. I'm not sure with Flame Charge. But also, whenever you use
it was just bugged in the beta.
Yeah, but it was also bugged here as well, which is surprised they didn't. Maybe it's older build or something. Surprised they didn't change it. But anyways, if you use Aerial Ace, it automatically makes your next attack the enhanced one. So you can just like Aerial Ace,
Yep.
enhanced, Aerial Ace, enhanced, Aerial Ace, and if you hit like 2 people with that, you can hit everyone with all that and kill them, basically. It's crazy.
That feeling when it's a bug and not a feature. Crazy.
Have you ever played like a Valve game before?
Yeah.
There's a long list of those in every game. Yeah. Any other Pokemon? Anybody want to go over Snorlax? I think Snorlax is like really good. I don't think he's OP by any means, but I think his Heavy Slam is one of those things where it's really good, and I would want that every game. I don't know if you guys
Yeah.
agree with that or not.
Snorlax
Yeah.
really good. I play a lot of that one.
I agree with that.
Does
Because you
Snorlax
get
even
a
have other
movement
moves?
ability, and you get an AoE stun, and it's a 7-second cooldown, and it does damage. Seems like it is pretty good
And
because
you
he
can-
can frontline,
You also
And
have
you
a lot
can
of early
immediately
game sustain.
I mean, he is a frontline character, so
Yeah. Plus, you can immediately combo it either into Yawn or into Block, and
Right.
it's I think it's
Block
it's
is
a
way
straight
better.
confirm.
Block
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yeah.
honestly, in the
I-
second move slot, it could go either way. But like, of course, Yawn can only target one Pokemon. So if
maybe they
you
buffed
want
it
to,
in the
Yawn can
Japanese
hit
beta
multiple
because it can
people,
yeah, I can hit multiple people now.
but you can't.
oh
this-
shoot, okay.
I talked about this earlier, like when I was streaming. Basically, it comes down to like I'm not 100% on this. I'm about as 100% as you can be without being 100% because I haven't actually played with Yawn. But the thing about block is that block allows you to displace the enemy into your own team. And while you're displacing them,
Yep.
which is already powerful enough, you're stunning them. And you can stun in like
Yep.
any average situation, you stun 3 times. I believe there's
Mhm,
points.
mhm.
Right, so something I noticed when I was playing Wigglytuff as an aside, if you roll into like the curved corners, sometimes it'll bug out and it'll do like all of your hits there like in
Oh
half
yeah,
a
I
second.
saw that.
That's sometimes what happens with Snorlax. Sometimes his shield will shove someone into a wall and stun them like 5 times like in half
Oh.
a second. Yeah, so but generally it's 3 times, right? And with so you're displacing, and at maximum value, you could be getting 15 stuns on the enemy team while you're moving them. And they can't damage or attack during that process. I'm not sure exactly whether they can
Right.
use ults or whether they can use items, but that's
Anything-
crazy. Snorlax is
Anything
so
that gives you
powerful.
unstoppable basically nullifies the move. But yeah,
Do you
Yeah,
know?
and, like, there's some things
how
that
I mean,
get
long
away
the
with
they
shield's
are on the
active?
stun lock.
But if an enemy team, like if they'll say you dive into the backline of the enemy team and start pushing them forward, and 2 of them use their like unstoppable to get away, well, now their team just split up, and now your team's taking an effective like 3v5.
Do you know the uptime on
Really powerful.
the block?
How long it lasts? Approximately 4 seconds.
Okay.
I will say the one I agree that block is better. At least the one thing that Yon can do is Yon can basically confirm a probably I'm not sure how long, like 4 or 5 second stun, just straight from Heavy Slam. So
Come on, TV Studios. I know you guys are watching. We need actual numbers here.
well, that's something we can test on our own. I mean, I'm willing to put in some time to like test numbers. I don't want to have
I mean,
to.
yeah, we would,
but-
we definitely would. But like, this is if they want this to be an actual, competitive esports title. I mean, it is an esports title, but
Yeah.
Have any of
so,
you seen an instance where a move does more damage to like a jungle creep or a lane creep versus like another Pokemon? Do you know if that's a thing in this game?
sorry.
So like if you use Heavy Slam on a creep and it does more damage to it than versus a Pokemon, do you know if there's any instances of something like that?
Wouldn't like the special defense and defense of that Pokemon or whatever affect that potentially?
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's just an
Yeah,
armor.
all Pokemon
and
have
The
different
numbers are
special
kind
armor
of
sort of thing.
too wonky
But
right now.
do the jungle creeps have those kind of attributes as well, or are they certain? Are they
should.
specifically like I have a certain amount of health, and
They probably have their own set, like defense and
They have their
special
own
defense
sets.
stats, like
Yeah.
every Pokemon.
because I know like everybody's routing the jungle, like how do I do the very beginning of the jungle, and I haven't really seen that taken into consideration. Obviously, we don't know if it's confirmed or whatnot, if it's going to be like a normal attack or a special attack and whatnot, but I feel like that has to be taken into consideration later on in the game when you are just walking by trying to hit them. Maybe some Pokemon do more just as they're walking by than other ones.
I have a
It's
quick
possible
question.
with maybe like some of the speedsters, they might have intentionally given them that just to force the fact that they want them to be in the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quick question about the jungle. What is the point of the Lillipup evolving into Herdier, like when there's 2 minutes left? Is
Two.
there a purpose to that?
Game
consistency.
continuity.
Yes.
That's pretty much what it is. They just wanted to
Because
be
it gives
the
like
real
one
game.
extra point, right?
Also because it's cool.
Yep. Yeah.
Attention to detail.
Lillipup does gives you 2 points, and then when it comes to Herdier, it gives you 3 points.
3, right? Yeah.
They
I was
also
just
all
thinking
evolved, by
about
the way. Like the core fishes evolved too.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
But the Lillipup doesn't respawn. The Corefishes respawn. So it's like you'd have to leave the Lillipup the entire game.
I'm
More game
curious.
continuity.
I don't actually remember the Combi evolving. I think those are the only ones that don't.
Yeah, those ones.
It
don't.
doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It comes up every after 1 minute, but only Combi doesn't evolve into Vespic Queen.
Yeah, no, those
it
those are
does
those are
give out
Melocombi.
additional
So
That would be
points.
interesting if it did though. If the other 3 around it all evolved, that would be kind of cool.
yeah, sorry, those are the male ones. So just like in the
Yeah, I was
game,
gonna say
we're
that
getting
was-
very
Oh,
sad.
That would be
Oh,
really
there
hard
you
to
go.
fucking do.
That is a
It's the
very
Vespic
good,
Queen's harem.
interesting
That makes
point.
sense.
Interesting point. Okay. Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, definitely. So, oh shit, the
They did
Vespic
their
Queen is the only
research.
female one in that area, and all the convies are males. Okay, I'd take that. Shit.
Can you guys go over Slow Bro a little bit? It seems like some people are talking about it.
I was a pretty big fan of it. I
Slowbro's
played
Oh,
fun.
more
slow
the
bro.
janky set though.
Reverend is
Haha.
crying he can't be here. He loves Slowbro.
Well,
Slow
let's hear
bro,
it.
my man. This is I'd have to say one of the best defenders in the what do you call this mm, in the Japanese network test. Slowbro wasn't this good as in the Canada beta test.
I mean, I liked him. He's more just for like kind of an anti-carry, especially if you want to do a double laser thing where get your, what are they called? One is slow beam, I think that
Telekinesis.
it's
Telekinesis and slow beam.
telekinesis. Yeah.
Telekinesis, yeah.
So you could literally just make someone not be able to move and they're staying in the air for a while, which can be a little annoying, and it also makes them not be able to move, right? So you can aim a lot of things at them, and unless you're really bad, you can hit them fairly easily. But yeah, no, it should be good, but the fact that it's single target and two of those moves do near to no damage kind of hold it
Yeah,
back.
but like you could use it against a Pokemon using a Unite move.
Right, right. So it is good for like that kind of use, but yeah, it fits a very niche purpose. But also
You can't
Surf
hit
Right.
Charizard.
goes in. Also Surf gets really really good later because it like knocks up each wave.
Mhm.
Surf is really
But yeah,
Mhm.
like once it's later, it's really really good. But early on, and it's kind of a bit weak, like a bit underwhelming. But
Yeah, I
it
think
definitely
upgraded
gets
Surf
better
is
as time
very
goes on.
good.
space
Yeah.
denial because you can just like set it up on an area and then they can't walk through it through the whole duration of that. You can literally completely split
Right.
a team up with that.
You also, I think you still end up healing with your trade as well. Part of the damage you deal with Surf if you've taken damage.
Right. Yeah. I'm just not so sure if I want Amnesia or not because like Amnesia, sure, it makes Surf do a lot more damage, like considerable amount of damage. I don't know if that's better than the utility of telekinesis.
Telekinesis, yeah.
I feel like if you don't have telekinesis, then your like your team value is so much lower, right? Because then you just have Surf and the ult, which is still pretty big, but I think the
Right.
telekinesis spam
Well,
is pretty strong.
yeah,
I
I think it
mean,
depends. 'Cause
if we're to consider Surf as a special attack, if Surf is a special attack, because up until now we still don't know which moves are physical or special. Albeit, of course, we do know that okay, based on the animations, this might be a special attack, but again, we still don't know the actual thing. Then that only means that there's a knock up that would deal more damage if we're gonna be going for Amnesia. Supposing Surf is a special attack. And then, of course, with Surf's CC, the other teammates could just like, pop up their moves and have a follow up, basically. Making sure that what do you call this? Slowbro is focusing into CC for team fights. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I can attest to the Surf being special because I do remember swapping Shellbow on and off Slowbro, and when I was like back in the Canadian beta, and when I did have it, Surf did more damage, and like to bring it back to the Shellbell, like healing off of one ability cast, it would heal off of all three Surf slaps.
Okay.
And
Ooh.
so it was actually really, really nice for sustain. Like it just did an original burst because like your telekinesis doesn't deal any damage. So if I'm not
Mm-hmm.
mistaken, it doesn't proc the shell bell. And so where
Mm-hmm.
Surf does. And so it's like usually if you hold that onto it for a bit, you can get the nice big burst of health back. And it's
Mm-hmm.
pretty fun times actually. Then chain that with the CC and it's like you turn into this unkillable, just pink surfing blob.
Pink blob, yeah, exactly. Oh,
Yeah.
That's
but
just like
here's a question
Eldegoss.
though:
She's just
Does
an
anyone
unkillable
know?
cotton ball.
Yeah, but does anyone know the uptime for Surf?
Like how long the duration it lasts.
Well, it
Yeah.
just knocks them up, doesn't it? There's no
It's
like
like,
well,
duration.
I
It just
guess
sends
it's
the waves.
about
I think it's like probably 2.5
between
seconds or 3 seconds.
yeah, something like that.
I'd say 3. That would be my
Cause,
guess. Yeah.
yeah, because then you could just like remove that off of the cooldown time, which is like 9 seconds, and they have like the quote unquote actual cooldown, because like you could move afterwards. So
Right.
technically, it's not 9 seconds
It's
of
like 6.
cooldown, right?
Yeah, it'd be
And that's
6.
actually kind of huge if you think about it.
Which,
Yeah,
if that's how often Shell Bell is up, then you're healing with every surf.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say that it's just like different things for different team comps. Like telekinesis is generally not as good if you're not in a coordinated team or people aren't good
Right.
enough to actually like capitalize if you hit a lot of them. And I'd say that
Mm-hmm.
Amnesia's probably makes him more similar to Snorlax in to be able to single-handedly defend or attack a goal and stuff. I'd say in organized play, just for the blow up single target lockdown and blow up potential, I'd say probably telekinesis is better. But they each have. That's what I
Mm-hmm.
like with some of these things. They have different roles that they're better in, even if one is
Right.
probably usually better in more situations.
I think one of the underrated
Mm-hmm.
things about this is that it doesn't just hold them up in the air. Telekinesis, it actually moves them. Because that really makes if they're gonna use the item that makes them like not does it make them unstoppable? Is that basically what it does? What's it called?
We're talking about full heal.
Yeah, does full heal like kind of make them unstoppable?
I've
Yeah,
honestly never
full
seen anyone use
heal.
it.
So
'Cause-
full heal. I've heard. Well, I know you can generally use it when you're stunned, and it
Yeah.
gives you 2 seconds of unstoppable. And I've also I haven't
Mm-hmm.
confirmed this myself, but I've heard someone says it even works on. It was a bit spotty in the Canadian beta about what it worked on or not, but in the Japanese beta, that it even worked on like Slowbro ult. So you could just, if you had it, you could just use it and then just go on your merry way.
Because that's one of the things I'm thinking of with this is if they have some sort of like Pokemon that is using full heal, it'll want to make them use it if they get telekinesis versus like during a fight. Because if they're held up in the air and
Yeah,
people are
yeah.
attacking them, it's just gonna make it's like kind of like making someone use the flash or the eject button that they don't want to use. Just by
Mm-hmm.
using telekinesis, they use their item that has a 40-second cooldown. And then they feel super
Mm-hmm.
weak the next fight. So like maybe I don't know if Machamps are gonna get it, or maybe Garchomps, or some of those other people that just kind of want to get in. Um, that's how I look at Slowbro as a pretty big team comp. It's like it's just scary. Like you don't want to get caught, and if you do
Yeah.
get caught, then you're blowing something that you don't want to.
Yeah, and you
Or
can
you
even,
just
you can
get
even
blown
turn
up.
that around. You can turn that around for the Slowbush perspective, where he says, "Oh, you know what? That person has full heal. Maybe I don't want to use this on them because they're just gonna get out of it anyway and leave me, and just not gonna be able to use it. And then they kind of just go ape crazy anyway. So I could see it also being like a thing where if someone has full heal, Slowbro may not even want to just try to use telekinesis.
I
Or
mean,
definitely not
yeah.
slow beam because
Well, but you could just use it on somebody else, and like they're not gonna have one guy that only does the damage. Usually, I don't think that's how the team comps are gonna work. So it's like you probably have a target. If they have full heal, then you could still use it on someone else, and it's very valuable. That's how I think
right.
it. It's like it's not a
Yeah.
bad
And
move at any time.
as well, the fact that the cooldown for telekinesis is a lot lower than the cooldown for full heal.
Yeah,
So if you get
exactly.
someone to burn it, then like I think like you mentioned before, Epona, that they may be a little more either timid or just they're open now. They're open up to be really capitalized upon if you hit it again.
Yeah. So earlier I was talking to Pollux, and he was talking about how he likes Ninetales because he can kind of throw down the veil while they're scoring. So it either makes, the other team jump on you, or they just let you score, right? Because Veil is a very strong move. It's on Ninetales, and it does a bunch of things. You move faster, you proc your third hit every attack. It's an AoE where people take less damage. Um, it has a lot of value, and it basically makes them act or not. And that's why I like telekinesis. It's like it seems to have a pretty big range, and if they're kind of just casually walking anywhere, whether they're walking, towards you, they're walking away, they're walking through the jungle, and you just catch it on them, they have to react, because if you're paired with somebody, that guy's going to go on them. So it's either they use it instantly, because if they use it like a second later, the full heal or something, the guy's already on them. So they have to react, and that reaction can really just like mess a person and the whole team up. So I think that's where I think this game will be a lot on confusion and really just trying to mess with the enemy team because of how, realistically small the cooldowns are and kind of how the team fights seem to coordinate each other on. I don't know if anyone
Wouldn't
agrees or
want to
disagrees on
rely
that.
on. I wouldn't personally want to rely on other players being bad as your win condition for games.
Well,
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
well, no. So
Wait a
no, even in a competitive environment, it's like if someone is trying to connect with their team and they get caught out, even something like that is like, what do I do? Maybe an Absol is coming like towards them. So do they just pop that full heal and then go to their team when their team wants to do a fight? Now the team fight is worse off. They have to think about that kind of fast, or else the Absol is going to tear them apart. That's kind of the confusion that I'm thinking they would go through. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay.
Like, no, I mean, I don't know. I can see it for sure.
Because then, you use telekinesis, and then he uses his ult, so they're just locked down forever. Like they're just stuck.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I definitely agree that Slobo, even with Surf upgrade later, is just the best at single target lockdown.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, because before when Blastoise was like a thing, I was saying AOE wise, Blastoise really good at AOE, kind of putting people into hindrances and stuff, and then Slowbro was the other side of
Right.
things. Now kind of out of the way, I think I'm realizing more it's kind of Snorlax and Blastoise because Snorlax goes kind of crazy, but no, yeah,
Alright,
in the single
guys,
target side, he fills that that niche definitely.
Can you guys explain Blastoise to people that couldn't play him or just don't know how he plays in general?
Okay, so all right, so if you I'm not sure if I could advertise here, but I'm just for this podcast duration, I'll be opening up Blastoise a sheet again on my spreadsheet.
Yeah, I was wondering why him and
Uh,
Gardevoir weren't there. I thought that was kind of odd.
So I'll open up Gardevoir, Blastoise, and Zeraora's things. So,
Blastoise for limited time only.
yeah. Because
Yeah, I
I
didn't.
don't wanna I don't wanna put in things here that are still not officially released yet, So,
Screenshot now.
There's also a good
or-
chance
I
they're
didn't get a
reworking them.
chance to play the
screenshot now.
Canadian beta.
Yeah, there's a make a copy button in the top left. I don't know if
Does anyone know what the parameters are for how much of the little Eon points or whatever you lose when you die? Sometimes it seems like
Um,
half,
I
and
don't know.
sometimes it feels like you lose all of them.
sometimes it's 50%. Mostly it's 60%. Mostly 60%, but sometimes it goes over. Sometimes it's just half. We don't know. Again, I'm calling out Teamy
Take
Studios
screenshots,
and
folks.
Pokemon, please. Can
Do
you
you
give
think
us some
it's-
actual details?
It might be like you
Like
just
actual.
you lose 30 of them or whatever. And if you have fewer than 30, you lose all of them. But if you have 50, you're gonna have 20 at the end. Might be something like that.
If
Just
you
to make
die,
death
you
more
must pay your
meaningful to me.
taxes. It's just how it is, man.
Yeah, apparently it's just a death
Yeah.
tax. Tragic.
I didn't log or track that. All I knew was I had less when I died.
So I don't know about you guys, but I feel like dying is extremely impactful in this game. Or maybe just because I played Eldegoss, but I felt like when I was dead, it was really bad for the whole team. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say I'm
agree.
the best player, la la la. I'm just saying
I think
I
that's how it
felt when I
should be.
died, it's like, what is my team doing? They can't push as well,
I mean,
No,
to be
yeah.
fair, Garchomp was definitely so strong in the Canada beta, and this is me talking as Garchomp main, right? But in the Japanese network test, the global damage nerf happened, everything just popped up. Garchomp was already reliant on a duo, on a partner, into the bottom lane, but even more so now. Garchomp literally can't do anything without a proper partner in the lanes. You would have the least amount of fun when playing Garchomp now if you don't have a good partner, most especially if it's LD Goss. Especially in the early game, because getting XPs for guard jump is really really hard. So you need actual help for you to be able to bring out the potential of guard jump with the assists coming in from Eldegoss. So just to answer your question though, Eldegoss is really good, like really really good. The impact that Eldegoss does for a team is just, the way that you could just like spam your heals, just make sure your DPS could just like do whatever and they would still be alive. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
the same point with like any team-based game, though, right? If you should be alive, because at most
Hmm.
points in the game, because if you're not alive, you're not. Let's say you're probably not part of the team fight, and so they're just lacking that portion of damage or healing, or CC, and so generally, yeah, I'd recommend like even on anything like that's why you say like with a support, yeah, I could feel like it's devastating to die, like, and you're not playing a carry. It's like it's just an all-around team game. Everyone has their utilities.
Hmm.
It's punishable like for anyone dying. Like let's say even like your jungler dies, right? That's just
Hmm.
XP he's not getting versus the opponent's jungler. While they're continuing to farm and everything, and they're just gonna be relevant, like stronger than you are at any like after that. So
But
it's
how
like
bad is it to die? So um, like older MOBAs used to be like super steamrolly, right? Where it was like if your mid kills the other mid, like game could be won because maybe he'll get a level or 2 levels higher and he'll gank earlier. They were, a lot worse metas and like team environments weren't as good back then. But nowadays, like MOBAs are people are better at managing that, but also MOBAs are somewhat more comeback mechanicy, right? There's something that
Yeah.
allows the other team to come back. How do you feel in this
I
game
think
it is where like if you die a couple times early, do you think like it just
it.
doesn't matter and you're good to go, or is it some more of that steamrolly type feel?
Well, it
I
There's
think
this
really
game has the best
you
comeback
can't
mechanics of any
apply
MOBA.
other. Sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so I don't think you could apply other MOBA games as tactics in Pokemon Unite just because number one, the objectives are different. Number two, on other MOBA games, you have to destroy the towers, the turrets, and then eventually the Nexus, right? Of course in Pokemon Unite you can't do that. So you can't like prolong the game of like saving up and quarantining doing a quarantine into your base, taking out all the minion waves, creep waves, and getting yourself some resources just to get back up. In Pokemon Unite, you can't do that. Like the moment that Zapdos is gone, it's more or less game for whoever could get Zapdos, unless you snowball immediately in the early game. So I'd have to say that in the early game, it doesn't really matter as much if you die a lot, but like what it but like it only matters so much when we're about like 5 minutes into the game, especially when like you're already getting like um 40 points, which when you already got into level 9. Of course level 12 grants you the ability to hold 50 points, which got changed from the Canada beta into the Japanese beta test. And of course, dying, especially in the late game in Pokemon Unite, is so crucial, just because of the fact that you can't score anymore for your team. You know, like
Or defend.
there are times that if you die at the last 1-2 minutes, you're essentially just off of the game, off of the field for the entirety of the match.
That feeling when your respawn timer is longer than the time left in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Bef-
Sad.
Before we move away
Pretty
from
lengthy.
Eldegoss, I had one quick question. So, how much of Eldegoss's like power in the meta do you think is just because Eldegoss has a good kit versus like being the only healer? Like, if slash when Blissey comes out, will Eldegoss get less strong just because they're not the only healer in the game?
It
So
would
I'll
it would
answer
depend
that
on the
because I'm
ability.
the Eldegoss guy. I don't know. So Eldegoss, no, no, I don't know. I kind of
That's
spammed
all
him.
good.
It seemed like I had to, or else I felt like my team was just gonna lose. I don't know. They just all die or something. So yes, Eldegoss is the only healer, but what I think Eldegoss offers, like that is just somewhat not absurd, I guess, but is way stronger than maybe some other Pokemon could provide, is the fact that the shield that it gives you, you can stack twice because the duration is so long, it stays there. And if they don't use the shield, they get most of it. I don't know if it's all of it, but they get most of it, it seemed, as health. So it's the fact that you go into a fight with 2 shields on yourself against the other team. That's what I think sets it, unless other healers also have shields and stuff. But that's what I think will set it against like other supports as super strong. Is that it's an AoE and it's a massive AoE. I think it even gives the shield like in a bigger radius than the circle. So you just spam that on cooldown and your entire team runs at the enemy team. And they don't want to fight you because they just don't have double shields if they don't have Eldegoss. And I think even if you have something like a Blissey, I don't really know what it's gonna do or what it could do, but let's say if it has heals, heals only do so much. That's why I like doing like the tornado with Eldegoss because I feel like I want to offer something else to the fight, and the shield is good enough. Maybe down the road I might change it to the puff. I don't know, but it seemed like the double shield is what will keep Eldegoss potentially as a good
Yeah,
healer and as a good Pokemon in general. That's why it's really strong. That's
sure.
why.
And like to sort of go off that, I think that the reason Eldegoss, the heal isn't the only thing, obviously, but the thing, and this has been mentioned a couple times here, is that Mr. Mime and Wigglytuff are both such unsupporty supports that once we get another like real support in the game, like with Helping Hand and these shields and all these things that Eldegoss also does, Eldegoss isn't going to be the only character in the game that gives that team value anymore. And I'm just wondering if that's going to make Eldegoss less good in comparison.
So I guess the other huge thing for Eldegoss is like when you get to lane and you're level 3 or something, you basically spam your heal on cooldown, which heals you and your
Level
lane
4.
partner.
Level 4.
Level 4
Mhm.
is?
Level 4 is so when it gets pollen puff.
Oh no, but I'm talking about the
It's
base
like-
heal. I don't get pollen
Synthesis.
puff.
Synthesis.
So the base move heal.
Synthesis. Yeah.
Level
Yeah.
3 synthesis, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, because you could get it level 1, but it's useless because you'd rather just do damage to the
You
Apoms.
get leafage.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So when I get to lane and I'm already level 3, I'm just spamming that heal as I'm running with my lane partner. I think tri-lanes could be big in this
Right.
game because I would be healing 2 people, and I just run at their Audino on the other side. And basically I just push them out because they hit me and I heal. That's the other like early game thing that could easily be replaced by some other support that heals. That's not something that will forever stick with Eldegoss probably. And that could, like if Blissey or Chansey, I guess, is super strong early game, that could push Eldegoss out as a support or something. That's how I see it.
Well,
kind
not
of
yet. Definitely,
losing its spot.
definitely not in the near future. Because if Blissey is going to come out as one of the healers again, alongside Eldegoss, there's still just 2 of them.
Yeah, it's
Like,
going to be a while
Oh,
before we start getting some supports.
yeah, yeah. I mean, unless if we have like 50 characters in, like you could have like band faces and everything.
Yeah,
Then we could see the potential of these. Oh, if we have this Blissey, then we'd see less power, less usage, less optimized use for Eldegoss, things like that.
Yeah,
But,
the
that
question
actually-
was just like, what would make you not pick Eldegoss? And that's basically it. If there's some like early game thing that is just absurd, that's because I think the shield when you pick it up, what level is it? Let me see.
It's 6, I think.
Current score.
It's level 6. Yeah, which like realistically is pretty fast. I mean, it's not like level 4, of course, but level 6 really doesn't
Yeah.
take that long to get, and then you start spamming out this. The shield. I think it's super strong. I didn't mess with Cotton Spore at all. I could see if it works, if it's good and stuff, but I'd rather
they
just
buffed
do the
it.
double shield.
I think they buffed it since the Canadian beta, and now at least the plus, the upgraded version, now stuns at the end of it. So
Okay.
that's at least something.
Yeah. On that note, how do you guys feel about the class like how many characters are in each role. Like I just feel like, especially after Guard 4 coming out, there's just gonna like almost half of the cast is gonna be attackers at that point, like a third.
Well, I think
Mhm.
I
It's a
mean,
super common
yeah,
thing that happens.
it's basically yeah,
Like
it's
attackers.
what 6 attackers right now. It's basically 3 of everything, 6 attackers.
And four all rounders. So it's 6, 4, and
Oh,
then
that's
3,
true.
3, 3.
Sorry,
There will be
there's
4
4.
tanks or 4 defenders.
There will be 4
And
defenders, and
their
then there will be
roles,
7
their role
attackers.
titles doesn't even their role titles doesn't even matter.
Especially given that 2 of the supports aren't really support, so we really have 1 support.
Yeah,
Right?
and you could also say that Alola Ninetales
There's supports
is
in a
partially
MOBA sense of the
support.
game.
Alola
so-
Ninetales has some team utility, I agree, yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
I
Ninetales
would
OP.
I would like to go back, if you don't mind, just real quick thoughts on like dying and all in the game. I feel
Hey, that's a
like
pretty deep topic, man. Thoughts on dying, huh? Right.
I think since Zapdos is such a big swing, I think most things, at least at the start, until we get a better paradigm, maybe should be framed in terms of like how does it affect Zapdos, the Zapdos fight. It's basically either if
Mhm.
you like, if you're ahead, if you're ahead and you know you're ahead, you can play defensively. You don't even need to take Zapdos to stop them from getting it. If it's or vice versa, if you know you're losing, you need to try to take it. But if it's more even, that's more of a toss-up, more up to chance because you don't know the scores. One thing I feel like in general, dying late is worse. I am going to be interested to see if people end up taking a lot of the damage on up damage on dunks items, because I feel like sometimes when I had the most strong game as Cramorant is when I was able to get a little bit of get a few early kills and make a lot of just low point dunks in the beginning, and then I was set doing a ton of damage the rest of the game.
Mhm.
So
Do we have any
that's
idea what
one
the
thing
numbers
to
are like on that, though?
well, at least
I would
so
assume it's a percent buff, right?
I think it adds just flat special attack. I think I remember reading that for the specs, it adds like a flat at level 20 and up. It adds like a flat 16 special attack per dunk, and I think 12
Is that
attack
just
for the
16 additional damage, basically? on your
No,
special attacks?
no, it's not damage. We don't know the damage equation. It's some sort of
Yeah.
scaling. Because you could do
At
noticeably
least-
more damage.
But obviously felt substantial to you.
Yeah.
At least based
Is there
on
one of that for health?
based on the sorry.
There is one
sorry
for health,
to
yes.
interrupt,
AOS
but,
cookie.
But to be fair,
Based-
like
sorry.
based on the
Go ahead,
Canada
JJ-kun.
beta, it's plus 24 special attack each for specs.
I think
Up to
plus
4 times.
24 plus I think it's plus 24 is the max you get from Shell Bell. Also, I think they stack a maximum of 6 times. I think at least I'm not sure of the Japanese beta. That was true with the Canadian beta. And sort of makes sense if you think of like
Cookie
Pokemon
does
game
6.
stuff.
Cookie does 6.
Yeah. I think
Cookie
I
does
think all
6,
of them
but
do
like
6.
attack weight and specs only does 4. At least in the
Really?
Canada beta, we're not still.
Oh, because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I tested them that they did 6 or at least kept going up. We don't like this is why, like you said before, they need to release the information. And 6 makes sense to me because the cookie has it, and because if you think of the normal Pokemon mainline games, buffs can go stack up to 6 times or down 6 times. In terms of like what the actual, so this isn't necessarily with specifically the special attack specs, but I did at least do like in the Canadian beta a little bit of like damage tracking on one instance. Like here, I think I can bring it up. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Yep, I can.
So this is just like one
See,
instance
this
of
is the
damage.
thing this is the thing we should be getting at the
Yes,
beginning.
I totally agree with you. And giving this only allows, if we look at this across a bunch of Pokemon, it only allows us to try to reverse engineer the damage calculations and stuff.
See,
And
I
this
was
may
gonna
not be
do
true.
that, but then I figured all the numbers were gonna change, and then I'd be sad. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I thought
exactly.
just
That's
a
why I've been calling out Timmy. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Timmy, come
Well,
on, please.
do you
And
guys
that's
think
why
they're
I
gonna give
only did it
numbers?
for this.
I don't think they will. I don't
I
think
don't
it's
think
that.
so.
Numbers are
I hope
scary.
data mining
You
comes
keep
through.
asking for
I hope
it,
we're
but I
able
don't
to.
think so.
Numbers are
Okay.
kind
I
of
don't think it'll
I
be
mean, to be
official
fair,
numbers.
we're still not at the full release. So maybe I hope, I really hope. I know, Timmy, you're watching again. Full release. We need this. We need this for competitive reasons.
Yeah, and
It
Okay,
seems
that's
like
also
they were
why
trying
I
to
only
sell it
did
as a casual MOBA, though. So I get
That's
the feeling that it'll be through data mines, if that.
I don't
if we
even know
can.
though,
Yeah, but
because
like,
here's the
server
thing.
but
Right?
side.
even then, though, here's the thing. If I don't know, man. Like, this is just me just
We should have it. I just
about it
don't think.
as a MOBA game. There's a huge potential in esports. And this is just a little bit of a off topic to what we're talking about. If they're gonna be treating Pokemon Unite as they treat VGC and TCG, I think Pokemon Unite is going to die really, really quickly. They have to treat this as a MOBA game, as an esports title, separate from those of TCG and VGC, much like they are treating Pokken Tournament as an actual fighting game. If they're not gonna be treating this as an actual MOBA game, I think again this is just gonna die pretty quickly. You know, like
Are you thinking
even
mainly
if
in terms of
it's
like
quote
the
unquote.
esports scene, or are you thinking like
Sorry.
the individual game? Do you think the game itself will die, or like the esports scene will
The
die?
player base or competitive
Yeah.
base?
The player base, there's no doubt it will not die. It's Pokemon is still Pokemon. Competitive wise, it's going to die.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
And at the same time, they teased this to be part of the World Series, so it doesn't make any sense for them to, well, just because quote unquote this is a casual mobile game, they're not going to be releasing, actual numbers. Again, if they want this to be a competitive game to be part of the World Series, or have this be played on, or have some huge team names like TSM, or Team Liquid, or whatever teams, if they want them to be invested in Pokemon Unite, then they would have to treat this as an actual mobile game.
So one of the things that I think is interesting about like all the talk everyone has been doing, I feel like there's one thing that people haven't really brought up, and maybe it's not important, and maybe that's why. But I I feel like the Switch release and then the later mobile release months later is going to bring a massive resurgence. So enough that like if you don't see
Oh
anything
yeah.
on release, could they just be waiting for October? You know,
Yeah.
or
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh
really
yeah.
or
what
is
it
it
is.
wait,
is it October or
Um,
September? I forget. September.
September, yeah.
September, yeah.
But
October's the
you can-
the
September,
new
yeah,
Switch.
September.
September is the mobile. Could like if you don't see anything now, I feel like you can just wait till September and they could do some massive like marketing based off of mobile. Because I don't know about you guys, but I feel like mobile could be like bigger for this game. Is
I
that
will for sure.
Well,
Mhm.
okay, so here's the thing though. It's Pokemon Unite is an actual mobile game. I am I am from Asia, and the biggest games here are played on on mobile, and it is
Mhm.
the biggest market right now. Especially that we have a mobile game, such as like Wild Rift. We have Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Those are like the top games right now in Asia. The only reason why, and I believe this was from an interview as well, or I think it was based off of Cerebi. The only reason that they made a Switch version for Pokemon Unite is for the Western market. In the
I can
West,
definitely see that.
mobile games isn't
Also, to sell
isn't that
Switches.
great. Isn't that great, right? But if we're gonna be talking about like Asia, just Asia alone, everyone's playing on their mobile phones. Everyone's main platform is now mobile. Everything is esports. Everything's just mobile. We have Marvel Super War. We have again Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We have um Wild Rift. Yes, Valor. Everything's on mobile. But like it's not like that in the West. We have League of Legends for PC. Yes, we do have Wild Rift, but like the number of players playing in the West for League of Legends is still higher in the PC version than that of Wild Rift. We have we have Valorant, but like that's PC only. But here's the thing, though, it's also going to have a mobile version. So if the PC version of Valorant is already big, then why go for a mobile version? Reason being is that there's a huge market for it, and I guess what I'm trying to say here is they are going to be uh marketing Pokemon Unite as a mobile game, not as a Switch game, because it is a mobile game.
I'm just expecting it to well, like people. A lot of people are saying, the game is going to be out for a week and then it dies because nobody streams it. No, like people are going to stop doing X. They're just going to stop playing it.
I'm
But
gonna
I'm
stream it.
expecting that part of the reason they might not be advertising it very much, like Nintendo isn't retweeting certain things. Maybe like Timmy is retweeting it, right? Um, and other places are retweeting it, but it's not like the big Nintendo retweeting saying we're launching this game, expect it at a certain date. I mostly feel like that's because they are waiting for a big mobile release. They don't really care about the Switch release, and that sure people might stop playing it now, but they might just stop playing it, and then later on a scene comes, and then they're like, well, I'm not going to start playing now.
Counterpoint to that,
Something that I found really weird though.
That's just like
with
a guess, right? That's not anything
Yeah.
that
yeah,
should be.
wouldn't Nintendo want to make the Switch release the one that they advertise more though, rather than the mobile release? They're going to get more sales.
I thought
Nintendo,
about that too.
not
It's a
TPC
free
Unite, yeah.
Pokemon game on the Switch, which is pretty crazy. But I just kind of.
We have lots of those, yeah.
Oh, are there lots of them?
I mean,
Eh.
these days with Pokemon spin-offs on the Switch, I mean, yeah, we got Pokemon Cafe Mix, you got
Captain
Picross on the
Rumble
3DS, lots of
Rush
stuff.
maybe or something. I don't know.
Yeah, those are a dime a dozen these
Bingo.
days.
Nintendo is
Well, this is
making
like a
more
game
money.
game, right?
Nintendo is
Pokemon
making
Quest.
more money in
Right.
Quest
mobile
is great.
games
Quest is a
through
fantastic game.
microtransactions.
Yeah. Something I just find kind of weird though, like I was thinking about was, are they really going to have it so you can play ranked during the Switch part where moba's not a thing? 'Cause that's kind of awkward, right? Because then people come
wanna be
in and
savage
it's
about
already
that.
kind of saturated. It's already kind of
Yeah, they can
saturated
fill
with
those
bullshit
low
out
ranks.
there.
Let them have it.
Yeah, just
someone's
reset
got
the
to have it.
season when it comes out, and then yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I just
mean, yeah, honestly,
kinda
here's
weird.
the thing though.
There'd be a bigger uproar if there wasn't competitive at the beginning. of
So
ranked mode.
the thing
It-
to me
it's
is the
harder for,
battle
like-
pass. Is that going to be a Switch only battle pass, and it just ends
Oh no!
before
Oh
mobile
no!
gets it?
It's account based. It's account based.
But
but
they could just end it.
the-
Like the battle
For people
pass.
who
There's
don't
like
have
battle pass
Switches,
2 when mobile
yeah.
comes out. So there are Switch exclusive skins.
I get the
that could be
feeling they'll
big,
probably
right?
No,
rotate
no.
the battle
no.
passes.
So they already confirmed this. Sorry, they already confirmed this, that your funds would be platform based. So like say if you're gonna be putting out funds, topping up into your Switch account, in your Nintendo Switch, then you would only be able to use it on your Nintendo Switch.
No, I
Same
mean,
goes with the
like-
mobile. However, if you buy something on your account, since you could still use the same account on your mobile phone, it gets cross progress. So whatever you
Right.
buy on your
Well,
Switch,
no. What I'm saying
If you
is
get
you
that,
can't
but-
like if
on
you don't
your
have a
mobile.
Switch, you can't get the Switch battle pass. So
if
like
the
if you're
battle
a
pass
mobile
ends
player, you
before
don't have the
September,
Switch.
you can't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, like you can't
I
physically
don't-
buy it, and people
I don't
Probably
think there's
not
going
like
to be a separate one. Yeah,
because
I
it would
don't
be
think
out
there's
for like
going to
a
be a
couple
separate battle
months.
pass
That's
for.
kind of long, right? For battle passes, I think that's pretty
I-
long.
Battle
I
Pass? Didn't
think
even
I
say
fully
right?
expect that the battle passes will rotate out, and eventually this battle pass that we're getting prior to September will eventually come to mobile, and it'll be the same for both. I think it'll be concurrent, and it'll just rotate back in at some point.
Do you guys
I
know
mean,
based off
I
how
guess
long you
what
played when you get to
we're
the end
trying to say
rewards?
here is,
Like, do you know how long
okay.
the battle pass is?
It took a while, but you can't trust the. like, the
Usually
timing
it's
on that.
usually it's 1 month. For mobile games, it's usually 1 month. Sorry, 1 month, 1 month, 1 month each. So at best, we might get 2 battle passes for the Nintendo Switch version. Then maybe we would be getting some Switch exclusive skins because hey, we were the first players the first 2 months, yada yada yada. Sucks to be you don't have a Nintendo Switch kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think it should be more than that. If it is more than that, then aside from cosmetics, then I think it would really be sucky for you not to have a Nintendo Switch. And again, this is a game with cross-platform and cross-progress compatibility. So it doesn't really make any sense for us to have anything more than a cosmetic.
Well, I was saying that because
exclusive.
someone said something about like incentivizing buying Switches, and I was like, well, if they have a Switch only battle pass, that incentivizes people to, in a sense, get the game before they actually. Why does it keep restarting? Why is this a thing?
A good idea. Basically, Nintendo wants to incentivize people by the Switch version, so they give a Switch Battle Pass, and so you get those. Welcome back. So you get those
It
rewards.
keeps
So it's like you should
restarting
buy a Switch if you want these rewards. But I think that eventually they will come back, just because that's free money. You know, it might be semi time limited, but it's not going to be permanently time limited. That stuff, because I mean, that's not good in the long term for them money wise. They will want to re-release it. It'll be time limited temporarily, maybe for the first year or the first year and a half. It is a Switch exclusive, but it will eventually come to mobile, especially if mobile, as JJ-kun is saying, is going to be the bigger market. There's no way they don't bring it over. It's free money.
Well, they could just do Battle Pass 2.
Right, but the skins from Battle Pass 1 that people on mobile are going to want, it'll be time limited. As long as it's a Switch exclusive,
They
they
could
can
just
get
put it
people
in
to
the
buy
store, I
Switches
guess.
for that time. But
fair,
then,
isn't it-
after everybody's gotten that first one, they'll bring it back.
They could do
If you
Battle
want
Pass
incentivize
2 and put the
people to
old
play
skins
with-
in the store or something like that, I guess. I don't know if that ever happens.
They make less money that way, though.
we can't have a mobile version. Sorry, we can't have a mobile only. Mobile exclusive skin, because again, it's cross progress. So your account would still be, you could still use it on your Switch. But we could definitely have a Nintendo Switch only, the first 2 months player exclusive skin or title or whatever
Sure. Yeah.
for flexing purposes.
Well, like, that's why I'm saying I expect, because everything is not advertised right now as much as other games do, like on the base Nintendo Twitter account and other places as well, that I feel like the Switch release just isn't going to be as big as like a lot of people want it to be, because like people want their game to be super popular. They want their game to be streamed because that keeps them playing the game for whatever reason. You know, it's like the viewer experience, whatever. So if everyone stops playing it or stops streaming it, let's say, then people will stop playing it, and people will be like, I don't want to play, a dead game. That's like the common thing. Games that are streamed are very popular, and people keep playing them. They get new people. I just think it's an odd approach if they're going to do this huge mobile release months down the line, and maybe it'll work out if this is like a theory, whatever, and maybe it's fine. It just seems kind of odd to release a game, but there's not much exposure around it right now. So they have some
I
sort
think
of plan
that's
around it.
pretty less likely to happen. I think that's pretty less likely to happen just because of the fact that are you familiar with Dragon Ball Fighters?
A little bit, but I don't know, like, probably this. I know the game, but
Okay, yeah. So the game, yeah. So the reason why it's still not dead, quote unquote, still not dead, because people have been with the online connection and everything. So there's this issue. However, my main point here is that the reason why it actually thrived a lot and how it got a lot of players playing up until today is because it's Dragon Ball. It was able to hook up Dragon Ball longtime fans, playing the game casually, even though it's a competitive game. And number two, it also hooked up, the people playing fighting games. So
no,
those
I
are two
know.
different communities that were, hooked up into Dragon Ball Fighters. That is also the same case for Pokemon Unite. So people who just want to play Pokemon because it's Pokemon, who likes Pokemon, would be playing Pokemon Unite. And at the same time, people who are playing MOBA games are going to be, at the very least, going to try out Pokemon Unite. So I don't think there's going to be, that much of a problem when it comes to Pokemon Unite being a dead game. It would still be very much alive, even just as a casual MOBA game, as Tech has
And
mentioned.
Also, probably maybe I'm not sure, a minor consideration here, but at least in my experience, like the gameplay of Pokemon Unite is solid and fun. There's a lot. I feel at least it's not something and I've experienced that. And I think most or all of us have.
It doesn't last
That's why we're here
an
talking about
hour.
as well as the fact that it's not like a branded game that people are gonna excited, maybe it's gonna be good. Like I feel like the
Yeah.
gameplay's there, so that will help with retention.
So, like, the reason I was kind of asking these questions is the only way I found out that this game is a thing, and I am, traditionally a MOBA player and also I play Pokemon games is I watched the Nintendo Direct. So I came in like June
Mm-hmm.
or whatever that was, and I was like, cool, there's a stress test, I'll play that. But realistically, there's no reach to those MOBA players. Like people that don't follow Pokemon but play MOBAs would like this game, but there is zero reach out to those people right now. Um, and like this game is very unique in the sense of like when League came out and people were playing it, they were like, okay, there is this champion and it's in my lane and it's doing things to me and I don't know what it does. You know, it looks like this, but it just shot a fireball at me or something like, or it froze me. And it might be blue or it might be red, and that kind of helps you out. But when it comes to Pokemon, it's like people know a lot of the Gen 1 like Pokemon, right? And there's a lot of Gen 1 in this game. You know, if Snorlax is coming at you, you know that he's big and tanky and he might run at you. And that's kind of what his skills are right now, right? You know that if you're playing against a Charizard, he's going to burn you, do these things. So it's in this really unique spot where you can already identify what the enemy is going to do to you. And I feel like a lot of MOBA players, you know, at least know like the Gen 1 Pokemon or something. Like everybody knows that. Like people who play games know Pokemon. And they're just not reaching out to that audience right now, at least. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like this game gets Pokemon people, like you said. It also gets the MOBA people. Um,
Mm-hmm. But it
why like
doesn't
they're
get
not
as the
connecting?
potential reach.
Yeah, it's like there are all these like
Yeah.
the League people, the Dota people, if there's still Han people, Smite people, right? Paladins, is that a
Mm-hmm.
MOBA? Um,
It is.
okay,
It is.
Paladins people. You know, it could be getting all these people that just like Pokemon, but they're like clearly not advertising it anywhere outside of like its own Twitter account right
Like the
now.
Twitter,
And that
yeah.
seems
Yeah.
odd
See,
because
that's
Nintendo
one of
tweets
the
the same
problems
shit
that
every
I
day
mentioned earlier.
about like their games. Like Mario
Yeah.
Golf, they're just like Mario Golf is coming in 5 days. Mario Golf is coming in 4 days. It's coming in 3 days. Oh, it's
Mhm.
here. Oh, it launched yesterday. It launched 2 days ago. They just recycle these same tweets over and over. But like they're
Yeah,
not
see,
doing
that's one of
anything.
the things that that's one of the things that I actually mentioned earlier about why I'm really scared about for Pokemon Unite. Like, I really think that Pokemon Unite has a huge potential, especially esports wise, just because of the fact that it's a MOBA game. But at the same time, knowing the history of Pokemon and the Pokemon Company and the Pokemon Company International with how they handle spin-off games, they don't advertise this as much as mainline titles, and at the same time, you know, if they're going to be treating it as VGC or TCG, then as I mentioned earlier, it's going to die really quickly. And right now, really, what you said is totally valid. They should have been advertising this more than they should be doing right now. I mean, the only thing that they're doing right now is posting, you know, overview trailers for each Pokemon,
Or
but nothing
or
else.
HoloWare.
Like,
And they're not retweeting it. That's
yeah, yeah.
that's why like I'm leading like are they doing a mobile release or do you think this is just how it's going to be and they're not going to ever advertise it? What
The,
like what
the,
are your guys' thoughts on that? Like do you
the
think
problem with
they're going to
TPCI
do something or nothing? Just
the problem with
They
TPCI
should.
is
That's the
that
thing, though. They
they
should.
should, but they're super inconsistent when it comes to spin-off releases. This could very well be all
Yep.
they plan on doing because that's just how TPCI operates.
Yep.
can
Yep.
you give me more insight cuz I don't like I play Pokemon games. Like I played Pokemon Go for a couple of years. Like
Sure.
I don't really
Yeah, I mean,
know that scene, the competitive scene of Pokemon really at all. I've seen some stuff on Twitch, you know, some like 1v1 Pokemon fights, trainer fights, but that's like
mhm.
I don't know.
I mean, if we're talking about other like Pokemon spin-offs from the past couple of years that are on like mobile and like potentially Switch, I'm gonna list off some names and you tell me if you've heard of any of them. Pokemon Cafe Mix, have you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
I think I
Yes.
downloaded it and it
Mhm.
wouldn't let me
Yeah.
submit my name, so
Okay.
I uninstalled it.
How about Pokemon Masters? Heard of that?
No.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so I mean, yeah. So the point is, these are games that did not really get good coverage because they weren't Pokemon Sword and Shield. You know, I mean, even
Yep.
look at what they're doing this year with Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, which is a mainline game. They did one trailer for it back in February, and there has been basically no news except for like a 10-second part of the trailer in the OLED
In the
Switch
OLED.
thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
In the OLED trailer, they had like 10 seconds of a guy encountering a Weasel. But other than that, even for their mainline game, they're not advertising it at all. I mean, Game Freak and TPCI are just really, really weird and inconsistent about marketing stuff. So as much as I want Pokemon Unite to
Yep.
get more coverage, I'm not sure it will.
Do you
Even when
feel
the
like
mobile
The
Nintendo
only
doesn't
way
care
for us
about
to
Pokemon?
actually
Like, what's
quote
going on
unquote
here?
advertise Pokemon Unite, sorry, the only way for us to actually have Pokemon Unite be advertised into its maximum potential is to hold events. And that's another thing that's a problem with Nintendo, with the Pokemon company. They'd like to keep events and tournaments to themselves. You know,
Yeah.
with the TPCI systems where okay, you can't hold a major, only we can do that. And if you want to make a tournament of an MSS or like a PC or whatever these events are, you'd have to go through us, apply for an event, and you have to be a judge. Which I mean, I am a judge, but like at the same
What is a
time, you have to
judge?
go through them. A judge is basically an official officiating the events of TPC.
So you're like a partner
A
person that
Pokemon
can run
professor.
tournaments or something? Is that like and there so you can run tournaments if you want or something? Is that you have the
Yes,
contractual ability
but
to
I
do
have to go
something?
through, but I have to go through TPCI first. Like I
Okay,
have
but
to.
so
Oh,
like you're a
okay. I'm
step
gonna
up
be
from
applying
everybody
for an
else.
event. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, I can. I'm I'm an organizer for TPC. You could if you'd like to, you could actually take the exam on the Pokemon website as well. You could organize events which could give out championship points, which the players gather to be able to get into the World Series, and as a referee as well for the game. So if there are some disputes, some issues, you're the ones going to be resolving it. But the point here is that okay. So what I was saying? Yeah. Shoot, I lost track of what I was going to say.
Sorry, something with the judge like I don't know.
Before that.
It was about how TPCI basically keeps all like tournament like gatherings
Yeah,
to
there we go. Yeah,
themselves,
yeah,
and they
yeah.
don't let other people do
So,
them.
so yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. So you notice? Have you noticed that there aren't huge organizations doing Pokemon events?
Yeah.
It's because Nintendo wants, sorry, the Pokemon company wants everything to keep everything to themselves, basically.
Is that
That
not a
you can't run
Nintendo
these
wide thing though?
majors.
Like when I think of
Sorry.
Splatoon, isn't it just like random people get together and there is no org and there is nothing? Isn't that a Nintendo thing? Like not just a
It's
Pokemon
yeah,
thing, but a
yeah, yeah,
Nintendo
definitely,
thing?
definitely. But like, it doesn't get as big. Okay, it doesn't get as big as those that are officially officiated by Nintendo, right? And if it does get so big, then Nintendo steps in and hey, and be like, yo, hey, you gotta pay us some money because if you want this in a tournament. That's why you don't see Smash a lot on like huge tournaments of fighting games. You don't see. I mean, Pokken is there, but like it's not as big. It never is a main title in any fighting game tournaments. Such as Evo, CEO, and all those events. VGC wise, there's another thing with that. You don't really see as much, Pokemon Sword and Shield tournaments, as big as grassroots tournaments are compared to the Pokemon World Championship Series. So again, they want to keep things for themselves. If they would be, supporting these grassroots tournaments or even these major organizations organizing major events that would want Pokemon in it, then I think we would be living off in a happy place. But as you all know, nobody gets everything. We don't get nice things, basically.
Anybody have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's generally just it's kind of sad because yeah, the TBC Nintendo they do that. They do stifle a lot of ability for the community to grow itself through the way that they orchestrate like the tournament stuff like that. So it's kind of disappointing, but I still think it's like possible to do stuff with it. It's not. It's just kind of hard to get anything big because then if you actually get something big enough for like it's where it's significant regional wide like level, right? That's when they had their eyes on you. When they have their eyes on you, it's typically not a positive thing. Because yeah, sure, like they could possibly kind of put some interest to you and look to collaborate with you, or they can just shut the entire thing down because it's their intellectual property and stuff. So then they can just shut everything down and make the experience really terrible for you as like an organizer.
Are you guys not worried about with like you guys are doing tournaments, right? Are you not worried about that happening to you guys?
I currently am
as long as
so
we
small, it does
don't,
not matter.
No, I know, but
as
like
long as we
if
don't get too big, you know what I'm saying. As long as an event organizer doesn't get too big that it generates a lot of money, investors, and everything, I don't think one should be that. One should be that wary of Nintendo stepping in. But again, if you're gonna be doing such a huge tournament, then you would have to face off with Nintendo. So there's that.
Yeah, so in terms of whether or not, I'm kind of apprehensive about like holding tournament stuff, just in case things, did get bigger and bigger, right? I am not too concerned because I don't see the point in trying to limit myself, pull myself back with doing that kind of thing, because then you're just killing yourself either way, right? Like at least give it a shot and hope they like you, than just not trying to do anything
no,
significant at
you're
all
helping
and just
everybody
letting them
out.
squish you.
It's not
Yeah.
like, and they're not gonna like sue you or anything because you're not making money. So it's just like you'll just shut it down, and all that stuff that happened before would have just helped people out. Yeah, I know, I get it.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's no like downside to just doing it.
Yeah, there's definitely no downside, but they still don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we're doing these events and doing these events.
Are you associated with it? Is that not a problem?
Oh,
of any
sorry,
sort?
no, sorry. So what I'm trying to say here is that doing these events helps you, the Pokemon company, to advertise your game, but you don't want us to do that because you want to keep everything to yourselves, which
Well,
is
I'm
really
saying
counterproductive.
since you have this judge title, and they gave it to you, are you not concerned that there is some sort of like I'm doing this thing?
Oh no.
No? Okay.
Besides, they already kicked off Asia in TPCI.
What do you mean
So
by that?
technically, even though my quote unquote license as a judge is still up until 2023 because they extended it due to COVID, I am no longer, part of the judge Pokemon professor
Why'd they take out
program
all of
because
Asia?
they took it out because TPC, which is the mother company in Japan, overtook the entirety of Asia, and up until
Oh,
now,
okay.
we still don't have. That's also one of the reasons why we're not in the Players Cup.
Oh,
VGC, TCG, and Pokken is because we were overtook by TPC, the main company, and we still don't have any information about our um any competitive thing, essentially.
yeah,
So
that's
nothing.
kind of
Like they
weird.
just overtook us last year and be like, oh, well, we still have no plans. So there's that.
Yeah, that kind of sucks.
Yeah,
It does.
I'm
So,
I'm mostly just like listening, and I'm new to all this. But at least I would like to add just the additional thing of if there's potentially no it sounds like there's not the huge downside to trying to make this going because
Mhm.
ultimately it could just fail. But it also sounds like there's less potential upside, so that may scare people away as well.
There's
I don't
definitely
know.
there's definitely a possibility for like a hard cap. If that's what you're asking. Like, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
or
With
even
Nintendo.
if like I'm new to all this. I don't know too much about how esports things work and all, but like if there ever to be like sponsors or things, sponsor players, I imagine they'd be more turned away from stuff like this.
yeah, sponsors don't do Nintendo
Yeah,
things.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about like if TPCI and TPC are going to treat this as their other games and not treat Pokemon Unite as an actual esports title, then yes, like no big names like esports teams such as TSM, Team Liquid, Team Secret, all those teams, they wouldn't be investing in Pokemon Unite
So, an
because
easy
they don't see the value in this.
an easy comparison for this is things that don't have competitive scenes necessarily. So speedrunning, right? I did speedrunning the last like couple of years or so. There is no, you could say like break the record live, which is when a bunch of people got together and the top people from different
Yeah, yeah.
speedrunning games came together and tried to get a world record in a certain category. That's like an event that happened like a couple times or so.
Or is it like games done quick, GDQ or something?
No, no, no. GDQ is an event though. So you could use
Okay.
that. So I'm saying like there are like 3 events per year. Um, they the only way that somebody gets sponsored for speedrunning, because there are no competitions really. Like break the record live still wasn't really a competition. It was who can get it first, but there is no like end goal because nobody could have gotten the record. I mean, technically, you get a prize if you got the fastest time while you were there, but there's no like this guy versus this guy head on head match. It's not a thing like that. Um, so the only way that you get sponsored as a speedrunner is that you're just a very large streamer. That's kind of all it is.
Mm.
And that's how I would
Yeah.
expect you only get sponsored as something with Pokemon, is that you're just huge. You have a big Twitch, you have a big YouTube, you have a big something, and they're just like, hey, we want to get you to do outreach by being sponsored. So like, like a Tempo
Oh well,
Storm or
I
something
don't
could
think
just
that's going to
sponsor you.
be. I don't think that's going to be the case. For Pokemon Unite, I think there would definitely be sponsored teams. Just because this is a MOBA game.
But if there's no like so
I mean,
sponsors
there's still a
partner
competitive
people
there's still a
because they
competitive scene,
advertise the stuff
right?
that their advertisers give them, right? So like Logitech sponsors an esports org because people are going to go buy Logitech products and advertise for Logitech. If there isn't necessarily a big scene for Pokemon Unite in the Western side, at least, obviously like Eastern has its own separate sort of streaming that it does. Um, then people won't necessarily sponsor streamers if there's also no tournaments, right? So if there's nobody with like big views because people on the West don't really play it, and if there's no tournaments, then there is no reason for someone to get sponsored while they're playing this game.
I think you are forgetting the fact that there are independent organizers as well coming into play. Like, yeah, sure, we might not have major events because actual quote unquote actual major events are only held by the Pokemon company. But even so, right? They would and they would there's going to be events held by independent organizers that are going to be big. We already have established
Would the Pokemon
organizations such
company
as
top that though,
Victory
maybe?
Road, right?
But for this game,
That for sorry, not for this game.
that's what I'm
For other
saying.
Pokemon titles, right?
I'm saying this
For
game
other Pokemon title. No,
specifically.
yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are already established Pokemon organizations, Pokemon event organizations, such as Victory Road, Stadium Gaming for Pokemon Go, that are already branching out to Pokemon Unite. So from there, the only way for Pokemon Unite to actually survive or strive is through the help of the community, through its own community, and yeah, it's a really hard path to take unless we get official major events from other organizers. Only then would these sponsors see a reason to invest in these teams.
Well,
Much
when you're
like in
saying
League, where not only Riot is the one doing events, Dota, not only Valve is doing major events, other organizers have the back of Valve and Riot respectively for those games, but Pokemon and Nintendo, they just don't do that.
so the people that run those standalone events that I can speak for Valve because I like know Valve games pretty decently. The companies that run these standalone events are very massive companies and they have a lot of sponsors. So they can put up a prize
Guys, I wanna go
pool.
ahead and dip real quick. Good talking though.
Yep, it was nice talking to you. Oh, he said mute. Oh, he come. I don't know. But like these are not like small organizations by any means running Valve events. Not Valve events. running like a Dota tournament or a CS:GO tournament. These are massive
Yeah,
companies that have massive
yeah.
sponsors because they know they're going to get a lot of viewers. And my problem was that you were saying the Switch release was for the West because the West is going to like do like the Switch MOBA or something like that. And I think that if there aren't
No,
viewers for
no.
it, then
What
they
I'm trying to
wouldn't
say with
do
that
the
first, though,
tournaments.
is just to clear it out, is the Western market isn't good for mobile market, basically. So the reason why they made the Switch version is for the Western market to capture the Western market.
Yeah, so we need
Yeah.
tournaments for the Switch game that North America competes in, right?
Well, I think he was trying to say is that the reason that the Switch version is made altogether, and I think from some interview or something, correct me if I'm wrong, is
Mhm.
that is before the Western market and stuff. Like if they didn't want to sell it to them, then they'd just do only mobile.
To the mobile one.
Uh,
Yeah.
That's not to say that the competitive may ultimately. That's just general market. That's not necessarily having to do with competitive at all. Who knows? Maybe
Mhm,
competitive will be
mhm.
all phones once it comes out on that and stuff, because that's potentially the superior platform. I don't know.
But if West doesn't play on phones, then
Then that's on them. It's more on
but I'm saying there won't be
preference.
tournaments held in the West
No,
if
no, no.
there's no people
Again,
playing, kind of thing.
no. Again, this is a cross-platform game, so it doesn't matter which platform you use.
But you said they don't do mobile as much. So if the West doesn't do mobile as much,
Sorry.
so um, if they don't, if the West doesn't play mobile, and
Uh-huh.
that's
They
going to
don't
be a
need to play
far less
mobile.
viewer base. So nobody's going to do a tournament with no viewers, right?
But it's the
That's what I'm
same
getting
game
at.
on both mobile
But
and
it's the same
Switch, so you could be
game.
playing on Switch or mobile, and you can still play together. So the
Yes.
console you're
Yeah.
playing on
And
doesn't matter.
No, I know,
and
but I'm saying
cross-platform
the
and
West is
cross
very
profession.
big. I'm saying the West is very heavily in like viewer base to player base. I think is very proportional to like people streaming the game. I think that's extremely important in the West. Like
I mean, people are going to stream this
Uh-huh.
on like BlueStacks. I mean, people are going to stream it on emulators. It's going to happen.
I'm saying that if there aren't tournaments, then people won't be streaming the game.
I don't think it's I don't think it directly is proportionate to if there's no tournaments, then no people would be streaming the game, or vice versa.
So
You
like
know.
there are companies that sponsor North American teams, right? And they only sponsor North American teams. But what are these North American teams going to play against if there's no tournaments in North America? Because people aren't like, why would, okay, I kind of worded that wrong. Why would they, so my speed running example was you're sponsored not because of tournaments, you're sponsored just because you're popular anyway, right? Like you have a big
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah.
So, who
So
is
this
it?
is a different kind of a sponsorship.
This is like
You're not
who
sponsored as a
sponsors?
player.
Yes, but I think you need streamers in the West for your game to do well competitively or non-competitively, just in general. I think you need streamers. But who's going to sponsor a streamer? And if the streamers aren't getting sponsored, that means less people can play the game competitively because they don't
Wait,
necessarily see a
saying that
reward for playing
okay,
the
so
game. If they want to play something
so are you
competitively, they will play a different game if they think they can
okay?
get sponsored. And those people are
So are you
probably
are you
very
saying that
popular
if there
people.
are no streamers, then there can't be any competitive scene
I'm
for
saying
Pokemon Unite? And if
Interest will be
there's no
lower.
stream, if
I'm
there's no
saying
sponsors, there's no streamers?
if there
Because
are
that's
no
a really
streamers in the
huge
West,
controversial take.
no, I don't think it necessarily is. Like these games that have been top Twitch forever continue to stay top Twitch and they grow because they are top Twitch. And people make YouTube videos on popular games, right? Like
Uh-huh.
it's like I would say it's exponential where if you are up so like for example, this happens in speedrunning all the time. if a speedrunning game like Super Mario 64 is being run by people that are streaming it to thousands of people versus that big streamer isn't streaming at the time, the category tanks and people don't watch the game. And then people don't find out that you can speedrun Super Mario 64. So they lose players, they lose new people. I think it's like super strong in the West.
I'd like
So
to.
Pollux is talking about Asmongold, right? You can say that for the WoW section. People play WoW, or like a lot of people watch WoW. They don't even care about the game. They just want to watch the people, but it keeps the category
I think it's
high.
a different.
And WoW has
I think that is
survived
a totally
partly.
different demographic. I think that's a total different demographic.
I'm saying
know?
that is the demographic of North America. People will play the popular game because they even know it
But like
exists.
North America is not the only, not the only audience
No, I
of
know,
this game.
but that is so. Like, if you're saying like you were saying the whole like TPCI thing took away Asia. So what other regions exist for this to have a competitive scene? I assume it's like the other, like maybe there's a Europe, maybe there's a North America and a South America. I don't know how that stuff works, but there are other regions that have to exist for something to stay alive. And if North America doesn't exist and they're only making the Switch release for North America, it seems like there's some kind of
But
issue
they're
here.
not. But they're not though.
But you
They're not
said
what?
It's a global
you said
release.
like
But you said the Switch version is only coming out, and it's not only coming out on mobile because the people in North America don't play mobile that much, basically.
North
So
America
the
West
reason they're
Islanders,
releasing it on Switch is for North American audiences, but they're not going to be making a North American audience for it. If I could make a quick sort of semi detour, you were talking about speedrunning. I want to give another example to sort of see if there are sponsors for this. At the risk of sounding kind of cringe, I'm interested. Does like Among Us streaming have sponsors? Because that's a non-competitive game that a lot of people watch in North America. So I'd be interested to know, can that, because it's so heavily watched, can that be sponsored by a streamer or for a streamer or not? Does that happen at all?
The
I don't know
streamer
anything
will
about the
get
game. I don't
sponsored,
know.
but like streamer for playing the game is not. No.
Okay, so then that would be a similar situation to Pokemon Unite, that if in North America, at least, I'm not talking about the Asian countries, but in North America, where the Switch is the bigger version and not the mobile, then if people like in Among Us aren't going to get sponsored just for playing the game and being popular, then there aren't going to be tournaments and there aren't going to be streamers, so it won't be played in North America. Is that an incorrect statement?
When you say won't be played, do you mean won't be played competitively?
No, I just mean it won't be played, like it's not going to be streamed on Twitch, because the Twitch streamers who would be streaming it because it would be a popular game are going to be playing stuff like League or Valorant or Among Us or things that can actually make them money rather than a game that nobody on Twitch is watching.
So I'd like to just make a comment here. So Legends put this in my chat. He said, streamers bring in money. No streamers equals no money. No money means not a lot of tourney entry. I think that's valid.
It's not directly proportional though. I mean, yes, it does help.
They're not like
with the word for for the game, but like it does not directly it's not directly proportional to the competitive scene.
I wonder, it may be good to look like, and this is just me guessing, does anyone know, do you want to talk about how mobile MOBAs are doing? Was Wild Rift advertised at all? Or is there a bunch of streamers for that? I
Wild
don't
Rift
know.
fell off,
I'm
I
just
think.
There are a lot of Riot sponsored streamers to advertise the game. Yeah.
What about
but like those are
non-Riot?
most especially in Asia. It's I'm not going. I'm pretty sure that, as I mentioned earlier, Wild Rift is not as big as it is in Asia. Yeah, in the West. Just because again the market, the mobile market for Western countries is very poor.
Makes sense,
Going back
comparatively.
is going
That
to
makes
be the
sense.
reason why they made the Switch version. just for the Western market, because console games, quote unquote console games, captures the Western market than those of the mobile market, because the mobile market once again is the Asian market. So
Would Pokemon Unite have more potential in countries other than the sort of Asian region if, and this is a huge if they brought it to PC and stuff like that? If they brought it off the Switch and
100%.
to other. Yeah, okay.
100%.
I hope that happens, but I get the feeling it's not
not
gonna
gonna happen.
because I know
Nah,
it's the
it's
PC.
not
Not
gonna
gonna happen.
happen.
It's not gonna happen, but it's a good proposition, but it's never gonna happen just because
Yeah.
it's a Nintendo.
Sure, yeah, of course. Yeah, I
Granted,
just
for what it is in terms of like console and mobile MOBA, it is really fun. And I'm not saying it couldn't be better if it was PC, but like I think part of the being a little more simplistic as part of the platform
sure.
is honestly a good thing in
Of
my
course.
eyes.
I don't disagree with that. I just think it would have more reach, basically.
No, I could
It
I
would,
could agree
it
with
would,
that.
it would, it would,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't like using a control stick. It's just a personal thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
used to PC
Honestly,
MOBAs.
honestly, on September, I'm going to be jumping into the mobile version of September just because of the controls, and
Yeah,
the Switch version is
I'll
just kind of stupid.
I'll try both. I feel like Switch honestly was pretty good. The biggest thing I wish is that you could up the sensitivity of like aiming AoE abilities, because like if you want to like dive away from the opponent or use a mobility point away, you have to like
Mm-hmm.
take a second to swing it across.
Yep,
There
yep,
are
yep.
some things I feel like aiming was a little easier on for some things on
Yeah,
controller,
yeah.
but yeah.
One more thing is, all your moves automatically targets your opponents. So that is, I guess, one of the big problems for Eldegoss players. That especially when you're playing, using Pollen Puff, right? Pollen Puff, it will automatically target your opponent than when you're trying to just heal up your teammates. So you would need to take a second to aim to your opponents, and even then, you know it wouldn't be stuck on your teammates. So
Okay, so there's one thing I want to bring up that people are talking about here, um, that I have no idea about. They kind of gave me a little info, but there are divisions apparently for age groups that play these Nintendo games. Can you give me some info or insight?
for okay, so for the Pokemon Company, right? For the Pokemon Company International, how they run things is they put up age divisions for VGC, which is the mainline titles, the main video games, TCG and Pokken. So there's three divisions. There's the juniors, the seniors, and the masters. For Pokken, there's only seniors and masters. So basically, these are like, okay, these guys 13 and below, 14 to 16, and then 18 and above. But I believe they changed the age grouping, quite recently. So 16 and above is like masters. But anyway, point being is, again, if they're going to be applying this to Pokemon Unite, a team game, I don't think it's going to work out pretty well for them. Again, they can't treat this as they are treating their other competitive games. They have to treat this as an actual esports MOBA game.
Well, I
Is the
could
doubt for that mega high?
I
Sorry.
mean, I mean, maybe this is just hoping. I could see them do like, the normal world circuit or whatever, but then also opening it more. But that's more of just a want, and I don't have much knowledge about all this, so.
I mean, like, look at this, right? Like, okay, so we've formed a team. So okay, 5 of us, right now, right here, we're a team.
Let's do it.
Let's suppose I'm like 12 years old, but I'm just really good at the game that you have me on your team, right? And it wouldn't matter what my age is, right? Just because I'm good at the game. But if they're gonna be applying these age grouping in Pokemon Unite, then that means you guys supposing that you are like 18 years old or above, right? All of you guys, then that means you would need to get a replacement for me because I wouldn't be able to play with you on the same division just because I'm
Mhm.
12 years old.
Um,
So that would disrupt a lot of things in a mobile game.
so someone is saying a division system like Pokken, is it already different? How does that game handle these things if
Sorry,
it is
as
different?
like what?
I
Pokken.
think
Pokken.
Unite will have the same division system as Pokken, or
Pokken.
else it will.
Oh,
Oh, sorry,
Pokken tournament. Yeah,
Pokken,
yeah.
or else it will be
Yeah.
strictly Masters in terms of comp scene.
I think
Yeah.
What does that mean? I don't.
I think
I don't know much about that.
okay, yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 divisions for VGC and TCG, right? But for Pokken, there's only 2: seniors and masters. Um,
Why is that
so
good? I
what do you
guess.
call? Sorry,
Why is that good?
Well,
it's
it may
not
just have to do with the rating of
good.
the game. Is Pokken rated T or something? Like
It's
that could have
I
something
believe
to do
it's
with it.
E. It's still E10 plus.
Well,
It's
yeah, because
E10
it's
plus.
Okay, so then that's why.
yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
I think
So
I think the point that JJ is trying to make is the fact that
it
because
doesn't
Unite is
make
a
any sense
team
for
game,
those kinds of games.
Mm-hmm.
because if you're doing Pokken or TCG, VGC, it's just generally single players, and that doesn't matter. Like in terms of you're in your division, it's fine.
But for,
I think
okay,
what
but
he's
but
trying
what
to
I'm trying to
say
say
is
here
that
is
for Unite, if there's potentially some really good young players, but they wouldn't be able to get in the Masters if that would be the higher one, because it's a team
okay.
game.
So
People who would want to play together may not be able to.
okay,
Something
so
like
what I'm
that.
trying to say here is the whole age division is kind of a double-edged sword, just because of the fact that yeah, sure, let's say I'm a prodigy in the game, right? In VGC, but I'm still young, so I would be just doing some ass whooping in my division just because I'm a prodigy. Same goes with Pokken. Like, okay, I might be 12 years old, but like I could whoop the asses of those who are like 30s just because I'm a prodigy in the game. I'm really just that good. You know what I'm saying? So these age groups is just really a double-edged sword is what I'm trying to say. And but most especially for Unite. Like again, we are let's again going back, let's suppose that we are already established ourselves as the team. We have been playing every day, doing some scrims, playing on tournaments, all 5 of us. But when it comes to the official circuit, by Pokemon, apparently there's going to be an age group, so suddenly you have to remove it from your team. Wouldn't that make you frustrated?
Well, that's assuming there's other tournaments going on, right?
Well, I mean, at this point we actually have to assume that there's going to be, because I for one would definitely be hosting events, tournaments for this game, and I know there's going to be a lot of organizers as well. So
But the big reason that ever happens with the whole like swapping players, this happened in CS:GO where there are some banned players and they could play in certain tournaments and not certain tournaments. The only reason um they ever wanted the banned players in their team was really because there was money involved in a big prize pool tournament. So they swapped in a good player. Um, or they were
no, I
thinking of
mean
doing that,
those are
let's say.
I
So
mean
like
those are teams that have
I'm saying that would
plenty
happen with
of
the age
players
group
in their
system where
rosters.
like the age group disqualifies you for an official game, but you can do the extended tournament, the independent tournament, with the
Yeah,
age
yeah.
group difference.
I mean, for those kinds of reasons, that's I mean, those are the reasons why these teams in other esports have more than enough players in their roster.
Well, I'm just saying I wouldn't have
For
picked you up on the team at all if you're 12, if there's no money involved. Like, there's no reason for me to pick you up if you're 12. Um,
What if you're really good?
well, I don't really care because I can't play on your like. I might just
Okay, yeah,
not
okay,
care.
we're talking about with the divisions. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
You're saying if the parameters are known ahead of time,
Sure,
on
sure.
some level it may suck, but but it's something that you just learn to live with because that's just the way the rules work for the official tournaments.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. It's such a double-edged sword, just because of those kinds of matters. Like, we're not saying that people who are older sucks, but you know, we have to live with that because this is what the organizer said, and well, yeah, that's basically that. This is what the organizer said, and we can't do anything about it.
Okay, I feel like we've touched on this a lot. Maybe.
And
Yeah.
that's the way the
maybe
cookie
too much.
crumbles. Not much to do.
So let's
Well,
just do another
it's just
trivia question.
a lot of it's speculation.
Woo!
All right, sure.
I would.
Drop it.
I'd love to hear what Pokemon everybody would like to get into the game. I think that would be interesting. Unless
More
I don't want to step on your toes though.
No, go for it. I don't care.
Okay.
More birds. I love
More
birds.
birds.
Apparently,
Or
we
even,
need tails in the game. Apparently, more tails.
Hey.
Oh my god, yeah. I mean, does
Alright.
anybody have any like big Pokemon that they really really want in?
I just
Yeah.
want Ditto still. That's all.
Ditto,
Hey,
right?
Ditto, nice.
I'm the Ditto guy.
I mean, I'm quite satisfied as like the Talonflame's just design and everything is my favorite Pokemon, and because of Unite, Cramorant's now my number 2. If we were gonna
Nice.
go for my number 3, it'd be probably Corviknight, maybe like a defender of some sort. But yeah.
Bird Tamer. Bird
Yep.
Tamer Fletchahh. Yeah. I would love Behaim. It's a really weird pick, but it's one of my favorite Pokemon these days.
Is it
because
not
of,
Behegim?
competitive.
That's how I've always said it. I don't know.
Well, it's a pun on BEM. Elgium is LGM, like Little Green Man, and BEM is BEM. So it's BEM.
Big elephant.
I'm not. What's the?
No, that's how it's pronounced.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
how
what does
the
it
names
stand
are
for then?
pronounced.
I'm
You want it in the
So-
game and you don't even know what is this. Come on.
Bug-eyed.
You gotta know all the
Monster.
lores.
No, it's not. LGM is Little Green Man and BEM is Bug-eyed Monster.
They're just, I think, references to
It's just aliens, just how
yeah.
yeah. And I just really like BEM. I think it's a really fun, cool Pokemon. I'd love to see it as an attacker, but that's just my pick.
Cool.
Okay. Apparently, Legends just wants only Metapod. He doesn't care about the other evolutions. He just wants Metapod.
Well,
The greatest defender.
It's Butterfree has sort of been seen with some mob code, so it's fully possible that Butterfree is going to be a mob, which
Okay,
not great
that's cool.
not great for Metapod.
Oh yeah, that kind of sucks.
I saw someone do in the r/Pokemon Unite server a really cool concept for Smeargle, and oh my gosh, like there's the limitless potential of adding that kind of character into the game. It could just lead to so many wacky
Forever
things.
Drones? Was it Forever Drones with Dark Void and
Yes.
Thor and stuff? Yeah, that's
Yes.
Forever Drones. He couldn't make it tonight.
Yeah. That was such an interesting concept. Just because you can just make so many things together. He had a lot of moves that had, when he worded it out, it was really interesting how they would work, right? And so, just something that has that kind of creativity to it, that open palette, I think would be something really interesting.
Hear me out though. Transform.
Ditto.
I can legitimately see Ditto being like a mini boss, where it like transforms into the strongest like enemy, the person on the enemy team when you're fighting it. And if you kill it, you get some sort of buff. I don't think it would be playable, but I can definitely see it being a mob. I think Ditto has potential that way.
Somebody was asking about. Oh wait, did they already go yet or no?
I think.
No, I was just gonna suggest from people who like my only MOBA experience is Hot. Here's the Storm. Is there any kits that people specifically want to get in? Because I'd love to see like maybe Cutafly or have some sort of Brightwing-esque kit or something.
Well, that's why I want
Ooh.
Ditto, is because Rubik is kind of like that, where he steals a spell from the enemy team. Like the last one that
Right.
hero used, he steals it and can use it. That's why I kind of like Transform, because then you can like either use maybe your allies' spells double time, or you can steal the enemy's spells and use them against them.
What if
Their
they
moves. Sorry, not spells.
had? What if they had Dodrio or Phalanx as like Cho'Gall, where you have several people controlling the one
Oh,
Pokemon?
that'd be great.
Six people for one Phalanx.
Oh snap. Let me think of a League of Legends one.
Chimecho with Sona, maybe something
Oh,
similar to that.
that would be actually that would be funny, but actually like so lame because Sona is like the most simple character in League. I would think something. I'm gonna go on the Ditto one, and it's gonna be like this, okay? But like, so Ditto is weaker, but when you kill someone, you get to turn into them, and you can kind of just keep
Oh,
chaining it, like
Viego.
the Viego in League of
Yeah,
I mean,
Legends.
that sounds kind of cool.
Yeah. So
I don't
when
know
you
if the
kill
lore is
someone,
behind it though.
And you could do
that's
like Zoroark as like Nico, sort of, would also work with the
that's
illusion.
true. That's true. Make multiple or like
Yeah, I just
change
want some
it.
sort of artillery mage, like something like Zerath or Ziggs or something like that, just like long range mage. And I hear Gardevoir sort of like that. I haven't gotten a chance to play Gardevoir at all, but I'm
Yeah.
excited for Gardevoir because that's the kind of character I like.
That sounds like sort of long range, try to predict movement. Sounds
Mhm.
like Gardevoir.
Yeah, I'd love something like that.
Someone's asking about the bird swaps. Do you guys know that kind of stuff on the different maps and whatnot? I don't actually
Bird
know
swaps?
myself.
It's
Like I said,
Zapdos as the
Zapdos.
main Baron, Avalugg on the 4v4 map, and Regigigas on the 3v3 map.
I think unless they change it, maybe they change it for the at least in the Canadian beta. It was Articuno was in the
Articuno got changed.
Yeah, for
Oh,
Japanese
they changed it.
Japanese stress
Oh,
test, it
cool.
was Avalugg.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know why, but they liked
Yeah,
the ice
they
table.
brought Ice Table in.
Yeah,
Gotta love Ice Table.
exactly. Ice
Oh.
table.
I only know this guy because he's in New Snap. So
Yup.
I always wondered if they're gonna do some sort of. Why did it restart again? Why? Why is this a thing?
Welcome
Why
back
does
again.
Discord keep restarting? Like, I close out of a like Firefox tab, and
Right.
Discord restarts. I don't get it.
Huh.
What did I do?
I don't know, man. This
But
doesn't
yeah,
like you.
like the Behemoth, that's new Snap. You know. Let me look at
Okay,
just the
yeah.
whole roster. Let's see. Who do they got in that? Absol, I already knew, but he's a new Snap.
Yeah, I made a
Eldegoss, new Snap.
I made a form changing Meloetta concept a couple of weeks ago, like that switches between like a melee pirouette form and a ranged aria form, and I thought that could be something interesting, sort of like a Jace-esque character.
Makes
And
me
then
think of
Talonflame is the last one.
the Here's the Storm equivalent would be Greymane, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with HOTS,
Yeah.
but I trust you.
Or at least in terms of can do both melee and ranged.
But we have Greninja that sort of does that right now, but I was thinking more like
Yeah.
like a more defined like form
Yeah.
change. I think any form changer. I think Aegislash would be a really cool form changer. Anything with a form change, I think it has a lot of potential.
AKA Ditto.
Man,
He's got to be in
that
the
is
game.
a little bit more. That a little too much of a form change right there.
All
you
the
know?
forms.
Kled as Ice Cube, where the face breaks and he
Oh,
gets
snap.
like really fast and stuff. My someone in chat was just saying Kled as Calyrex on the horse though.
That would be disgusting. I don't even want to hear
I don't want Calyrex and please keep him out. Keep out Xerneas. Keep out Landorus Therian. Please don't bring him in.
What
I
is
don't want to see
a Meloetta?
Meloetta
Gen
is the
5
Gen
mythical?
5 mythical.
Yeah.
It's the musical based one, so it has the aria form, which is like the singing, and the pirouette form, which is like dancing, and so it's like a range thing when it's like singing, and its pirouette form is melee because
So it's kind of like
attacks by
Deoxys, where it has different things going on.
Right, but Deoxys you can only basically change its form outside of battle, whereas Meloetta actually can change forms inside of battle by using a move. Whereas
Okay.
Deoxys is like just between battles you can decide what form you have.
Yeah, I guess other form ones would be like what Keldeo, Resolute or not.
Well, Keldeo, the form change is irrelevant. It's literally just the one.
They
I don't-
could make it a difference. The anime did, so
Like Shaman. I mean, Shaman, I guess, would be a better one for that, I guess.
Shaman, yeah. Again, yeah. Just I don't think Shaman can switch inside of battle unless it gets
Nah, it
frozen, in which
can't.
case it like goes back.
Yeah.
If Skyform gets frozen, it'll become Landform, but that's about the only way.
I know a big one that would be huge for skins would be Vivillon. I don't know if that's a popular one.
Oh,
But
because of the colors, yeah.
It has, I know from New Snap, it has a bunch of different looking forms. So you can just like
Yeah,
have a
the
basic
different
one, and
fictional
then
racks. Yeah.
like someone has to buy all the other skins or something.
Yeah,
I
I
can
can't wait to
just-
see what skins they do, particularly like the more expensive ones for more of the non-humanoid characters. Like,
Oh, they're hilarious.
Do
Yeah,
we
I
right,
want
all
like
agree
Lillipup
that
stuff.
Snorlax and the thing
the
around his
pineapple
waist is
berry.
the
The
best
berry, yeah.
outfit in the
Oh.
game, right?
yeah,
Like he just
Yeah,
runs
very
around
funny.
and then jumps on you, and he's just like, I don't know. It's just-
Yeah, I really want like a skin line where it's like corporate, like the corporate skin line from League of Legends, where they all get like little ties and stuff, like Crustle with a tie over his like giant block, or like stuff like that. Or they just get business suits. I think that'd be hilarious.
They could definitely do a
would be funny.
pirate theme. People love the
I mean,
Cinderace one. It
yeah.
seems.
Now, for some reason,
sure.
I'm imagining like Abe Lincoln, Crystal. For some reason, that's
Oh
What?
my
What does that
God.
even mean?
Just
Uh,
toss the
Arcade
hat on
Crustle with a
him.
Minecraft block.
Toss
That's
the
good.
hat on him. Yeah.
hat and a little beard.
I like the
Maybe
Minecraft
just
block
put-
and the portal
Maybe
cube.
just
You can
Crystal with
just
a beard.
throw stuff at it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Crustle needs skins. I'm so sad he doesn't. I'm
Well, I know
surprised.
a lot of
yeah.
people have said birthday cake and stuff.
Birthday cake. Yeah, I think that's gonna. I hope that's a 1 year anniversary thing. The one Pokemon I'm really surprised doesn't have any Holoware yet is Gengar, because I feel like Gengar's popular, and yet there are no skins for Gengar.
I don't know if this is like a real thing, but in Pokemon Go, he has like another style in a raid you could battle and get it. I don't know if that was
That's
Mega
that's
or...
Mega Gengar. That's slightly different. Megas haven't. I don't know if they will incorporate Megas into this.
Well,
I
like
think it'd
that
be
could be a
interesting.
skin, right? That's what I'm thinking.
I'm-
It's just like he kind of looks
Well,
Yeah.
not a,
cool.
It functions
know.
differently is the thing. Is it would be kind of weird, because like I
Wait.
don't know.
Well, I'm
Are you
saying
talking
it's
about
just
the
a skin.
Halloween
That's all.
costume?
Just
Talk
a
about the
skin.
Halloween costume for Gengar? Cause that's on Mega. That's like
It
a
might have been
different thing.
Halloween.
Where he has like a
might have been.
peg sticking out of his head.
Oh
That
yeah,
kind of-
I don't
yeah, he has like a
remember.
Halloween costume. That's pretty like
I will
pretty
I will
swank.
say, like, I feel like I'm probably not the only person, but like I personally don't care if shinies ever get as skins, master skins, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I
I
don't
think
care.
those
I
should be
mean,
mastery based. I don't think they should
yeah.
be paid. I think that would be really dumb, because why would I want to pay for a recolor when I can pay for like Garchomp in like beachwear, because that's hilarious, or like Snorlax with an inner tube is funny, whereas slightly yellower Pikachu, I don't care. I would much rather have drip Pikachu than a slightly yellower Pikachu.
I just wonder, like, do you think they're gonna add any of the actual like Pikachu costumes that are like from the
Oh, that'd be
game?
interesting, because
There's like
yeah, 'cause, I
5 of
mean,
them. There's a lot.
I mean, Pikachu Libre is like a separate character in Pokken.
Yeah, that too. I forgot about
I made a post and I was like, Pokemon Go for their Go Fest has this skin on Pikachu, and people didn't seem to think that was a logical assumption that it could get ported to this game. I was
I
like,
mean,
it was that
if
a
we're talking
wrong
about Pokemon Go Pikachu skins, Pikachu has like 30 skins.
No, I know, but I'm
Oh.
thinking like if this game releases and then Go Fest happens, because it has like a special costume at Go Fest this year. So I was like, why wouldn't they
Yeah.
just put that skin in this game too? But like people didn't seem to like that theory. Is that bad?
I think the reason people are maybe thinking that that's not going to happen, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think the problem is that the skin that they're giving Pikachu, it's not a new thing to Pokemon Go. That's an existing form of Pikachu that existed in Gen 6, and it had different mechanics, like it had different moves. And so I'm thinking people's thoughts are that because it's a different quote-unquote form of the cosplay Pikachu.
Cosplay Pikachu?
Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
I
we're
didn't
talking
know
about like Bell form, Popstar form, Rock form. What they're bringing to Pokemon Go this year at GoFest is they're bringing Popstar and Rockstar form, which are just different Pikachu forms. So I think that's why people are a little bit more hesitant.
Oh,
on them
I don't
bringing
know
that.
anything about Gen 6.
That's why I'm here. This is finally my time to shine.
Yes, Technovoid. Let's go.
Woo!
Popping off.
Popping off on worthless
I know
knowledge
things about the anime.
spin-offs.
I've watched like all the anime, so if there's things
I know
there.
there's a Beedrill in the anime.
Nice.
There's a
That is
swarm,
true.
yes.
I think Megas. I would love Megas in this. I don't know how they would function, but there's just a lot of Pokemon that like aren't that cool normally, but are super cool with the Mega. Like Pinsir is whatever, but Mega Pinsir's
Whoa!
like dope.
Whoa!
Look, Mega Pinsir is a lot cooler.
Whoa! What's
Mega
wrong
Pinsir's
with
a lot-
normal pin? I didn't even know there was a Mega. What's wrong with normal Pinsir?
It just alright. It's just fun. I mean, look, Pinsir versus Heracross. I'm just saying Heracross all
They're
the way.
both cool. They're
Heracross is
both
cool.
cool.
Herrick.
But like
Well,
Lopunny,
I like
Mega
Heracross
Lopunny,
more-
Beedrill, Mega Beedrill.
Like, oh, they got a Scyther. He's
Scyther into
know?
Scizor, that's a fan favorite. I think in the poll that went up for our Pokemon Unite, Scizor got the most votes of any Pokemon in terms of people
Wow.
wanting it to come to the game with 11.
See, I had that I like Scyther a lot, but I actually don't like Caesar. I don't like the red. I don't know. He seems too curved, not sharp. I don't know.
Right. Kind of dulled the edge, I should
Yeah,
say.
like he's got the claws that are curved. Like they do have pointy tips at the end, but they're kind of curved.
They have more crushing power.
Well, he's got like armor now,
The
right, or
name.
something. I don't know
Yeah,
how he
Scizor's-
becomes Caesar, but it seems like he's got some armor.
Something with a metal coat.
Yeah, you trade it with a
Oh,
metal
metal
coat, and
coat, yeah.
basically its base stats don't change, but its base stats get moved around, so it becomes less fast and more defensive.
Well, that
It's
sounds
like-
terrible.
Well,
It's actually better, but
It's only weak to
yeah,
fire,
it's
4
alright.
times weak, but it's still only having 1 weakness is good.
I mean, to be okay, 4 times weak to fire, but can we talk about how absolutely garbage of a typing bug flying is?
Yeah,
Bug
probably.
flying is terrible. I mean,
It's,
4x to rock.
Let's see.
I think one of the worst is what? Aurora's? Ice Rock
Aurora's
is
Ice
terrible.
Rock is so bad.
Yeah, because you're 4 times weak to steel, weak to fire, weak to fighting, type by 4 times. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, no, that's pretty bad. Yeah, no, that's pretty poor.
Yeah, no, I mean, Bug Steel it does have a quad weakness to fire, but that is literally its only weakness. It is neutral or resists everything else, whereas Bug Flying just has a bunch of weaknesses, like barely any resists. So
I-
Scizor does have the better typing.
I already know the answer to this question, but are you happy that there are no types in this game?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I just feel like I had to
I see-
ask it. I don't know.
I see people saying there should be typings. It's like, do you understand how MOBAs work? I don't think you do.
Dude,
I mean, there's no
Machamp
typings
would be
in
better,
Pokken.
right? I think, right?
With all the fairies in the game, Machamp would be worse.
Well,
Yeah,
and
maybe.
there's no typing in Pokken anyways, so
This is true.
Yeah, Garchomp
yeah.
would be garbage. Because of all the fairies. Machamp would be garbage. Crustle would be top tier because of all the 4x weaknesses to rock in the game with Charizard and Talonflame.
Random
typing would
question:
be weird.
do you guys think
Pikachu would
Pikachu's
destroy
range is too
Cramorant.
far?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That
I don't
thing
know why
can
it's
toss
so
an electric
hard.
ball from downtown. Like, oh my god.
The fact that Pikachu's Electro Ball is point and click is ridiculous, I think.
I do think that they toned it down the damage, and particularly the Unite move, the range either seems slightly less or it doesn't just can't just insta win 3v1 or 1v3. But I do think they toned Pikachu down since the what's it called? Beta?
Canada?
Canada,
Yes,
yeah.
that's the word. Maybe the beta. I know words.
Okay, trivia
course.
question. Because I made these. They might be wrong, but they still gotta
There's
be
always
said.
there's always next time. It's
There
always
is.
round 2.
So I did lowest score before.
Mhm.
Now let's do who has the highest. There's only one.
Cramorant, I
No.
believe. I
I know.
According
I
to
know
my
at least
data,
one.
which might be flawed,
Was it Cramorant? Oh no, maybe it was Talonflame with 26.
it's Talonflame.
It's
You
yeah,
can't
it's
look at the
26.
I'm not even
numbers.
surprised.
Are you
I'm
cheating
not-
on the
no,
trivia question?
No, he just knows
I'm not-
birds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I knew it was 26. I wasn't sure which of the birds it was.
I played Talonflame a lot initially before I fell in love with Cramorant, so
Okay, which Pokemon has the lowest total move cooldown? So you take all 6 of them and you add them together, which I know obviously doesn't mean very much, but it does mean something at the end of the day.
know, man.
No, I'm gonna think about this. This seems like an interesting one. And that's
don't
not
know,
including like
Eldegoss?
resets or anything.
What is a no?
Reset. So like if Gengar uses like Sludge Bomb Hex, okay.
Just
know,
base
Eldegoss?
stuff. Nope. So you guys have thought about it for a bit.
Yeah.
I'll say this one should be the easiest question by far.
Oh boy. Let's see.
Absol.
Nope.
No.
I don't know.
There's a reason it's a severe outlier.
I feel like it's not Greninja, because Greninja's like dash is pretty high cooldown, I think. Yeah, so it can't be Greninja. trying to think. Oh, I feel it. No, it's not slow, bro. Because that telekinesis takes forever. It's not. Not. I don't think it's Venusaur either. Because I think Solar Beam is pretty high
This
as
should be the
well.
easiest question.
I'm working my way through.
And yet here we are with no
Pikachu
answer.
just keeps spamming abilities. Pikachu.
Nope.
Dang.
Crustle.
Nope.
What other Pokemon are in this game?
That's why you're not guessing it, by the way.
Charizard?
Nope.
Zeraora.
Nope. He wasn't on the
Alolan
spreadsheet. It's the
Ninetales.
21
Oh,
people.
okay. Oh, okay, got it. Blastoise.
Nope.
What the heck?
Alolan Ninetales.
Nope.
Monsieur Mime.
Yes. Because he has a wall. It has a 2-second cooldown.
Oh.
That
Ooh,
makes sense.
I see.
I think it's weird how they show. I think it's a longer cooldown, but 2 seconds between uses.
2-second charges, yeah.
It-
But I consider that
same-
because if you use it once, it's on cooldown
Well, yeah,
technically or something.
Same thing with Dive for Cramorant. I think it has like a either 4.5 or 5.5 second cooldown, but it can stack 3 charges. But there's a 1.5 second cooldown between uses.
Yeah, that's true. So I included that in it. But yeah, mine.
This is
We got
rigged.
to it eventually.
Because his first stuff is like 6 seconds or 6.5, and then he's got the wall for number 2, and I don't even know what his base moves are, but I guess they're not very long.
Yeah, I
Um,
think it's fairly short.
who has the highest total cooldown?
I'm gonna go throw down Slowbro for this one.
Nope.
Yeah, maybe Slowbro.
No.
That's a good guess.
Gardevoir?
Nope.
I feel like I
Oh,
was
no. Alolan Ninetales.
Nope.
I feel like
way.
the Rare was long. That was what I was banking.
That move's like it's 11 or 13, I forget.
Yeah.
Maybe
so long.
Garchomp.
Nope.
Darn. I feel like those cooldowns feel pretty long. Is it like an outlier as well, or is it just kind of like
Oh, Venusaur?
Nope. I don't know if this one's an outlier.
Beam is long.
Let's see. Back to the spreadsheet.
Let me see. I'm not so sure. I mean, I don't think it's Crust Boy. Crust Boy seems okay. So I think it will be someone else. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Someone else. Yep, that's my final answer.
Are you sure with that?
I think so.
I'm gonna say there's probably a Pokemon in this game that has the longest cooldowns out of everybody. That's probably correct.
I think so.
There is
Maybe you're right.
There is
You
one. It's
may be
probably
right.
not a tie. We're probably correct in assuming it's not a tie.
I think so.
Actually, I think I'm asking the wrong question.
Wait,
Wait, no, am I?
Rigged.
I can check. Wait, no. So this is an outlier.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Who has like a stupidly high cooldown on move? That wasn't Slowbro.
It's all their moves are big.
Yeah,
That's
all
But
of
then,
them.
I guess
because
the
it's
average-
a total. It's not average. It's total. So you take all 6.
Well,
Okay.
it would technically be the average because you're putting them all together.
Yeah, it goes both
Yeah, I
ways.
guess.
But yeah,
Details.
So who do you like use a
Cinderace.
move and then you kind of just sit there and be like, okay, I guess I'm here. I'm just gonna sit here.
I was gonna say
Snorlax.
Snorlax.
I thought it was like a.
No, he's
like
got
a-
like 7-second cooldowns on move 1.
I feel like Greninja's four chickens are low enough that wouldn't be it.
Maybe Cinderace with the
Cinderace
face.
really. Oh, the feint is pretty long though.
Yeah, I
That's
was
kind.
thinking
That was a good
Cinderace
guess.
potentially as well, but
That was a good guess. I like that one.
So I think we're just out of Pokemon at this point. It's Blastoise.
Oh, well, gosh.
rigged.
What do you mean rigged?
I didn't know where. I never played the Canadian beta.
I
don't
didn't
know.
either. I didn't either, but
Rigged.
some people here might have.
Oh yeah.
Well, then those people should be very happy that they got to and had that opportunity because I didn't, and I'm jelly.
If it makes you feel better, I had a lot of ping.
So, you guys, might be missing some
I
of the
didn't-
questions. I'll give you an easy one here, okay?
Mm.
Actually, it might be wrong. So I got it. Well, someone said something and it made me feel like it's wrong.
Are you doubting yourself now?
Yeah. Um, and I'll just check it real quick.
I'm a dip though. I'll talk to you guys later. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Nice talk with you.
Yeah, this one's
It
wrong,
was
so I guess I'll just change it real quick. Who is the Pokemon with the shortest cooldown?
Like the one move is like
One
the
move, yeah.
shortest. Oh. Wait, wasn't the barrier
mean-
like talking about before on Mr. Mime?
Well,
Nope.
that would be with that if you're counting like the thing in between, that would be Cramorant, I believe.
Yeah.
But you're not
Gosh
counting
darn.
that.
And that's why my spreadsheet's off for that.
The
'Cause,
counting.
what did it have?
Cramorant,
Let's see. Cramorant. I had
Well,
5 seconds for air slash. Oh, dive.
yeah,
was
5
the-
seconds air slash. Dive is I think 5.5. It's even though it's not listed because it only lists the charge in between for
5.5,
some reason.
yeah. See, I'm saying this thing
Also-
doesn't have the best data. It's not the greatest.
Yeah. Well, part of it, like I know some inconsistencies are wrong, things that are wrong, but I think part of it we're just waiting. Like this is a good aggregate data, and we're just waiting for the release to actually like be thorough.
The main thing I wanted to like do with this was lowest cooldown is Mr. Mime, which means that he can spam a lot of moves. And that's pretty important in a game like this where like your money doesn't matter. It literally is all moves and like what kind of output can you have with your moves. And the highest cooldown was Blastoise, which everyone said was OP, but is he OP if all of his moves take forever? I didn't play
Well-
against him, so I don't really know what made him OP, but I just thought that like people didn't like Mime very much, but he's got the lowest cooldowns, so maybe people aren't spamming his stuff. And then the opposite for Blastoise. I just
mean,
thought that
there's
could be a talking point.
Could be. I think you need to take into account resets because I think one of the things is that
Yeah.
literally just using for Blastoise for people who ran Rapid Spin. I think literally just using that refresh the cooldown for the other ability and stuff, or at least for Hydro Pump.
No, it
So there's
definitely
stuff
is
like
important.
that. There's if you for Air Slash with Cramorant, if you hit all the blades, it there's a cooldown reduction, like lowers it by depends on where you're in the game because I think cooldowns gradually lower as you level up very slightly, but I think it's
I remember you
takes,
said that.
yeah. But anyways, like it takes like half your cooldown or even a little more later in the game if you hit all the blades. Like if you look at Lucario, you basically you can hit each Pokemon you hit with extreme speed. It resets the cooldown until you either miss or hit the same one again, or not hit the same one because if you basically if you there's a little I guess they used to call it extreme speed marks but like there's a little circle at the base of all the enemies including the mob's feet, and when you use extreme speed, if you hit one of those, even if you hit multiple, the first one you hit it's removed from under and the cooldown is refreshed, so you can use it again immediately. So like if you're facing bees you can use it like 4 times in a row and still have it off cooldown.
Yeah. And that's what makes
So-
him way too strong.
Yep.
And that was in your highlight video. You were just warping back and forth.
Yeah, I think Power Punch is good, maybe more for burst, but there's just extreme speed mobility of just getting in, doing damage. I think there's even I'd have to do reading. I think there may be even a little bit of sustain when you hit people with it. I don't know. It's just it's good. It's so very good. Probably too powerful, but
I saw
Yeah.
you were trying to be the Bone Lord in that video too.
yeah, because there's other things like I've noticed that if you hit someone who doesn't have an extreme speed mark with the first part of Bone Rush, it resets it. So you can hit them again with extreme speed without it going off cooldown and stuff. There's a bunch of little things that I've just found through playing and being observant. A little bit of, like hopefully at least some of the stuff we'll be able to read when the game comes out. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get to play a lot on the stress test because I had like a family like get-together thing on
Yeah, that's
Friday,
understandable.
Saturday, or I don't know if it was Sunday, but so I could play Thursday, but then I had to go to work, and then oh no, it started Friday or it started Thursday night, but I was like, I'll get up early, play, and then go to work, and then go to the family thing. So I didn't really like get to see what everyone saw. And you played Canada, right? Or no?
Yeah, I did.
You
I
did?
played. I played
Oh
too
yeah,
much.
because
Uh,
Cramorant, right? That's where it started.
yep. Yeah, I had like I think I played 400 games in the Canadian beta, like over 200 of that being Cramorant. So,
It's a lot.
yes. And I was in school at the time. Not the best decision, but that's what I
Nah,
did.
it's fine. I actually tried to play on at the like family get together thing, but the hotel's Wi-Fi like wouldn't connect to the
Ah,
game, so
huh.
didn't even work. Because I was trying to play at night when like we were just in the
Yeah.
hotel or something.
Also, yeah, I did play in the Canadian beta. I don't have an Android, so I use BlueStacks. Not gonna do that when the game comes out, but may do.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like emulator stuff in general, if people
Mhm.
are going to do that or not. I guess people
I
really like it a lot.
imagine. I mean, I think maybe people. I'm not sure. I don't think it'll be really used much in competitive, if I had to guess, because like Nintendo. I assume will have nothing to do with that.
Hmm.
And it's good enough as is that it's built for these like Switch and for mobile, so that like you're not at like a you maybe even be at like equal playing field as people in BlueStacks and stuff or other emulators. So I would expect some people want to just because they like to do more on PC or they're more used to it or whatever. But I don't expect it to be that many people. But that's just a guess.
I think it'll be like the best experience on mobile. I feel like
Hmm.
it might be easier to play just the way it's laid
Yeah.
out and every. I mean, like so the Canada beta had the mobile layout, which I thought was cool. This one had the like, I guess Switch layout. I wonder if they're gonna keep them separate or not, because
Uh,
mobile on Switch layout seems kind of trash, because it's in the middle and you're like touching the middle of your screen, so you block everything. That seems kind of rough.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll do it with. It depends on if Switch is a touchscreen, right? If they allow you
Oh
just
yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
yeah. So if they allow that and doing it as a touchscreen, maybe, but they may not as well, just because it's Switch.
Yeah, because then I guess like you go to settings and swap your layouts. That wouldn't be too bad for them to create.
If yeah, I could also see them not doing it and just only allowing you to do um controller and stuff, but I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
guess that would be weird because then you would just use only the tablet and not. You would do handheld mode, but without the holding part. You would
Yeah.
just only have the tablet.
It does feel like I mean, it is nice to be able to play on a larger screen and look at it with the Switch. Are you sure you could like do that with the phone, but you still need to be looking at the phone and stuff to see where you're placing your thumbs?
No, I definitely think like it's a nicer experience to play on. Like I have a monitor here,
Mhm.
because my TVs are CRTs because I played N64 games.
Mm,
Um, I don't have like an HD TV or anything, so I like the monitor because it's kind of like a TV. I think it's
yeah,
nicer than mobile. It's like you're looking at a small screen and you kind of keep it close to your face and you move and you have to like auto attack, so you spam press this button. Um, so I think like it'll be a nicer experience on the Switch, but I do feel like the mobile, like you are able to just do a direction really quickly, right? Like you were saying, I think it was you
mm,
before.
yeah.
Um,
Mhm.
and I didn't really like how you had to hold down L to move the map on the Switch version. But I do you know like in on the Canada beta, I don't know if you know because you use BlueStacks, but in
Mhm.
Arena of Valor, um, I think you just move the screen. Is that how it is? I forget. No, no, it's
Yeah,
just you
well,
move the right joystick. That's all it is. You move the right
well, I
joystick on
know,
Arena of Valor.
yeah, I know at least for mobile, you could either I think tap and bring up the map and do that, or you could just if you're moving with your left thumb, you could use your right one to place somewhere in the middle and move the map around.
Okay, that's
Uh,
nice.
I will have to say that I actually found I turned up the sensitivity a lot for using L to look and stuff, and I found
Mhm.
that quite useful and to be able to like look ahead and stuff, and pretty intuitive because I could just do that. I could be running if I say I died and in the early parts of the game, I could just be like as I'm running back to lane, I could just be scouting ahead using the right stick to look around and stuff.
Didn't this game have a cap how far you could look though, or no? Maybe I'm thinking of
No,
Arena of Valor.
yeah,
Maybe.
it did not have a cap. No.
Okay.
You just want to probably crank your sensitivity up so you can just like skim ahead and then go
Mhm.
back quickly.
That's one of like the huge flaws that like I don't know if I'll really get used to, cause like in Dota or League or really like you have a map that you click on a certain
Yeah.
destination and you're like I want to be here, and then um in Dota you can like, well, I guess League has spacebar too, but in Dota you can have like spacebar or whatever you bind spacebar to look at certain points of the map, but you can't
Mm,
do that with this game. It just like doesn't
yeah.
work. And that is going to be a hard transition for me at least. I don't know about other people, but it's like because I'm one of those people that somewhat like micromanages the rest of the team so that I can see like what is our game plan. I want to go to them, click on their items, click on the enemy team in that lane's items, know how the game is going, see like is the lane pushed, stuff like that, and you can do that instantly on a desktop game, but you can't
Yeah.
do that in this. So it it's hard for me who's like someone who is great because of information. It's just like it's not going to be there unless there's great communication. And that is like that's a hard thing for me to adjust to. Um,
Yeah. I think in Here's the Storm, I guess you could look at talents maybe people have taken. And you can look ahead and see what other people are doing.
yeah, like looking at
Uh,
their levels just instantly. Like you could click on I don't know about in that game, but on the top was there a list of everybody, and you can kind of like click on them if they're visible on the map.
yeah. Well, I mean, Here's the Storm levels are shared, so you can like it's team experience.
Oh,
So
okay.
you know what level you are, they are, and
Mhm.
stuff, just at the top. But there have just been like you at certain levels you would gain talent choices, and you look in the you could do it was a subset of like bringing up the tab menu and stuff. I think you can at least click the I think plus button to bring up the what the current not scores but like you can see everyone's kills, assists, and level and stuff. Basically,
Mhm.
what the end of the score, end of the game scoring thing looks like. So,
Yeah, and that was kind
uh,
of nice. What did you
yeah, and
think of um the like communication buttons? Because I thought they were really bad. Like you can say, "Hey, defend here," but what if you're like, "I want to defend this tower"? You can't like. Do you like move your map over there and press the key buttons to do defend here, and it places it where your
I
map is? Is that how it works? I didn't really
I
get it.
can I can tell only from mobile because so the way it happened in the mobile version is that basically there was a couple pings on the right side that could be like there was like, hey, you did good, or like group up on me or things. You could also bring up the map, and whatever you press was context sensitive. So if you press on one of your own goals, it'd be defend there. If you press on one of theirs, it'd be attack there. If you press on Zapdos, it'd be like attack Zapdos
Okay.
and things, or it would just ping the general place. It didn't seem to be quite the same on console, because but I just don't read Japanese. It seemed like to be a context sensitive menu by bringing up like the plus or not plus, but the up or down button. And with that, it probably has the same range of pings, maybe a little easier to use like one of the sticks to get to. I just don't really know because I don't read Japanese and don't know what any of them mean. So we'll have to see when the game releases.
Mhm.
And I guess I didn't pause to take a screenshot to look at it with a translator app or anything.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I feel like there should be more pings. I don't think that they provide enough information. Um, I honestly
More
couldn't tell you exactly which ones they were, but I know like some are like multi-use. But I feel like if you just have more of them and just kind of you could put on like a button for like a wheel and just be able to
Mhm.
select it with like the
Well,
with the right stick. I think that'd be useful.
I think that's what they mainly do for the Switch version with the controller. You can also, I know at least you can bring up the map and then ping somewhere on the map just by bringing it to the map and then using your I think right or left stick to aim over where you want to ping. But that's
I feel
also
like that was really bad. Like that was kind of like it takes a long
that
time to
doesn't
do that.
that doesn't seem to be the main way you'd want to ping though. It sounds I'm
Hmm.
guessing the context sensitive menu will provide better options once we can actually read what they are.
I hope so.
If it's anything like the mobile, it was I mean there could have been more, but it was I think good enough to at least generally express what you needed to, in my opinion.
That's why I'm like, it's some of the small things like this is why I'm thinking mobile might be like better technically
Yeah,
for
I
small
think
things like this. It's just like
yeah.
if you're gonna play on either of the two and you feel like one is just slightly better, why not kind of just do that one?
Yeah, I mean, depending, I feel like I definitely will play mobile either way if I'm out or something. But depends on if I play Switch at home or mobile at home and stuff.
Hmm. Um. So like there, someone's asking about VC, and Silk responded to him. Do you know like how that works on the Switch? Because I haven't played any online games on the Switch, so like, are you
I do
supposed to just
not.
plug your headset into it and it? I thought that was like an out only, not an in and out kind of plug for
I'm
audio.
pretty sure. What doesn't like Dead by Daylight use kind of a VC or something? I think it does. I'm pretty sure the way it functions is you have to use like a USB headset with like mic, or you could like I think you can put a mic in the USB port either as well. Cause I'm pretty sure like with games like also like Fortnite, right? Or like Spellbreaker, yeah. So it definitely has like an output and an input where you can hear
Okay.
people and then speak it. 'Cause I definitely now that I think about it, I definitely done it with Spellbreaker before. So
USB
yeah,
would work because it does do both at the same time. That's nice. Yeah.
yes, yeah. I've definitely done with Spellbreak, so I can say with USB at least definitely works that way.
That would kind of be nice for me. I have a weird setup where I stream with the headset mic, but I listen to like a speaker audio. So I guess I could just put a second headset around my neck. So one mic goes to the game and one mic, or no, I'd put it on my head. Cause I guess if I was doing a USB mic, it has to be through that and not the speaker. So I guess I would wear a headset to like speak to the game and wear a headset around my neck to speak to the stream or something. Cause I don't know how I don't know how technology really works. But like you would have to have like your game feed going to your computer, right? But you couldn't just have your headset to your computer because then you can't speak in the game. So is that
Yeah,
do you need just
I
like a
know.
splitter for that or something?
Yeah, so what's it called? What I end up doing, and well, first off, I'm not sure if I'm ever really going to use a voice chat within the game. I most likely just use Discord with people I know. I'm not really too keen on just
You
talking
don't
with
like the solo queue
people.
experience? Playing with the randos?
Not quite.
What about all the
But
fans? They want to play with you. Think of the
I,
fans. Think of the children. Come on.
I have fans.
Yeah, cause you're the bird keeper, you know.
I mean, you
They
heard
bird
JJ. He
keepers like
says you're the best player, best Cramorant player in the world. You know, I don't know if there's many others, but you know, there's got to be Cramorant fans, right?
There are dozens of us. Dozens.
No, but I don't know.
Uh,
Like, you seem pretty good at the game. You could get fans. Why not?
oh, thanks. What was I gonna say? Oh, so I do have a capture card because I just use that for I don't know highlights. I'm not really streaming, but what I do is I use uh the put the switch into the capture card. I guess you could do the same thing with a phone, and then I use OBS monitoring to basically listen to the gameplay audio in addition to whatever is through my desktop, which I usually just do for Discord and stuff. So I'm not sure how you would maybe need some sort of capture card to do this, or maybe some sort of if you do have something to capture the audio specifically, you could if you have a USB mic, you could put the audio from the switch, like the headphone port, into your mic jack of your computer, and then listen to that while also using your USB mic or something. If you don't have a capture card, and they're just throwing stuff out there. But uh, I but with a capture card and OBS, I'm able to have it set up to where I can listen to both the game audio and Discord and stuff just through desktop audio.
Yeah, I feel like my speaker thing just is not gonna happen. I don't know. I'm playing like a Switch game. I kind of want to just not have a headset on. Maybe I'm the only person. I just don't want to. I don't really like wearing
No.
headsets.
I'm used to wearing a headset while playing games, so no, that's more for like the. I don't play too many. Well, I guess Knockout City I'm playing a bit of. And that one helps a little with spatial awareness. But
Like I used to play PC games all day, and I would wear a headset, and then I started speedrunning N64 games, and I was like, this is kind of nice. I mean, some people do speedrun and put a headset in their TV, but I was just
yeah,
like, this is kind of nice. I get to sit however I want, wherever I want, just kind of relax. I don't know.
yeah. I think I'm also used to just
Legends loves
if
you,
I.
by the way, so you have a fan.
Oh yeah, I saw. Thank you, Legends. um, the what was I trying to say? Oh, I'm like, well, actually, I don't do too much talking on Discord with games other than this one, but I tend to just be used to like putting headphones in while playing because if I'm talking over voice chat, I don't want the feedback of my game into the mic.
hmm Yeah, it's like I used to like when I played Dota, like I would just have a headset on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I also like have laptops, so if I don't plug in like a headset form, then you hear the fan, you hear everything literally from a laptop back. So nobody wants to
Yeah.
hear that. So
Well, that's why stuff like RTX voice is useful for, or actually Discord itself has noise canceling as well now. There's more technologies to help.
oh
Because I have like a fan sort of behind me because it's a little warm, but I'm assuming it's not showing up on the feed because people aren't telling me to shut it off.
yeah, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, that's surprising. I don't hear a single thing. That's crazy.
Yeah, like I could probably like this is specifically with RTX, like the graphics cards, but I could like type on my computer really loud and it wouldn't come up and stuff.
I know there's certain mics, like actual microphones, that have settings where you can make it so that it doesn't like pick up anything other than the frequency of your voice. Like you can literally do anything else as loud as you want. It just won't pick up the frequency. It's pretty
Yeah,
crazy.
I think this software is sort of like that. Because or like it's only looking for not necessarily my voice, but just using AI to think of like people's voices
hmm
and stuff. So like
Is this the part of where we don't hear it? Is that part of? Is this?
What did he just do it? Did we
I
all
don't
just get?
know. Is he
Yeah.
testing something? I don't know what's
oh
going on. We didn't hear
so
anything.
so
So
yeah, because it was not on the mic I was using. I don't know. Let me see. Never mind. We can save the demonstration for another.
I think that was a good demonstration. You just went completely poof. Yeah.
Or I just tricked you.
Yeah, you could just not talked. Wow, I've been stumped. It's crazy.
so one kind of weird question that I think is somewhat important, or it could play a big role, and I'm not really sure. Um, Legends, informed me of this site Trovo, which I think somebody brought up earlier, um, which is a streaming platform run by Tencent, and it doesn't really have a lot of English people. It doesn't have a lot of people in general. When we checked last night, it had like 38K people total watching the website. We don't really know how many of those are view bots or not, but whatnot. But in general, it's like a small streaming platform. But it's run by Tencent, which of course owns Timmy Studios. Um, do you predict any sort of something going on there? it's somewhat of a random question, but do you think they might? Remember, because like before I was saying streamers, if they don't stream it, whatever, blah blah blah, game bad maybe, or game not popular, not bad. The game is great, but does it pick up tournaments, things like that? Because some people really only want to play competitive. The casual person will still always be there. They'll never leave the game because they don't care about that kind of stuff. Blah blah blah. Um, do you think they're like smart enough to do anything with that? I don't know.
No,
Okay.
honestly, I think it's kind of just a separate product that they work on. I don't think they're gonna try to integrate things together unless it's
Okay.
sort of like rewards. Sort of how some games, on Twitch have like Twitch rewards and everything like that.
What
That's
is
the only thing I can
that?
possibly see.
What is?
Oh,
Do you mean like
so
in-game loot?
like Twitch drops, yeah, like like some games on Twitch, like games,
Oh, like
are like
Prime
connected.
stuff.
Yeah, like Prime Loot. But even I don't think all of them are Prime. Like a Total Return Black Survival. If you watch like a streamer for like an hour, you get like A coins, like their in-game currency, and you can like redeem it.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like that sort of thing. Um, if they stream like the game that is under their, I guess, partnership, then yeah, you get that kind of little benefit, which is cool.
Yeah, from what I understood, I don't think that website has like the like knowledge, I guess you could say, or like compatibility or anything in place to do that. But what they are pretty big on is like hosting tournaments and kind of just giving away money. Not giving away, but like you have to win the tournament to get in the prize pool or whatever. But like I
So
could see them
generally
doing
promoting the
some.
game through tourneys and stuff.
Yeah, like so like the website would host a tournament for X game. Like they're doing ones for um what's the BR with the like jetpacks and guns? And they slide.
Hyper or something. I don't know.
No.
Is that what we're talking about? Hyperscape, I think it's no,
No,
not
no,
that
no,
one.
no. Super
I don't know many.
popular. Let me just look
Apex?
at the Twitch. Yeah, Apex Legends. So they have like
Ooh.
Apex Legends tournaments, and I think they had some COD mobile tournaments and stuff like that. So like theoretically, the site could be like, this is our game. We created this game, so we're gonna promote people to join these tournaments for money. I don't know if they're gonna do that at all. They might, like you're saying, just kind of be totally separate. I just thought I'd bring it up because it seems in. I don't know how like they wouldn't do something. It's just it seems smart to integrate
Well,
your game with your streaming platform. I don't know.
yeah, but you said this is something that's 10 cents. They're
Yeah.
only developing, and the Pokemon Company International is the one that's publishing it. So I don't know how much they could technically say it's their game.
Well, it's Timmy Studios, which is a studio under Tencent.
Well, yeah, no, I understand that. I think part of it could be chalk it up to potentially just don't know if they do it in the first place, and B, even if they would want to do it, if the not Timmy, TCPI would have let them,
Yeah. Well, you guys were saying like the small things they don't care about. So these weren't like there was like a 10K Apex thing that seemed kind of sketchy. But like the other things are like $100, $150, nothing like crazy big.
No, well then could be. I don't know. It's all just speculation at this point.
I just figured I'd ask because I've only asked Legends and like I don't know. It seems like a weird site. Like it's a 10-cent thing, but it's really small and it still exists, and they haven't like scrapped it. I don't know. It seems odd to me.
Yeah, I actually had not heard of it until you just told me. So
Yeah, like
that's
literally, I didn't
kinda
hear
weird.
about it till he told me last night, and like
Yeah, same with me. I think what was it like that potential, like not leaked photo or not leaked, but like of.
Oh yeah, so he posted that because we were looking at it last night. That's their game
Yeah.
directory picture, which had
Yeah.
like Altaria, Dragonite, something else.
It was Azumarill and
Yeah.
Garchomp, I think, the other two.
Yeah, I don't know what
Yeah.
the top right was, but people were saying Garchomp.
I think Garchomp. I don't know. Just take it with a grain of salt. Like things are open to change. I'm not gonna put much weight behind it. Partially, even you could always just look back at like Clefable was in the announcement trailer and is nowhere to be seen. So
I made the video on that, which people seem to like. I don't know. It was a really bad song because I made it really quick and.
Oh yeah, that was the. I think I suggested you do that, right? That was
Oh,
great.
were you the one who was like gonna follow up on it or something?
Not follow up. I was one to think that's like saying that someone should make like a tribute video that's just like the 10 seconds, like make like it'd be funny if they do like ramp up like it's gonna be a long tribute and then just like the 10-second gameplay clip and then just done and that's it.
Oh. Yeah, I brought the
But yeah, no,
streaming
that was
I only brought the streaming platform up because I don't know. I figure like people might go to that platform. Like I don't know, because I don't know like who really streams on it. It's kind of weird. It's a pretty weird place.
well, it could be also something that's just not as much in the West as well. I don't know.
They had a
Spitballing.
lot of Spanish people. Like I knew the Dota. Like when I looked at the Dota directory, I was like, these are pro players. Like what's going on here? They're just like on this website instead. I guess. I don't know.
Interesting.
And they have a big like GTA RP thing over there, and I was like, that's kind of the same here. It's like, Well, obviously it's nowhere near the same in scale, but you
Yeah.
know. So are you gonna stream the game? I know, like you just said kind of before that you don't. You record stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like putting in I don't know a time or effort to stream. I feel like recording highlights is decent enough. I don't know. Maybe things will change, but
What if
yeah.
I told
very
you
early future.
that you could like play the game but also stream it at the same time?
I know.
I don't. I always just say it to people. I don't know because people
Mhm.
sometimes don't think about that. Because it to me, for example, like I stream to nobody, but it's no like effort to stream. I just kind of start the stream and play the game. I don't know if a lot of other people think that way, but I don't know. I just think you're gonna be good at the game, and people probably want to watch you play. And you got a big fan. Legends loves you. You know, he's your biggest fan.
Wait,
wants to
Fletcher, do you
watch.
have a Twitch channel?
Not
I
even a
have
channel.
I have a Twitch account.
A Twitch account, that's
There
what
you
I
go.
mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you just like rename it like Birdkeeper Fletch? I think
Yeah,
that'd be
do that
funny.
or the tag or something. I mean, I do have a brand.
What's your brand?
Well, birds.
Okay, makes
Yeah, I
sense.
think he takes
I
pictures of
made
birds. I've seen them. They're pretty good pictures.
On Twitter or
yeah.
something?
On I think I
Instagram?
cross-posted to Twitter, Instagram. It's a small thing, but
Is it the same name
yeah.
as your name?
Yeah, I think it
Cool.
has my actual name, and I think it's just like Fletchahh.
Did it just crash again? Oh my goodness. Why? Why does it crash, man? Why? I don't understand. It
Did
just,
Go
Firefly
again.
do it again?
yeah, it just,
That's insanity.
maybe it's when you speak. I don't know. I gotta look for a common denominator thing going on here.
Yeah, I guess it's
Wait,
interesting.
maybe
With
do you
the
have a hotkey maybe that disconnects
I
your phone
wasn't
call?
even pressing anything. I was just sitting here, enjoying,
Oh,
listening, you know?
wow.
And
yeah,
it froze
I don't
and
know.
then it crashed. I don't know.
I guess with streaming and stuff, I'm definitely like totally down to join on other people's streams and be part of that. Maybe it's just like either the upfront commitment or doing times and things that's I'm I'm less willing to start trying. Plus, like I'm full time in college. I'm just off during the summer at the moment, so I'll have less time then.
But it's the same time. Silk, are you gonna be streaming the game a lot?
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be in college, but like I think I can find a lot of times. Like even if they're not like long streams, I can do a lot of streams that are but like like 1 or 2 hours in a day. So then like 2 hour streams, like 4 hours. Bang. That's a decent length stream right there.
What's your
So yeah.
major?
I major psychology. Or forensic psychology, I guess
You're
to
gonna
be
have a ton of
specific.
time.
Nice.
Yeah, you're right.
Time. Like I did accounting, there was like 0 homework. I had a ton of time to play games. I don't remember
mean-
any of my psych friends having homework.
I also compete collegiately in a sport though, which cuts a little bit of that time down.
That's true. What do you play?
But still, plenty of time. I run track and field and cross country.
Nice.
Oh, nice. I love sports. I gotta get back into now the pandemics or everyone's more vaccinated. I gotta get back to playing like ultimate frisbee, volleyball, and stuff.
Ultimate Frisbee is dope. I love Ultimate
Yeah.
Frisbee. That's a good chill
real
game.
quick, Pona, I think forever. I'm not sure how long this is gonna go on, but I think Forever a Drone is available now. And stuff.
Oh, we'll tell him to come
I
on.
don't know.
Sure. He can just join right now.
Yeah. There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
there.
Welcome.
Oh shit! I gotta mute the stream.
Is it true that you're the person that made the Mr. Mime Crustle video?
What Mr. Ryan Crossell video?
Fletchahh, you lied.
No. Could be. I was
Can someone
thinking
just
that it was
Google it
maybe...
and play?
I was the
through?
one that made the. I wrote a big part of the beginner's guide script with Technovoid.
Got it.
Can someone just
Yeah.
stream that video here? Because I want to see whatever it is.
Let me see. Let's see if I can find it really
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, yeah, that's really all the content I've done has been helping him with that guide. And I'll probably be helping him with all of his future videos as well, because I have a bit more experience in the genre. So
I think I found the video. Let me see.
Is
Let
it
me
the
share.
Cabasco one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I see it too.
See, here's your first, streaming opportunity right here.
yeah, I mean, technically this is the second time I've been on a stream, but the first time I had phone mic, because it was during the JP beta, and I'd bought a headset for my Switch, but I didn't have it yet, so I was just sitting on Discord with the phone mic, and it was not good. I stole the VOD somewhere.
Wait, yeah,
Let's-
that's the video. It's Cabasco. That's the one. I just skipped ahead. That's a funny video right there.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on, I think, JJ-kun stream before and stuff, just as playing, but...
That's not.
Nice game.
Someone's got to stream
That's
the
the wrong
video.
one.
Alright,
Yeah,
My
Wait, wait,
computer
wait,
cannot
wait.
handle right now if
Okay,
I load up the
I'll-
video.
I'll bring
like,
it
it'll
up.
just. It probably won't like me very much.
let's see.
Fletchahh, so you're gonna bring it up? I can click it right now if you want.
Nice.
Yeah,
Watch
there we go.
stream.
Okay, you got it.
And it's decent
Let's
quality. 'Cause
see.
I have Nitro. So
Oh,
the audio.
Big boy.
oh, yes. Here we go.
Well, he got out though.
That
That's the
one.
first attempt. That's the first one. They're working. Here we go. Oh snap! And they're stuck.
That was crazy good. Wow.
Like you can just get like that little nice little slap on them, and then yeah, that guy's just done.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like all just from one game.
just
Oh,
kept
so
doing
you
this to people.
do confusion first.
Wait.
That makes sense. Because it pushes them. I
Yeah.
get
Why
it.
did the score?
Yeah, not into it.
Okay, the scoreboard griefed that though. Or not the scoreboard.
Why does
the
everybody
rabbit
say
griefed
that?
He had
People
no
are
reason
just
to die
bad.
there.
Okay, people suck at the game. Everyone's like, he's
Yeah.
inting. I'm just like, no. I'm just gonna
Okay.
like.
To be fair, as like it's a league community thing, right? Like it's sort of lost its meaning over time to just mean somebody playing badly as opposed to someone like actually intentionally playing badly. But yeah, like the rabbit played that really badly.
No, I
What
know.
did
Like
you
in
vote
Dota,
for?
we have 322 and 644 and 966 and all that. But
Yeah, 3-2-2. Oh god.
it's all
That's
about
even
solo.
I think he called collecting TP scrolls now. Because they made that change where every single time you die, you get a TP scroll. So, someone's running it down, you're just like, yeah, he's collecting TP scrolls.
Oh. I haven't played.
Oh,
in a
That
while.
seems like
whenever
a
you
yeah,
killed or something.
nice trick.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever you die, you get a TP scroll. No.
Got it.
I don't like changes like that personally, but what are you gonna do?
I just sort of accepted the frog works in mysterious ways, and you just kind of gotta roll with the punches.
For sure. That's how it be.
Let's see. Why is your name so hard to type? Oh, it makes sense, but it's hard to think of.
Mine?
Who's?
Forever a drone. Because I gotta make
Oh,
sure
I
I
can
don't.
it's a
just I can
mystery.
swap to my more common name. 1 second.
I'm
No,
guessing
no,
it's
no.
a
I'm
missing
making
E
text
that-
boxes
that
on the
most-
stream, but I gotta make sure I
Oh.
don't put the right letter, and then the A is capitalized. It's a whole nightmare. It really is.
I mean, like,
It's
I
hard.
think more people would know me by Lazadin, so
Oh, that was you. No, that's Larius.
Yeah.
My bad. That's a different person.
yeah.
Wait, are you
Let me,
Larius?
I am not Larius.
Okay, I didn't think so. Well, just how do I spell
Let
it?
me-
That's all.
Lazadin. I'm actually going to change my Discord name to that.
Okay.
Oh, heck, what's my password?
It's not a big deal. I already updated it. They don't even see the names because my mouse isn't like actively moving around on Discord. I just made text boxes for people, which weren't updated for like forever, so they were kind of out of whack for a long time.
Oh, there we go.
But now
I
it's
mean, I
fixed.
thought it was funny because things were still generally in the right spot, and then everyone else was just like on the side.
Just something
Nobody
like-
told me. We lost like the first person after an hour and a half, and then it just sat there for like an hour, just wrong. And I was like, great, okay.
It still looked solid, you know. So wasn't trying to.
I
mess
just
it
figured
up
they could
anymore.
rewind
It
and
looked good.
see it looking good. So, a drone, what do you have to say?
About what? I have many different things I could
Nope.
say.
We're jumping into another trivia question. Here we go. Which Pokemon, and it's only one this time, and this should be correct still, has the most area moves? No cheating at all.
So
No looking up
area
anything.
boost. Okay. So area of effect.
This should
okay.
be pretty obvious
Right.
as well.
Oh, is it Venusaur?
Yes.
Mm. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Say that's
that makes
that's
sense.
6, isn't it? Or are you counting the Unite move?
I think I did. So Venusaur has.
My guess, my guess, if it wasn't Venusaur, would be Charizard because I think all his moves are.
He has
AoE too.
4.
I think except for Punch.
Is Punch on AoE?
I don't know if it's. I mean, it probably hits more people. I don't know if it's counts. Maybe more as a dash. It's weird what they.
Oh,
they don't
area.
have one
Oh, I
thing.
see what you mean. Yeah.
If it's just labeled area, that's all.
Okay.
By the game.
Yeah, I feel like Gardevoir probably has a lot as well.
I don't know.
Venusaur has 4. Okay.
Which
yeah.
Pokemon has the most sure hit moves? No cheating.
Pikachu.
Yeah, it's Pika.
No.
Really?
Pikachu only has like one. right?
No
Oh,
cheating.
sure,
No
Pikachu.
looking it up. No looking it up. Pikachu
Oh, besides I forgot about
has-
the other one. So it's 3.
Pikachu has 2.
Yeah, he has Electro Weapon. I called it Light Ball in the video, but it's called Electro Ball.
So, who has more than 2?
Oh gosh.
Actually,
Who else
multiple
is
have
easy
more
to
than
play?
2.
Oh, it's probably Talonflame's one of them.
Nope.
I guess.
Talonflame
Talonflame
has 0.
Sure hits. I would say I don't think he has any.
yeah,
I
they're,
thought-
they're labeled there, yeah.
Yeah, I thought Peck was sure hit. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I think Talonflame has the most dashes. If I'm going to preempt you on a question.
I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised.
that doesn't sound even remotely surprising.
Yeah,
Machamp has.
Talonflame
Does
has
Machamp even have
6 of
any?
those.
No, I don't think he does.
Sure hits.
Yeah, maybe
Well, I
they're,
know it's
they're
definitely not-
because I feel like
I know it's definitely not Gengar. Literally, all those things are
Yeah.
because I know like
not.
Aerial. I said Talonflame because I know Peck and Aerial Ace are both sort of sure hits in terms of you can only activate on someone, but they're not labeled as it.
Yeah.
It's a hard question.
It is a hard question. I'm like going through all of them, and like there's barely any sure hit.
The reason why you guys don't know is because this Pokemon, I believe, is one of the most underrated.
So
Don't
it
tell me
doesn't
it's
have to play the game?
mime.
No, it's not Mime. I think Mime's trash.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He's still the one that I want to play, but I don't think he's that great.
That's a big yikes. Okay. So then it's okay. Let's knock this out. Not Pikachu. It's not Eldegoss. It's not Ninetales. It's not
Not Wigglytuff.
Talonflame. It's not Wigglytuff.
Yeah.
It's not
It's none of the tanks.
yeah. It's none of the tanks. So then
Oh, is it Cinderace?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
shoot.
I only knew hi OJ.
Flame Kick
I only knew
or whatever. Blaze
I
Kick
only knew
or
Unite move. I did not actually get a game of Cinderace, unfortunately.
I didn't play as him either, but I feel like he can be broken if you just use the moves correctly.
No, yeah, I think it's a pretty good character in general.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially like
Like,
Feint is kind of disgusting, like the amount of mobility it gives, and like also there's potential for outplay because you should get like the free dodge and ability and just start kicking people with your amazing movement speed and attack speed now. It's kind of crazy.
mhm.
I think I have one last question. What Pokemon, there's multiple, have a move with the highest cooldown?
I think Alolan Ninetales is one of them. I'd guess.
It's
It's probably Veil.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I'm guessing
11
Veil.
seconds is the number, but I don't
Yeah.
know the moves.
Is telekinesis on there?
Telekinesis isn't that long,
It
I
is.
think.
It's
Is
11
it?
as well.
Okay.
It's very long.
Oh snap! So it Feint
And
and Feint.
Yep.
There we go.
guys-
Let's go.
you got a
Nice.
question, or did you already get? Oh, you got Venusaur, maybe.
Yeah.
Was it first?
No, I
though?
got Venusaur.
Was it
That was
first
my
try?
first.
I think that was the first like
Well, it's
flawless one.
this is a group effort. This
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that was
technically you also got the lowest cooldown one, but you kind of already said the answer beforehand in a different question. And I had Mime written down anyway, so I'm gonna say that's not, whatever. So yeah, good job. All three. I mean, that had 3 Pokemon. You had to guess 3 of them. That's good.
And I think I even got the number right.
Yeah, it's
11 seconds.
which is pretty long. So Cinderace, Ninetales, Slowbro, maybe not the greatest picks.
But Cinderace doesn't necessarily rely on cooldowns to do damage.
Exactly, and
That's
that's
the
why
thing.
he's the most underrated Pokemon ever.
don't
I think he's
Cinderace is
very
necessarily
strong.
Underrated. I think a lot of people say, or a decent amount of people also say he's
Yeah.
strong.
I always
I
hear
don't-
people are like Talonflame greater than sign Cinderace. And I'm just like, I don't know about
Okay,
that.
that's
different
like such a yeah, I would say that's such a like a random comparison.
A lot of
but,
people
like,
are
yeah.
like, if I want an S tier, I'm just gonna pick Talonflame because they're the
It's
same
like
group, right?
Talonflame greater than all.
No,
No, a
I
lot of
feel
people
like
do think that,
Talonflame Talonflame feels like a Pokemon that is just hilariously overrated because he thrives in the absolutely garbage environment that was the JP like stress test.
I think
I just
Brave Bird
think-
does
I-
do a lot. It does
Mobility
a
is
ton.
insane as
Yeah.
well.
But other than that, I
Yeah,
don't know
think
if it's good.
I think it's good. I think it's good at scoring, trying to backdoor scoring,
Yeah.
as well as good for like cleaning up kills. Because if you take Brave Bird and Aerial Ace, you can pretty easily take at least half someone's health very quickly.
Yeah, and I don't know, like I'm not exactly advocating for using Unite moves just to get around places, but that Unite move comes from off the screen into an area, so it can like we're talking about maybe last 30 seconds you have like 50 points, just took out Zapdos, still got a bit of timer left, and you're just zooming across the map, and there's nothing they can do about it.
You could also, if you catch a couple defenders, you could like run defense by moving them away from the goal or something
Right.
as well,
I have a
and
question.
then just Brave Bird back.
I know I should know the answer to this, but if you get Zapdos and you go on like the second to last goal, is it instant and you still get double?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
The double thing is after the 2-minute
Last
timer,
2
right?
minutes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought, but it's still instant.
Yes,
Yes,
it's still
those.
instant.
Zapdos is still
Zapdos,
instant.
yeah, it targets every goal.
Is there any sort of
The
strat
one-
where you just don't get a second tier and like
Mhm.
you in one lane you don't push, you get the first one but you don't get the second one and you just wait for. I have this vision, okay, a big vision. It's
No,
you
because
know
it's pretty easy to just, as long as you don't die, just walk up and score at the main goal. and
here is
stuff.
a big brain blast. Okay,
Here we go.
what if the meta turns into I pick a team lineup that wins Zapdos and that is the goal. I don't care about anything else. I win Zapdos.
I feel like you'd want something that more reliably wins Dreadnought. That way you can snowball the game into a Zapdos. Or snowball the game into not needing the Zapdos.
What if you pick like some weird ass like Russell Mime Ninetales thing and you just put up walls and you're like, I'm gonna get the last hit.
Dashes and mobility save
No, I
though.
know, but I feel like there is
And
something
like
like
Venusaur.
in Dota, there are Roche lineups. There used to be. They kind of went away because like they destroyed level 1 Roche. You couldn't do it. But there used to be level 1 Roche teams, right? So like there, and in League, I'm sure there's some things going on, but maybe
Well,
not.
most junglers, like now in League, like most junglers at like level 4 can only be one dragon, so it's like, eh.
There's a couple that are better at it, like Nunu. But
that is like that makes you scale faster, right? Because you get more dragon
in
gold
a
or
way.
something.
A lot of the modern League meta comes down to either drafting the better scaling team fighting comp, or you like get 3 Drakes out of an early game comp and hope you can get the 4th one before you get outscaled. That's sort of the League meta right now, and it has been since Dragon Soul was introduced.
Okay. I think there's going to be like goals where people only care about certain things, and like maybe not necessarily the entire game. Like for example, it could be like just turbo farming one person, and like maybe you get him a champ that's like mega over leveled, and that's a strat. It's like completely one thing in mind, and
Yeah.
you just roll with it, and like I don't think the game's like that one-sided, but I feel like something like that could happen. That's why I do think Machamp could be really strong with like a super control lineup if he just runs at everybody. Like maybe you get like a Ninetales Machamp thing, so you slow him and then Machamp runs at him.
I feel like the champ is better into Ninetales than it is with it.
Well, I was just thinking because
I
Ninetales
feel
has that like damage debuff thing.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like Machamp feels like almost more like an assassin, or wants to like just bush gank.
He feels like the old Garen meme, like from season 2 or whatever. But also he feels like a great counter pick for like CC oriented lineups.
He definitely is. So Legends wants me to ask how you guys feel about a rotating jungler throughout the game.
Yeah,
I feel like that
about this
already is
idea.
a thing.
I thought
Is
it's
it not?
fine. Like it's kind of like the jungler, right? After a certain point, they're kind of capping off. They like hit a cap on their XP, and so I think it's okay. Like, because you're gonna be stronger than the rest of your team if your team starts to indulge on a bit of the jungle farm, because definitely can help them to catch up on XP. Because jungle can just get hard farmed for boosting levels.
The farm should always go to the person who needs it, right?
Yeah, like the carries, you were like gonna be able to put out the most like DPS or just damage. Yeah.
So like I obviously
Yeah,
didn't
and
play jungler, but why can't the jungler after they do their routing or whatever just never go back and just destroy lanes? Like why can't they do that? Like kill
They could do that.
Pokemon.
Like
They
I feel like that's
could.
better than going back to the jungle.
But typically the junglers, like the typical, like, okay, the ones that the game tells you, right? Gengar, Talonflame, and Absol, the ones that they tell you, like speedsters, are characters that do a lot of damage. So typically, since they do that, they benefit from having a lot of XP. Because they can just solo take over games, except for maybe Gengar. But
But isn't it better to like do that damage to a Pokemon to ruin their game versus like
If you
being
take
Gengar and kind
camp,
of falling off or something?
well, there's two different ways. Like, there's two different prospects to it. One, Gengar, especially with Shell Bell, does benefit a lot from getting HP back from camps. And two, like
But I
if
think
you,
just killing camps in general gives HP
yeah,
back a little bit.
yeah, it does. But I was mentioning the Shell Bell in particular because you usually get like
Yeah, makes sense.
1 or 2 Brocs. But yeah, Gengar, but Pokemon like Gengar, like Talonflame, like Absol, do better when they're ahead. And if you get an XP lead, it's easier to burst someone down, so you can then use the XP from that bursting someone down to get more ahead. So sure, you could just like chain kill people, but it's usually more XP to kill someone, go kill a camp, go back and forth, right?
Don't you
Plus
just
you
like
get the
lose the
buffs back.
game while you farm though?
Not necessarily.
like-
I mean, like it depends. Okay, obviously it depends on your teammates'
Yeah,
decisions
yeah.
or whatever. But like there's in League, right? There's like a couple main 3 ideologies when it comes to playing like a jungle. It's either you're farming hard to like become that carry that has the XP and the gold and the resources to try to take over the game, or you gank to try to get your like your laners ahead, or like just try to like get your team ahead, right? Or you just you're purely looking for objectives, right? Because you think objectives are going to win the game. I don't think that last one applies as much. In Unite, I think that it can go hand in hand with ganking because the objectives are right there next to it, Rotom and Dreadnought. So it's
Yeah.
not like a huge commitment
Of
to
course,
only go
up
to one.
until the most important objective, Zapdos.
Yes, until
Yeah.
that does, right?
So like
Um,
in Dota, junglers phased out because they like weren't
But
like lanes weren't strong enough, right?
junglers phased out in Dota because the jungle received chain nerfs to the point where
Yeah,
it was
no,
never
like-
worth farming ever.
The camps might like, give like less XP and less gold, but like you can still jungle. It's just better to
terrible
have-
unless you're Crystal Maiden.
well, like the main thing is for years now it's been about having secure lanes. Like that's all
Yeah.
it is. So you can't have a jungler because you lose some lane somewhere. Like mid used to be the 1-on-1, can't do that anymore. It's got to be like for a while. Like when there was a big change, it was like 3v3. Like everybody was just sitting mid, all the supports. But like you can't have a jungler now because they can't they can't be mid randomly on the other team. I just see it where like during a game 2, it's like there is a huge like you have to push people to stop farming and to do things. And from what I took from the game, I felt like you had to score a lot early on to get a lot of XP because if you score early, you just become a higher level than the other team. And I felt like that alone was very important. Like being
Right.
one level above them doesn't sound like a lot, but it feels like
Oh,
you
yeah.
just do way more damage. And like if you're sitting in the jungle, you can't like push a lane. So those 3 people don't dunk or 2 people don't dunk their like orbs. And I felt like that was extremely detrimental, or it would be,
I mean,
if they went back to the jungle and left, and then their jungle comes out and just stomps your lane so you can't like get anything, so you fall behind in XP because you don't dunk ever. Like you can kill
if
stuff for
you-
XP, but dunking
but
I
if
felt
you
like gave a
go
lot.
up, if you go up and you kill a core fish, though, you basically have, when you are not showing on the map, you have presence in 2 lanes as a jungler. So that
Kinda.
is,
But if the
like,
meta is
yeah,
to not
people
come
care
out,
about that. Yeah.
yeah.
but
Yeah,
but if
and
the
plus
meta is to not
going
come
back-
out, then you're not really on both lanes.
Well,
Well,
it's
yeah.
more of a threat. Plus, you can go back and get the buffs again.
Yeah, buffs too.
I don't think the buff like
I don't think you're okay.
buffs.
So
I feel like
you
buffs
didn't really
matter for-
do a ton.
yeah,
They-
like the
they
one
matter a
that
lot.
slows is nice.
In the beginning,
very
I think they matter a lot, but
I
after you
would
clear it
never
once,
underestimate them.
I don't know.
I would not underestimate them, especially this low.
Yeah, the slow one's really, really good, especially if you're like melee. Like if you're like a guard chomp or something, it's kind of very, very beautiful to deal with. Like that's another thing though. For the farming aspects, I think it's better to like kind of focus on farming. If you're a character that struggles early, where you trying to go to these lanes, you're not going to have as good as impact until you get to like a certain level, get like a certain move, right? And so that's your goal. You're like, I'm not going to try to just be flailing around useless like some kind of magic carp or something. I'm going to wait till I can actually be useful before I start looking for things. And I'm going to hope that my team can, play safe enough or play reserve enough where they'll let me take the time to get to that point where I can have an impact for them.
Maybe I'm not looking at it right, but I feel like every Pokemon has fine like basic moves. No, maybe not every Pokemon,
Gibble.
but I feel like if
Gibble,
you're
I was
gonna
say
gig something,
yeah, that's
well, yeah, Gibble, sure, not the greatest stuff. But like for example, you could just be like Snorlax with your basic moves, and you're fine. Lucario, he's got quick attack, so he has a dash, and he has Meteor Smash, which does I think a lot of damage, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of just jump in and punch him, and
I'd say,
like, is that not good enough to kill somebody?
No, it is. I think another one though, like another side is like Greninja. I mean, well, you Froakie to Frogger to Greninja because he has bubble for the longest time, and it's extremely underwhelming when you hit like that, like you're like 6 minutes in, and you're just hoping, you're just praying, you're trying to get as much XP as you can possibly get to War Shuriken because your game is actually irrelevant. Besides that, you're literally just playing on the gimmick of trying to use was like double team or smokescreen. Like smokescreens,
I think Greninja's just bad. Maybe that's
you think so?
Oh,
crazy.
no.
I disagree.
I don't
I
think
don't
he's
know.
terrible, but I don't
Maybe
think
in the
he's
Canadian beta,
that
but it's
great.
You got a lot better in the Japanese beta.
So like smokescreen, I think is really good. Do you guys agree with that?
I just
Yeah.
use double team because I like the dash. It's a longer dash that you can go forwards.
The thing with Greninja is I don't think you can ever I don't think there were enough Greninja players that could play him properly to judge his power level outside of like exactly peak.
Did you pick Water Shuriken or Surf? Or
I
what do you
pick
think
Water
someone should pick?
Shuriken. I would always go Water Shuriken.
Because I feel like without Shuriken, you have 0 damage, right?
Your DPS suffers extremely. Yes.
So
if
like,
you do
if you pick Water Shuriken, that's kind of all you want to do.
yeah,
I
so
don't
you're
think
looking.
that's very much from a guy that you're gonna put in the jungle to power level.
Oh,
He's gonna come out with like a Water Shuriken. Is that?
If you hit all the Shurikens, it does a lot of damage.
yeah, it's
Yeah, but he kind of like dies easily.
And then his boosted auto is like when he goes in like melee, it does a decent chunk as well. It's like a crit, right?
Yeah.
He's just really good like weaving and like kind of moving around people, not letting them hit him, moving in, back, moving out with his yeah, he's more of a higher skill cap character, but I think it's still very good what it can do.
Fletchahh,
I
you're trying
know,
to.
I know it's like a
sorry.
melee range difference, but like Lucario versus Greninja.
Lucario is insane. I think that is one of the most
I
You think it's just broken?
I think Fletch's been trying to get a word in for a little bit
sorry.
here.
I don't know. Oh, great! Now I'm on the spot. I think Greninja is closer to like an ADC, anyways, than maybe an assassin. Like closer to than for some of the other attackers. Like closer
for sure.
to what's it closer to Cinderace and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. I was just like, I had seen you get interrupted like 4 times in a row. And I was like, I hate it when that's me. So
I agree, Fletchah. I agree.
But Cinderace has damage moves. That's what I like.
so does
Greninja.
Greninja.
Yeah, but like Cinderace has high auto attack plus damage moves. I don't know.
I'd say Greninja does too. I mean, he
has Shuriken, but that's kind of.
Yeah, the Shuriken does a lot. Like it has a really low cooldown too. Like so,
7
when
seconds.
you're using. Yeah, no, I mean when it gets boosted, right? What do you do? Healer or like lowers cooldown or heals or something like that. I forget what it does, but I think it only heals with Showbell. But yeah, that's what I use.
No, it has a baseline heal.
Okay, it has a baseline heal.
Unite DB says restores the user's HP.
Okay.
Yeah. I do think Surf can be good if you're fighting a bunch of near mobs because you can just heal off of killing mobs and stuff.
Surf. Sorry.
I think it healed or it resets if you use it to kill something.
Yes.
So,
I would say before you judge Greninja too harshly, I would highly recommend Peak's video on the subject.
So,
Oh, I'm just
Yo
throwing stuff
Cup of
out there. I don't know. I don't know much Greninja. And stuff.
Yo Cup of Joe said auto attacks lower Shuriken cooldown. Is that a thing? 'Cause, I mean, that's pretty huge. If so.
Yes, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I was thinking it's cooldown lower somehow, but yeah, it's auto attack. I mean, it's like it's attacks. They do lower the cooldown. That's why you're able to like output so many shurikens in the duration of a fight, and why it's like an ADC, like Fletchahh was saying. It's a really pretty high DPS character.
Okay, I guess I'll just have to see some people play
Yeah.
more.
The only garbage part of Greninja is the Unite move.
Let's see. I don't even remember what it is.
Bad.
Oh,
Well,
because you think the cast time's too long or something?
Yeah, people can walk out of it if they're on the edge. I think.
It also doesn't give you the shield until the end of the duration. So,
But
Oh,
what
yeah,
if
that
you
was
have
different.
Crustle and Mr. Mime on your team?
Well, then you can kill them without using their Unite move.
I'm pretty sure you do more damage with Water Shuriken than you do with the Unite move.
Well, no, you use the Shuriken, and then they die, and then you use the Unite move on their bodies. That's what you do.
That is probably the best use of Water Burst Shuriken.
Style on them.
Yeah, when going back thinking of what's it called, Venusaur's Unite move. I feel like the best part of it is the move speed and attack buff. Some could say.
I don't think
I
I don't think I played against a Venusaur at all. So
just saw a question in chat: is Unite balanced? I couldn't tell you. Like there wasn't enough time to realistically say that. Plus, things could change on release. Felt relatively balanced, but
I'd
Felt
say it
balanced to
felt
me.
balanced, and also it felt more balanced in the stress test than from the Canadian beta. And I played a bunch of the Canadian beta, so.
I personally, and a lot of people disagree with this, that's fine. I personally think things do damage when they shouldn't. Like
Like what?
I don't like that Snorlax's thing does damage. His heavy.
Oh, it's Heavy Slam?
Yeah,
Ah.
I think his heavy slam doesn't need the damage. You know, it's just
I
like
mean,
stuff like
does it do
that,
a lot?
which I feel like things do damage when they don't really need to. And most people say it's just like a bad opinion, and that's fine.
I mean, you and I have gotten into this a couple of different times, and all the examples you've been.
Oh yeah,
up
that
have
was
been
you.
just-
Yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh,
Like
it's-
supports always do damage. Like it's not a new thing. It's been in every MOBA. The only support that even like Dota has that doesn't do any damage is like who was it? Oh gosh, I don't even remember who it was. There was like one support that doesn't do anything. But every other support does damage, and that's the case for almost all the games. Like everything does damage.
Let's talk about Eldegoss, because I kind of rolled that conversation. Tell me why I should pick Pollen Puff.
Well, you see, you have the possibility to have like 3 heals, which is kind of what is it, 3 or 4, well, 4 including your passive, which I don't know, that's kind of nice. You don't need it. You already have enough other sustain, but it's good.
If you're supporting a melee Pokemon like Garchomp, you can heal it while also damaging the enemy Pokemon at the same time.
Wouldn't I rather make them move faster? I think the ally movement speed buff is massive.
Depends
and
on
that
the
it slows the
Pokemon,
enemy.
right?
I feel like that's massive. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that great. I don't know how long it lasts, honestly. But
It's not that long.
I feel like giving
I'd say
them
movement speed is maybe better in organized team comps, but like in just playing with random people, Pollen Puff's probably
because
better.
like I could catch somebody out with a tornado and they're slowed. I think it slows, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
It just does damage and buffs your.
Oh, and the decreased accuracy at the higher level seems pretty damn
Which
good.
means reduced vision, probably.
Oh wait, is that not like evasion? Not evasion, but like
I don't know, dude.
I thought that was like hit chance is decreased.
There's been some arguing about what that tooltip actually meant, and nobody's actually quite sure.
The vision thing I was kind of confused about because it never happened to me, but I didn't know.
Yeah. But I would argue that Pollen Puff is better than Leaf Tornado purely because you get more of them off in a fight. Like that alone. I don't think that one Leaf Tornado is ever going to be worth 2 Pollen Puffs, or 2 Leaf Tornadoes is ever going to be worth 4 Pollen Puffs. You know what I mean?
So, like, somebody said that melee is good, right? You want to do it if you have a melee teammate. Wouldn't I want that melee guy to be able to move, like, in front of them so he can, like, attack walk them better or something? Maybe not.
I mean, no, that's a fair point. Like I'm saying, I don't think.
Oh,
I think he does honestly fine. I don't think.
Oh, I was thinking of
Well,
leafage that
terrible.
slows them. So leafage slows, tornado moves you faster. That's why I got
Yeah,
confused.
yeah, the speed.
Yeah.
So like that's
honestly,
why I
is
love
pretty
leafage.
nice.
It's just like I get to get my guy who's like next to me to attack walk while I just slow the enemy. So it's like it's kind of like the same argument here. Where it's like I get my guy going faster than theirs, and it seemed like a decent like range. I kind of like it. But do you guys think Pollen Puff is better?
Pollen Puff is definitely the more meta pick at the moment.
I
don't
think
know.
that's only because nobody thinks to pick a damage or.
Yeah,
I
and
mean, the
Yeah.
Pollen Puff
that
is
could be-
damage too. But...
Yeah, and that's a valid point. I just I don't play much Eldegoss, so I don't really know.
Did
Yeah,
you guys
I,
have them on your team at all or no?
I played it.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a shitload of Eldergosses.
Did you like when they
Um,
used Pollen Puff on you? Do you
hell
feel
yeah,
like
dude.
it did anything?
It healed a fair amount.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do feel like I saw more tornadoes, but I'm
Sorry
not
about
sure
that.
if that's just because that's the recommended one they start with. You know what I mean? Movement multiplayer.
It's
I-
I think it's whichever's on the left side is always recommended, right? Because that's just default.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Pollen Puff then.
Oh, it
I don't know
is?
if in game
Oh.
it was left, but it probably was. It would make sense that they make it left.
It was left.
Okay.
Oh, then I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I think default then would be Puff. Okay, so let's do the other move set. Cotton Guard, which I think is broken. Maybe not broken, but very strong. Versus Cotton Spore, which I just never picked because when I used Cotton Guard, I was like, this is broken. I'm not going to try a different move.
It's like, okay, do I want healing or do I not want healing?
It's
Oh,
apparently
nice.
stuns people, or it knocks them in the air.
Is this better? Sorry, I just took some volume levels.
That's good. You're a bit louder now, but that's probably better.
Cool. Yeah, I just saw someone in the opponent's chat saying my volume was a bit low. So cool. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but proceed.
Anybody
I don't
like
know.
Cotton Spore? It knocks them up. It's an AoE. It seems like a decent range. It makes you faster. It does damage. It knocks them up. It makes them slower. So that's like a lot of things going on at once.
I think it only knocks them up on the
It's at the end, yeah.
at the positive version, the plus and stuff.
No.
No.
Oh,
Plus
oh,
is
oh,
reduced
still knocks
damage
up?
taken while using this move.
Oh,
So
I'm
it
not
seems
sure
like a
if-
very
maybe-
self-centered thing.
well, it seemed like
it
was
has a
buffed.
delay on it.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
think in the
thing.
Canadian beta, I don't think it knocked up, but I could be wrong.
The Cotton Guard is 7-second cooldown, and this one is 10 seconds too. So maybe that's not the greatest.
All right, hear me out, right? Would you rather be an Eldegoss or would you rather be a bad Snorlax?
I was just thinking that.
Oh, is that? I get it. Yeah.
Just because the AoE knockup, I'm always like Snorlax. He
Yeah.
seems better than everything that's AoE stun.
The only thing that even matches Heavy Slam is level 11 Surf.
But you could be a Snorlax with Leaf Tornado. How about that? Does that rate? at all?
That's no.
A speedy Snorlax.
Hey, speaking of speedy Snorlaxes, did anybody ever see a Flail-lax? Like,
No.
did
I
they
did.
exist?
Yeah,
Actually.
I saw a
it
couple.
once.
I
Yeah.
killed them, but I saw a couple.
It sounds not bad. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I think it sounds cool.
I never saw one, so I don't know what it does.
I think it probably similar to thing. You run a little faster, and it deals a bit of more damage the lower health you are. I think.
Yeah. I mean, like, I know what the tooltip says it does, but I don't know,
Yeah.
like, how relatively
Mhm.
strong it was.
Yeah.
Oh, Cup of Joe said Io. But Io is a carry, so
True.
Io cannot be the damageless support. But I guess he's not a support at that point. But his balls do a
Yeah.
decent amount of damage.
Spirits are a pretty insane amount of damage.
And they slow?
Yes. And Tether used to stun.
Yeah, that was very nice, actually. That was like I gotta be like really good, now it just slows, right?
I'm pretty sure that was also like 15 years ago. So
Yeah, and that was when relocate was not a like you could move. Now you have to stand in place, right? Something like that.
I
I think it's a channel in place
remember.
now. Because it used to
mean,
be.
you can still move.
I don't think so. Because it used to be you would use it a mile away, and then you would just tether at the last second.
I think you can
There's
still do
something
it.
that you can't do with that. Maybe it's that you can't tether while you do it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not going to look into Wisp.
Larius says Eldegoss OP, so I think that's the final judgment.
Yes.
Cotton Cloud Crash, I feel like is good, and I never really used it in the right position.
Is that its unite move? I'm trying to
Yeah,
think.
you go in the air, and you can choose when you land. It does damage, a very small amount of damage.
Yeah.
It gives a shield to no.
I think it
I always
heals
forget.
everyone and pushes people back.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you have
It
multiple
restores
seconds
HP. It doesn't give a shield.
Yeah, I think the fact that you have multiple seconds of invulnerability, just even using it, is quite good.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate Zapdos fighter where you go over the top and you come down because other people can't really do that as well.
Yeah, if you time it right. But yes.
Well, it's just like when the teams are fighting, you just kind of
Oh yeah.
you can even come from like the left side, and you just walk over everybody, and then you just ground pound, and then because it does knock them up in the air, which is pretty big.
Yeah, I think it pushes them back and heals your team. That's what it does.
Yes.
I feel like it's really good.
Yeah, it was a good engage tool and a good disengage tool. I don't know which one it's better at though, honestly. There's a lot of unite moves that feel like the use case is kind of weird.
I don't understand the defensive unite move. I really think that's bad. I feel like you surrender the game if you use like a unite move defensively.
I mean, it depends because I've used it's Kramer. I've used his unite move and killed like 3 people. Granted, they weren't great players, but like while defending a goal.
Those people were running in circles. I saw the clip. Okay. It was
Cinderace
you.
was
I don't know if you were in a bush or something. They were just running in circles.
No, well, I think it was a couple of Greninja double team clones, and then it ultimately ended up being a just Cinderace that was trying to score and just sitting there taking it.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, Cramorant's unite move is like really good, but
yeah.
So what's the verdict? Can you stop it or no?
Stop which?
Can you stun him out of it?
You can kill it. It's unstoppable. So
okay, that's what I thought.
You want to kill it, or you want to get out of the area. That's basically your options. So
that's why I feel like it should be hard to use the ult. I mean, obviously everyone sucked, but I feel like going forward, if people know about that, it's going to be very hard to actually use his ult to be in a good position because everyone will either kill you or run away.
You use it from a bush,
yeah,
or you use it in a team fight where there's a lot of stuff going on. People are having a hard time paying attention or focusing you, or if there's some people, if you're basically to finish 2 people off, because the fish and Pikachus, they bounce once, so they hit 2 people if they're decently close together. 3v1 you probably don't want to do unless you're on a goal or something healing, or you're about to kill someone. But it can 2v1 pretty decently and stuff.
The radius is also pretty freaking big.
It's big.
Yes.
He's a turret.
Also, I
I was
used to.
thinking of the that new Dota 2 hero spell where they literally just sit on the other side of a lane. Yeah,
Snapfire.
Snapfire. Seems like the same like that, where like if you literally don't stop it, or you just run away, like you said, you actually just die from because that's magic damage, and
Yeah,
it really does seem
it's
like a
funny because
nightmare.
I also before they changed Air Slash Plus to be healing on hit, I ran instead of full special attack stuff. I ran Buddy Barrier, which basically helped give more like and now at this point it gives like a 40% HP shield to you and your closest ally who's low on health if there's one that's close. Because that can help turn the tables in terms of like, oh, well, I have like 40% more HP if you thought you were just gonna burst me down and stuff.
So
Yeah.
someone, Legends was saying Cramran ult with Mr. Mime walls. That really doesn't sound bad at all. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Feels
Um,
overkill, honestly.
Yeah, it's usually end up killing people, or at least it's good. It's a really good zoning ult because they either have to leave or take a bunch of damage or try to kill you.
Do you think they'll ever rework Unstoppable? Is that just going to be a thing forever?
Oh no, well I don't think they will for that. Oh, for his ult specifically.
Unstoppable
I don't
in
know.
general, because when I think of Unstoppable, it's a Black King bar from Dota, where like this is an item that you usually have to buy, and for a short amount of time you get immunity from most skills.
Most with
I
most
But
with
like
like
this,
8
you're
asterisks.
getting it on
Yeah.
certain Pokemon for free during like Unite moves. So like Eldegoss gets essentially
well,
it.
it's not just Unite moves. Like part of the reason why I like Cramorant so much is dive. It's unstoppable while you're moving.
Yeah.
So, like if Machamp wants to use submission against you, you're like, okay, well I'll just dive while you're using it, and you don't do anything to me.
Epic.
Is Unstoppable unfair? Because what I hear is
I
Cramorant
don't know.
has 2 unstoppable moves, and that seems pretty crazy.
Well, it's similar. I mean, if you could think of Feint as sort of an unstoppable move that also you just don't take damage and stuff. I'm trying to think what else gives unstoppable. I mean,
A
full
lot
heal
of
gives unstoppable.
unstoppables aren't very long duration, right? BKB, part of the problem with BKB is the fact that the first BKB lasts 9 seconds or something stupid like
I think
that.
it's 10 down to 5, or maybe
Yeah,
down to 4.
like it is an insane amount of time. Like I think stuff like Kramer and Dive Unstoppable, which is probably less than a second, like maybe.
Yeah.
But he can spam it all game.
You can save. You generally want to if you're playing. I play Cramorant with Air Slash Dive. Plays more of an assassin. You want to go in and kill the back line and get out because Dive can have up to 3 charges and stuff at once. So it can be useful at times to escape, or if you read them well enough, you can do it also to dodge Charizard's like the seismic toss part of his ult and stuff.
Yeah, like I'm not trying to say it is BKB. I'm saying like in Dota, you either have to choose to like buy this item or not. But
yeah, well,
but in Unite, certain Pokemon just have it in certain circumstances.
I do feel like the stuns and stuff are generally
It crashed again.
My only experience is with Here's the Storm, and the most it's unstoppable. I feel like is given more freely here than there. Usually, you'd maybe see like a support or like healer have like a on a long cooldown, like be able to give unstoppable to someone else for a second.
Or the entire character of Deathwing.
Well, yeah.
I'm just thinking about Machamp, where his thing is I'm unstoppable and I do a lot of damage. If other Pokemon have unstoppable in like similar cases, that definitely devalues him.
Right? I don't think
it does a bunch of damage.
I don't think it does though. Like it's a there's a lot of like Larry said, there's a lot of hidden depth to it, and it also adds a lot of there's a lot of like small moments of potential outplay where if Fletchahh
Yeah.
can time his dive perfectly to stop a CC, then like he played better than you, but like maybe you could hold your CC and it just becomes a a game of chicken. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, that means Cramorant's really strong. Like if he can do that if he can play that mind game and other people can't, that means he's better.
But everybody can play that mind game, right?
I don't think so.
Well, if you're on the other end of it, I think is what he's saying.
Well, yeah, like if you're the
Sora can
other
play the mind game.
Pokemon, so like let's go with Eldegoss. I have a Unite move that gives Unstoppable, but during the game, I can't ever become unstoppable. So,
I mean,
like-
you can take full heal, which is 2 seconds of Unstoppable, as well as getting you out of whatever the CC is on a 40-second cooldown.
so what I'm getting at is if I'm Eldegoss versus this Cramorant, I can shoot a tornado and he can just dodge it. Apparently,
No, the tornado doesn't
you'll
matter
take
at all.
damage.
Yeah, it's not invincible. It just means you're not slowed or stunned. Is the basic, if you want to say.
okay.
The only
then-
Pokemon with like temporary invincibility. Well, I mean, I guess Machamp has an invincibility move, but Greninja has basically Mantha dodging.
Then let's say I'm like Mr.
and also what's it called? Cinderace has Feint, which is invincibility.
Yeah, true.
Let's say I'm like Mr. Mime and I want to use the wall confusion combo.
Mm-hmm.
So you get hit by the confusion, but you don't get stunned, right?
Correct. If it's not pushing me into it, but
That's
you have to use
to me,
it
that's
when
a big advantage.
Yes, but you have to do it in the middle of the dive animation, and you still
Yeah.
take the damage.
Like if you just like got outplayed by the Cramorant then, but like you can outplay like it. There's a game between the two of you to determine like you can bait out a dive charge, like you can.
But the Mime, on the other hand, can't do that as well.
Yeah, he can. He can totally bait out a dive charge.
He can
No,
play on the other end of it.
Does
He can't
Mime
necessarily
have
do it.
an unstoppable move?
No, but Cramorant doesn't have any CC.
I'm just saying this buffs
Well,
Cramorant.
I think
That's all I'm
dive.
saying.
Excuse me. Fletchahh's Cramorant doesn't have any CC.
I think dive has at least an interrupt, like a small, what's it called? I think displacement, very small, but that doesn't do much. The only thing I've really seen it useful for is like if another teammate is in a telekinesis or something, it would interrupt. But that's about it. Yeah,
I'm just trying to say it makes Cramorant, even if it's like luckiness, better.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
well, that's part of the kit. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's part
If
of
you
the kit to be able to outplay someone, right?
Yeah. Also, the ones that I'm taking aren't nearly as like Surf Hurricane is a lot of burst and stuff.
Let's see.
Like the other moves.
Yeah, it's the one that goes out and it comes back. And the knock.
I mean, Surf itself is specifically.
I thought you said you like Air Slash.
I do. I like this stuff more. I'm saying those other things are viable, just a different playstyle.
Oh, okay.
Stuff.
Would you?
Just tend to...
Do you think that if you didn't have at least a little bit of unstoppable on the dive as a safety tool, that it would be nearly as good?
No, I don't think it would be as good. I still think it'd be probably pretty good because you have
Isn't that the point I was kind of making?
Well, it's a part of the kit.
Yeah. It's a matter of like, does it make it too strong versus like it's just part of the kit, man? Like,
yeah, because there's things like I've been, like I think in one of my like highlight reel video, one of the things was I dove, where when Pikachu was using a Thunderbolt, the one that stuns, and I was diving right as it happened. I probably still took the damage, but I didn't get stunned there and stuff. I think, yeah. I think honestly that's the outplay potential is with that, and the fact that like Air Slash resets on cooldown, or reset cooldown reset to make it lower when you hit it all. I like how.
Do you have to hit it all?
The outplay potential. One? It does maybe half. I'm not sure the exact numbers. Maybe half a second for each blade, and there's 4 blades.
Oh, okay.
And stuff. So. the thing is, because if you miss that move, you're not only doing no damage, but you also have to wait the full 5 seconds, rather than if you hit it, you do the damage, and you also have like half the cooldown you would otherwise. Plus, late game with Air Slash Plus at level 11, it heals 100% of the damage dealt, at least in the Japanese beta. So that's your sustain. And if you miss that, that's on 5-second cooldown. And if you're around some of the people, you may end up dying and stuff. So part of the reason I like the character is because of the sort of like, well, part of it I like is because you're able to do a lot of things at once. I feel or like you save up the dive charges, but you're able to use abilities quite often, and it's more of like trying to see when to go in to dive, when to only poke with air slash and stuff. I just like sort of the interests and challenges that come with playing the character.
So you're functionally playing Gengar, but you're playing Cramorant.
Yeah, I feel like.
Is that a thing?
I still have a dash I have a dash that holds 3 charges that's unstoppable that doesn't require me to well, if you're thinking of a hypnosis, to hit somebody and stuff.
No, I don't think Hypnosis is particularly good.
Yeah, I've seen one person use it well. I think Etley I always forget how to pronounce his name. In the Canadian beta, he was really good at just deleting individual people. But I haven't seen him around since then. They're in Discord and things.
But yeah, like it does seem like a very similar playstyle. I do think that like in a game that is as simple as Unite is, with like you only really have 2 moves most of the time, you want to try to keep as much skill expression in those 2 moves as possible. So things like Cramorant's Micro Unstoppable is a really important part of it.
Yeah, well, that's part of why I like it as versus, no offense, opponent, but like Eldegoss is great, is powerful, but is just particularly with the shield only having one really move you have to aim is less engaging for me and stuff.
No, I mean that's no.
I like playing support. I like that's why I like playing. I mean, even if it's I like playing supports. I like playing Mime and Wigglytuff more and stuff.
No, like I've been saying this like every day. I don't think Eldegoss is super hard to play. I think positioning wise, yeah, because that's like
well, yes,
all
there's
you have
always
to do, so
positioning
that
and
is
things.
extremely important.
Mhm.
So like
I'm
at
not
that
saying
level,
there isn't skill expression and stuff.
No, I know, but like
But-
I agree that it's like you are just a walking like healer and stuff, and that's why I don't think it's like super fun to play, and that's why I expected that nobody would have played it when I asked you guys before, but you guys said people still picked it. I thought it would just be an unfun pick.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably powerful enough to still be, and maybe being only the only support that can like. I mean, I guess other supports can peel, but like just save someone from low health and stuff.
This example will only make sense if you play Heroes of the Storm, but like there are legitimate Lieutenant Morales one tricks out there. Like it just happens. Like some people just vibe with characters regardless of how boring they are.
It's funny because I'm a support player. I like Brightwing's my favorite character and stuff.
Oh yeah, she's one of my top 3.
Yeah, but yeah, Lieutenant Morales can be effective, but just yeah.
I think I have like an 80% win rate on Lieutenant Morales, and it's still one of my least favorite heroes.
Yeah, well, at least you have the grenade with that. That's something.
Yeah.
I will say though, I do think I play Eldegoss differently than people, which is shown in the tornado thing.
Different,
but
definitely, I feel like more people play probably, maybe because more they're recommended or because people like Relisify or talking about it and stuff. Like I think more people play Surf Air Slash or Surf Hurricane, but I don't know which is more viable. I feel like in the long run, probably Surf Air Slash what I'm taking, but it's just so much more fun.
Tornado has like a 9-second cooldown, I think it was. Which
yeah, 8 or 9
pretty
seconds.
big. And the AoE is not even like that big.
It's more of a confirmation. It's more to try to get Surf confirms because Surf did a lot of damage.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. And level 13, it does more damage.
Yeah, well, it's the same with
Dive.
Dive.
Oh, never mind. No, that was my bad. That Dive does more. Surf.
Yeah.
Places.
Dive, you generally
condition.
you do a bit of damage. Yeah, Dive, you generally do a little bit of damage. You want to try to hit them with it, but before level 13, if you miss, it's not the end of the world because you still end up picking up a fish or a Pikachu and can hit them with that and stuff.
I'll have to try dive when that comes out because now that I'm looking at it, is the 1.5. So, is the charge time actually the 1.5 seconds?
Yeah, it used to be no cooldown in between, but now it's a 1.5 second cooldown between uses. The cooldown itself is 5.5 seconds.
5.5. Okay.
So I generally basically don't use it on mobs. I just use air slash to get the kills and then save it for when I want to PvP or try to take someone out.
Yeah, the idea of getting 3 fishes sounds really good. So I'll definitely try that.
Yeah, I mean, you can technically get 2 fishes with surf, 1 for each wave. It's a little inconsistent, but
I'm back, friends.
Hello.
Hey there.
I gotta
But
update
yeah,
this thing again.
just I feel smart when I dodge things with dive, or when it's a lot of sort of knowing when to go in and when to not and stuff. Just sort of learning with that. But it's a lot of fun. That's why I think part of it I like it because honestly, also because it's not as played as much. I tend to like to. I mean, I gravitated to towards the character because I like birds, but I fell in love with the playstyle and partially also the fact that like no one else was playing them, at least in the Canadian beta, it seemed.
I think I saw like single-digit Kramer ants in the JP stress test too.
I played with one.
I think it was a little more popular in the stress test, but yeah. Also, for some reason now, what's it called? What is the name? Whirlpool chunks for so much damage now.
Yeah, it does so much damage.
That was weird. It's really weird.
I think part of it may be just because I saw it more with items with scaling from. I think scaling from special attack is more impactful early game and stuff.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, I'll bring this up again because this is from. Let me see. I just a little in the Canadian beta, just a little slice of information. Which one is it? There we go.
What are we watching? Oh,
this is just just a slice of information from the Canadian beta and stuff. And this is even I didn't know about specs yet. I was still running Hurricane Dive at that point and stuff, learning. But as you can see, at level 5, having Shovel and Wise Glasses, it's almost a 20% increased damage versus 13% at level 15 and stuff.
Yeah.
And they may tweak things. I hope we can at least get a little bit of data mining to not have to reverse engineer like the damage equations. If so, we will. But anyways, maybe
That's interesting how that affects like actual gameplay. Like imagine someone playing with like no items or low leveled items versus someone with like max level items.
Yeah.
That means at the beginning of the game it's more substantial, and later in parts of the game it's not as substantial.
Yeah. Yep. With the exception of if you take the either attack or special attack stacking on dunk.
Yeah.
Which are actually pretty good items.
Don't take the cookie though.
Yeah, I try that. It's just
the math's just not good.
Whoops, sorry, I meant to stop the stream, not stop sharing.
I want to take a look at the like.
Oh, you want to see it again, or what did you do?
What?
What did you want to take a look at?
Oh, what? What is going on? I am lost.
Okay.
Just keep moving on.
Yeah, I had this discussion with Pollux, I think. And like basically the most important part about the items like is going to be getting that level 20 because you do get 100% of the like big benefit of the item.
Agreed.
But is that how that works?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 0, 10, 20.
Yeah, so at level 1, level 10, level 20, so on Wise Glasses, for example, the percentage special attack increase is the 1, 10, 20, and the flat special attack is 1 per level.
Yeah, I think it's what 3, 5, 7%.
Yeah, 3, 5, 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. usually like at level 20 you're getting at level 20 you're always getting like 66% of the stat value and 100% of the passive value. At level 10 you're getting 33% of the stat value and then like
Half,
usually 75% of the
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I think the passive is just the most important part.
yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be so substantial. I mean, well, they're not that big, but like at the top level, if you're not maxed out on your items, you're gonna have a hard time. I think
Agreed.
if other people are maxed out.
Yeah. I think you'll be like the difference between 20 and 30, especially past laning phase, shouldn't be that big of a deal. But the difference between like 19 and 20 is huge.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm debating. I may just get like because I used to run 1 defensive, which is Buddy Barrier, and 2 attacking items on Cramorant. But if I switched now that Air Slash Plus heals on all damage dealt, I switched to doing using all attack items, because at that late point in the game, the more damage I'm doing, the more I'm healing as well. So
The best defense is a good offense.
yeah,
Leaf Tornado, you're right.
plus damage items in general just help you with like killing mobs faster and stuff. So
Yeah, I actually was considering running
I mean, that's what I did with Wigglytuff on the games I had, because
Yeah.
that's the items that I
Well-
had at level 20 anyways. But
yeah, like Slowbro in particular, I feel like there's a lot of like the tanks especially. Like the DPS, I think their items are gonna be pretty obvious. Like it doesn't take a genius to figure out the 3 items that Cinderace wants.
yeah.
But like I think a
I'm-
lot of the
I don't know. Am I dumb? I don't.
the crit one,
Is one of them Buddy
muscle
Barrier?
band, and then like pick your favorite third one, because just the muscle band and
Yeah,
crit one of the big ones.
could be what's it called? Floatstone, could be.
What happened to the whole Buddy Barrier meta?
Buddy Barrier, Energy Collector. I don't like.
Yeah.
Like
One thing, at least for Talonflame particularly, but Squish Shield is good on Talonflame.
Score Shield seems like actually really strong.
Yeah.
Feels
I
like a
like
trap.
Buddy Barrier, even if it doesn't have like. No, the shield's great, but the base health it gives is higher than like any other.
Oh yeah, Score
not-
Shield is or not Score Shield. Yeah, Buddy Barrier.
Yeah,
What
Buddy
600?
Barrier is
yeah,
a must.
max is
I
like
think.
600. Like, oh my god.
I don't know,
Yeah.
but like there might be an argument to say it's not worth it on like damage based heroes.
I
No,
took
I
it
could
before
see
before I switched to what's it called? Before I switched to all damage items, that was the one defensive item I had on Cramorant, because Cramorant ult roots you, and if they're gonna try to kill you, having more protection during that is good.
Yeah. I feel like the only hero I could see an argument for not Buddy Barrier is Venusaur, because pressing your Unite move just feels like depression anyway.
Do you mean? Do you mean you don't pick up Buddy Barrier because nobody's gonna pick him?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. And there's also the Buddy Barrier also helps a teammate with a 40% shield as well if you're close. So
Yeah.
you can try to help save someone.
40%? I don't think
Yes.
it's that much. Isn't it? 15%?
No, it is.
Eldegoss,
it is.
Buddy
It's
Barrier,
40%.
best thing
yeah.
in the world.
20, yeah, it's 20,
20,
30, 40. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Um,
honestly was worse than what it
That's
was in
just
the
so
Canadian
broken.
beta. Canadian
and
beta
you know
was even
what's
better.
beautiful
But it
is
literally goes
that
on everybody. It literally goes on everyone.
No, I think
That's-
it says, are you sure
It
it goes on
does.
everyone?
It
Ah.
it does.
I
It
thought,
shouldn't. Okay, well, it shouldn't, and it says it doesn't, but it does.
That might be why I thought Eldegoss's Unite did give shields to everybody. Potentially.
Well,
oh,
yeah,
it could be.
'cause
Yeah.
every time I put that on Snorlax, because that was like the one item that I knew. Because I'd read a lot.
Actually, no,
play
I
either
didn't
of the
have
other
Buddy
ones.
Barrier. Never mind.
And I played on Buddy Barrier, and I was like, I heard people talking about how broken Buddy Barrier was, and I was like, okay, well, it's time for me to use Buddy Barrier. And I tested it, and it's on everyone. And I was like, all right, hard broken. And like my Snorlax ultimate, instead of becoming a, because like, you know, obviously you can put Buddy Barrier on any character, but like, do you really want to be using your Cinderace ultimate to heal your teammates or kill things? No, you want to use it to kill things. You know.
In a team
It
fight, you
helps.
could be doing
Yeah,
both.
It helps, of course, it helps.
Yeah.
But for me on Snorlax, I can be getting like my ultimate has one usage, which is to protect myself and other people, as opposed to like okay, well, I could pop it to help people, or I could just use it to frag,
Yeah.
or of course, both in like team fights. But on Snorlax, I think
used-
it's an
I
absolute
used
must.
it
It
to
is a-
stall heavy slam cooldown. That's what I used Power Nap for
It-
most
it
of the
is-
time.
It is kind of crazy that it basically heals the full if you take no damage as well.
Snorlax.
Yeah,
I think he'll heal himself more. I think because like
Wait, what are you guys
If-
talking about?
Snorlax's Unite move.
Snorlax's. If Snorlax taking like, if I had to guess exactly how much he's healing himself, I think he's healing himself something like 150% of his actual HP.
Huh.
I'm pretty sure you can take about 50% of your HP and get out. Because there's like you can cancel it early by
Mhm.
pressing slam and jumping, or like you're like heavy slam and jumping out of it.
Yeah.
Which is good to do sometimes, but you have like a distinct amount of time on the ult left, and I'm pretty certain you're healing yourself the whole time. Also, I didn't even know until like the second day of the beta, I like went at night, and I went until like it was late at night, and I went into like a custom range and like figured out exactly how the mechanics of things work, and like I found out exactly how you do your second movement on Snorlax, which is weird. It's strange. Like
You
if
have
you
to
Wait,
You
what
mean
do
the
you
press
enhanced
the
auto
button
or
again,
what?
right?
you press the button again, but
Yeah.
what'll happen is you have to aim. So like when he lays down, right, he can roll onto either side. You can't roll up and you can't roll down, like towards the head. or towards
Oh,
the
that what you mean.
But
Interesting.
if you aim, like you hold your control stick to the one side, it'll go to the other one most of the time. It's weird. Yeah, it's legitimately weird.
Intuitive
And the
game
thing
design.
is, like,
And you still
like
play this
if you press it
Pokemon?
once, yeah. If you play this one, if you do it and then you like hit it again, it'll cancel the ult immediately.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you press it 3 times, it cancels it. Yeah, so it's like, it's really weird. Like I was doing it, I'm like, why is my ult just disappearing basically like, in the custom range? And then I actually like found out about the ability to like hyper level yourself
can-
really quick and stuff like that. I was like, oh,
You
this
can
is
cancel
bad.
Cramorant's ult, and there's been a couple times where I'm like trying to get it out furiously and then activate it, then cancel it immediately.
That's the nice thing about Buddy Barrier, and it'll be even nicer not in ping, like or not Buddy Barrier on Snorlax's ult because you can min max the crap out of that. You can literally
See-
wait till you're 1 HP and then you pop in and you don't die because you get
The
you
nice
get the
thing
Buddy shield
about-
stuff.
The nice thing about Slowbro Unite is I just press the button and I take my hands off the controller. Like,
Well, that's the same thing for Cramorant's. You still need to be
Cramorant's
aware.
ult does a
but-
lot of damage, man.
So that is
Yeah.
actually one of the downsides of Eldegoss, where I don't know how long it is, but you can't instantly use the Unite when you're in the air. I was like spamming
Yeah, I
it
see
and
what
it
you
wasn't working. I don't know the
There's
exact
the
timing.
animation of it flies up or something. You have to
But
play.
even after a little bit, I was pressing the button. He wouldn't go down. So
Interesting. I will say best counter to at least so I've heard best counter to Slowbro's ult is just full heal. You can just get
Yeah.
out of it.
Hey,
Yeah.
and what's the best counter for Crimorant?
walk away.
Kill it or walk away.
3
is
people
generally-
running down onto it in the lane.
I'll write that down.
can
Got it.
you move it while it's in the ult, or is that
No.
unstoppable?
No.
Whatever.
No, you're just unstoppable. You're rooted. You can cancel it
Yeah.
whenever you want, but
It's a
and if you cancel it,
demon burb.
if you cancel it, you still have like the generic move speed from Unite and stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's
generally-
weird to me. The whole Unite speed for some Pokemon.
I will
It's pretty
say
crazy.
the one thing is it's just as if the enemies are decently close together, it's basically just as effective 2v2 or 2v1, 1v2 because the fish or the Pikachu bounces once and stuff. If you're 3v1, if you're 1v3, then there's one person you're not going to be dealing any damage to. But for Cramorant's ult,
I just
but
kind of
if
want to
it's
throw it out there that you probably
1v2
shouldn't be 1v3.
With Cramorant's ult?
I mean,
Yeah.
if someone's low or about, I've also used. I could see also Cramorant's ult being used to get the little bit of shield to stall late game to get the wait for the cooldown to come back on air slash and stuff.
I've won V4'd with Gengar ult though. That was fun.
Wait, apparently the Aos cookie or whatever for the like scoring a goal to get extra HP, the
Mhm.
Unite DB sites has it at 200 max HP.
It's
Maybe that's- I guess that might be 200 per score. That's actually might be a
it's
lot.
200 per score. Yeah, it is
That's a
200 per
lot.
score.
1200 HP is like not that much though.
Okay, but I think
Buddy Barrier gives you half of that without needing to score anything. Well, I guess technically you also have like I think an additional 240 HP just for equipping it
Yeah,
and
it's
stuff.
a total of Aos Cookie,
in totality is 1440 HP. I'm pretty sure the base HP of Snorlax at level 15 is something like 8 or 9k.
Is it that high?
Wait, what?
It is that high.
Honestly, you never hit level 15 on Snorlax.
Yeah, you can. If you get that
Nope.
yawn build and you
Nope.
run at them.
Nope. Never. Never happens. In fact, it's impossible. Max level 14.
Yeah, the small bars on your HP, I'm almost certain those are 1000
Yeah,
HP.
1000, and the bigger ones are 4000.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
Yep.
That one guy was saying he thinks the big
That's
bar
because
is
you're not on the
5 and the small is 1250.
I think the big
no,
bars are.
I think he's not looking at it closely enough.
that would maybe make sense, I guess, is another way, but that's not how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
That would make sense.
I just
but
said as
no.
a joke.
Yeah, I skimmed over some Snorlax footage, and it was definitely.
Did you skim over my Snorlax footage?
No, it was Technovoid Snorlax footage, and I just saw
yeah, sub tier.
Wow.
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 Not
Pretty
me,
sure the
Snorlax. Not me, Snorlax.
But yeah, it healed 3 times. It was level 4, and it healed 3 times for 400, and it was a little more than one of the bars. So that's
Hot take.
yeah.
I think potion is the best item you can run with Snorlax.
I disagree.
Why Snorlax?
What?
Because it's percent healing. It
Wait,
heals
is
a
it
percentage
really?
of HP. He has them up.
Okay, I'm only talking about Snorlax.
Is it
That's pretty much all I paid in the
percent,
beta.
I'm
I think-
pretty sure it's based on how much HP you have. This percentage.
So, on average, eject button is gonna save you from. Is gonna help you take less damage. That's gonna be something like. Let's just say you overextend a little bit and you're backing out. You're gonna probably take
Eric,
probably
hear me
20.
out though.
Well, I'm saying
Eject button,
you're gonna take
heavy
more
slam
damage.
block, and just
Huh?
eject button,
Yeah.
heavy slam block, and then knock people from a screen away into your team.
But you don't need that.
Oh,
You should already be within distance. So something like.
I
the
can
thing
see
about
that
Snorlax-
being really big.
It is funny. You can
Snorlax
use
is already super easy to do that with.
eject
Because what
button in the
happens
middle of
is
stuff.
if you heavy slam people, when you activate your shield, put it behind you and activate it, they only need to be if the enemies are on your Snorlax's center body line, they'll go through the shield. They'll be pushed all the way through. I don't think you can eject button. And see, the thing about potion is it lets you have a way higher uptime. Consistently having that, it lets you stay in the lane longer.
Do you need that with
I
rest?
have an angle. Let's see.
Do you need
I
that with
think-
rest though? Do you need the potion with rest?
No, but when you have block, it helps with
Well, no,
rest
but I'm
stuff.
saying you pick potion for uptime, but do you need
And see,
it if you use rest?
Rest is basically here's basically what it's going to look like, right? So say you're taking a fight and then you use potion to make sure you live and back out, and then you sit in your goal and press rest. You're probably going to have somewhere near 75 to 80% of your HP. That's fine to go re-engage.
Why couldn't you just
But
run
you
away without
don't-
using potion?
You could, and then you'll just have it later, which is better, right?
No, I mean you just don't have a potion.
Well, then there's times where you'll die because you don't have your potion.
Just don't die.
Well, yeah, just don't die for it. But the point is, having 70 to 80% HP is vastly different from having the amount that potion heals up to.
No, I know, I get it.
Yeah,
And because there's really important break points and things like that, and having to TP back as a tank is bad. You don't ever want to have to do that.
Yep.
You when I'm playing, I teleport back to spawn one time a game because I have to, and that's basically when I have my block ability, and so I can't heal myself, and they've broken our first set of lanes, so I can't get the citrus berries. And the other thing about a potion is having potion plus rest, and now allows you to retreat to your base, sleep, use potion if you needed it, re-engage, or have the safety net of the potion when you re-engage, while not having to take the citrus berries so that your carry can take them. Because if your Pikachu never has to, or whatever you're playing with never has to TB back to base, then their uptime is maximized too. And you're
I
always
definitely
threatened
think
them.
potion is strong.
Yeah, I think potion's good on Talonflame as well. Maybe not.
I don't know about. I don't. Explain what you
Talonflame
think about Talonflame.
Well, Talonflame, it's helpful for because Brave Bird actually does a little bit of self damage, it can be helpful for keeping sustaining your move speed.
Yeah,
So it's
got
just
wings.
topping you up essentially.
Yeah. Or
I guess I
mean,
can see an argument
also
for that.
surviving.
I didn't.
I think. I
Wait,
think.
I thought people
eject
wanted
buttons-
goal boost or some random stuff.
Goal boost
I
is
think-
garbage.
I feel like eject button is probably best on most, but there's some like I think Lucario, what's it called? Lucario, Cramorant, maybe a couple others already have enough of mobility that taking full heal is better.
I've personally like the value of potion felt very underwhelming. I guess it's not past 5 minutes. I mean, obviously, like pre 5 minutes, it's a
That's
big
because you didn't
deal
unlock
to-
Super Potion. Gosh.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you only went to the
I'm
first
sorry,
town, buddy.
I
You
need
gotta-
I need the full
Yeah, what?
restores.
Yeah, where's my full restore at?
Do you even know Fly yet? Like, where are you at?
Yeah,
Sorry,
this,
my slow
this
bro
guy
can't
lives in
fly.
Pallet Town. He literally lives in Pallet Town. You can't walk like more than 2 cities in there.
I'm
Loser.
like, you know that like really like large guy that sits like in the middle of Pallet Town. That's me.
Oh. Wait, that's not Pallet Town. That's the next one up. I
Oh
forgot it's
yeah,
called
that
that.
might be.
I forget. Like I know Hoenn is Oldale Town or something.
Yeah, but anyway, I like the penalty for having to leave lane past like once you hit that 5 minute mark is really not that big of a deal, and then like the utility of stuff like eject button being in positions that like, especially because there's no wards in this game, flanks are just not feasible to see, and you
I
can
don't know.
come
You can
from
see
a lot
pretty
of
far on the map.
Yeah, it is. Bush mechanics are weird because they don't block
Yeah.
vision across them.
And you can
Honestly,
see
I
like
know.
your entire screen, even if like.
But, like,
there's
but
no
with-
fog.
but, like,
kinda.
you know,
Something
if you
important about that though is like in a team environment, since like junglers in this game should interact a lot more with each other than they do in a game like League of Legends. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's a consistent situation of junglers taking fights with each other in the middle of the jungle instead of like doing ganks and things like that, just because they're interfering with each other. But if your jungler is not in the jungle and not able to like tell you where their jungler is, they're gonna need to communicate that. It'll be really important, and then you know you shouldn't be towards the bottom. But like the grass mechanics are actually really interesting too, because I think, like I said, I haven't played a lot of other MOBAs, and I don't know how they work, but
Grass sucks.
when I was watching my stream, like when I was watching the gameplay, I jumped onto a slow burrow, auto attacked it, and we were both inside the grass. Then I walked outside of the grass for a second because I was like losing it a little bit mentally, and I couldn't auto attack him anymore, like at all. And then I walked out, like, and it was just like that, and I was thinking that I think you could strafe in and out of the bushes, dodging where the other person is, like while they're in, you're out, and while they're out, you're in, and you could be taking like, in theory, you could be stopping all their auto attacks.
No. If you sit in the
I'm not
bush,
sure
you can
exactly how it
always
works.
see them. If you're in the bush, you can see people in the bush and outside the bush. So you would sit in the bush if you want to hit people.
Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it maybe works as something if someone's in the middle of the lane, like where bees spawn, and you're
I
in
guess
the,
you're
near
right
the
about
bush
that.
and stuff.
Yeah. No, you're right about that.
It is. I know. I actually haven't been on the receiving end, so I'm not sure how effective. But it does
Although, to
seem
be
more
fair, when you're
effective to
entering the bush
Cramorant
the first
ult
time.
from the bush.
Well, you want to be in the bush so that nobody can go in the bush and kind of get away from you.
Yeah.
Like just
Well,
stand
they also,
next to you.
if you're in the bush and they're not, they can't target you with their auto attacks.
Yeah.
And probably with sure hit stuff as well.
Yeah, because it won't lock on. What do you guys think about Eldegoss
Bushes.
Potion? No, bushes suck. I don't like that. Like League is trash. Like
Bushes.
disgusting.
Bush game.
It's
I
so
don't like
bad.
bushes now,
You know what's
I like
really
bushes.
cool? Like
Bushes now,
trees that block vision that you can tear down.
Trees are
Trees?
super
Really
complex.
cool.
Trees also
Trees.
make oxygen for us. So that's pretty dope.
And they allow
Grass
for
is
tree
too.
synergy, which is like a cool mechanic.
They also drive a poor
Skill
goblin
trees when?
insane. So,
What do you guys think about Eldegoss Potion? Because people told me I shouldn't do it, and I like it.
that sounds pretty bad.
It seems like overkill. I don't think you need it because you maintain your healing all game.
But
And you
early
more or less can never
on,
die anyway.
you can
all-
die. When you have the little
I
like
think
flower thing, you can kind of die.
But what else
one
would you run
thing
with it though? To be
for
fair, I guess eject button.
That's why I was like, I'm positioning well. I don't really need anything. I mean, maybe
Well,
like
but even if you position well, there's gonna be times where you can just be killed, regardless of how good your positioning is, such as when
I
they're
mean,
ulting.
maybe like full heal.
and that's why I think
don't
like if
know.
they get to
Get
me,
caught out.
like and eject away, they'll still just get to me again.
But to be fair, you're taking time away from them, and not necessarily because they are gonna use a cooldown to get to you. And you can also use the eject button to dodge damage.
Yeah.
Like for example, if you're just standing in like a talon flames flying towards you, you just eject button out.
Yeah, I will. This is sort of my mind just remembered. Speaking of like held items, I really want to know if there's a cooldown or what it is on focus band.
Let me
Because
look at
if
what that
that's
does.
Wait, what?
that
Oh
Why?
god.
Oh,
I am not looking forward to testing that. That is going to be a pain in the butt.
like is
Recover
it
health
once
for
a
a short time when receiving damage that reduces the Pokemon at low HP.
Well, it lasts for 3 seconds. I don't know how long the
I
cooldown
think
is.
well I don't
tooltip
know if
didn't
it's
have
like
a cooldown.
yeah I don't know if it's
I
like
might
a
should have had
minute.
this on.
I don't know if it's a if it's only once per life. I don't know. You know,
could just be
it
forever.
seems like an important thing.
Wait, what if we
Because-
just would you put Eldegoss smokescreen?
Wait, did you guys see Energy Amplifier? After
Yeah,
using their
I
Unite
like
move, Pokemon holding this item deal more damage at 21% at the max level? That's wild. Also, cooldown reduction by 5%?
Yeah.
Throw
Well,
away.
usually
powerful.
if you're yes, that's powerful, but unless you're at a team fight, you usually if you're using your Unite, you're probably killing them anyways. Like
Yeah, that's a good point though.
Mm.
Do you guys
don't
like?
know.
Unless you're Venusaur, just let's keep.
But like,
clarifying that.
consider
Yeah, that's
consider the 21% more powerful power nap. You ever thought of that?
Does Floatstone buff speed in battle too, right?
Yeah, it has the flat. It has the flat speed.
minuscule.
That's
It's not it's hardly noticeable if at all.
Yeah.
Then I probably need to stop using that. Probably not that good for me.
So
It's good for junglers, I think.
Well, if I'm playing a setup where I don't really want to be, like, where I don't TP back that much, then I don't really need extra speed to get back from spawn in that
I
situation.
use
as a
it.
Snorlax.
I use it because I roam between the lanes a lot. Like I actually do
Yeah.
think there's a lot of value.
Well,
in...
it's good
But should
for
a
that.
tank do that? I
as a
don't
tank,
think
I actually think there's a lot of value in doing that.
I mean, I think it's good for mimes as well because you can get barriers down potentially and stuff. It's also good just for scoring. If you killed someone or you have just try to sneak something, just having a little bit more speed to try to of the extra split second before they attack you can be useful.
I to go to
So that's not how
like,
it works though, exactly.
in uncoordinated environments especially, I think there's a lot of value in just like occasionally walking top lane. Like assuming
Oh, yeah.
or like and just like occasionally walking to the end of the lane. Sure, they're expecting the jungler, but were they expecting the Snorlax? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
help
I
with the
know,
gank.
because no one's communicating where people are and stuff like that. And so, yeah, honestly, whichever team
Well-
ganks first usually wins.
just get good.
Kind of how that goes.
Yeah, it
Yeah, no,
doesn't
like-
help. It doesn't
Jugglers
help
have
that
so much ability right now.
It doesn't help that, like, at least for pings and stuff, we couldn't read what they were.
Yeah. The only thing I ever managed to figure out was the surrender button.
I didn't even find that.
I only figured that out. I didn't figure out how to initiate it, but I did figure out how to say yes or no.
I didn't
Plus
have to
minus X.
surrender because I was just winning every game. You know.
I normally never surrender. The only time would be if like it was close and they took Zapdos and scored like 500 points.
I surrendered when 3 of my teammates AFK'd in the first 3 minutes of a game.
That's fair.
It's just like, yeah, I don't feel like playing the other 7 minutes of this game, thanks.
Yeah.
So
Man, that sounds like a first world problem. Like, I need to forfeit. I have 2 minutes left. I can't wait. Like, you have like
It
league
really
games where
is.
it's like there's 40 minutes left in the game. Yeah, I'm quitting for sure.
Hell yeah.
Dota players like, what's a surrender
Yeah.
button?
yeah, I don't
You
surrender.
don't even have one of that in Overwatch. And sometimes there'll be people who are like, everyone knows are hackers, and so it's kind of like, hey guys, you want to draw? Yeah, let's
Yeah,
draw.
they don't
Okay,
have one in
sure,
Heroes of
Fine, we'll
Storm
draw.
either.
And like 15 minutes later, the game ends. It's so stupid.
Do you guys know
Overwatch
what,
is so scuffed.
Do you guys know what Larius is asking? I don't completely understand it.
I don't have your chat.
Yeah. Do you want to like read or something? Or
It says the org gank at we said pathing early gank to Steel Berry and show on map, or gank at level 4 going directly for the 3v2. I think he's talking about just early game, mixing up in the lane. One of the
Yeah.
one of the laners just like moving across when we were talking about like just walking across the lane.
Dude,
'Cause I
like,
think that
as a
if
lane
you-
Snorlax, you could probably just walk straight into the jungle, steal the speed berry, and just go like to the other lane, right?
Yeah, or if it was coordinated, you could be Snorlax, stay in one lane, everyone else rotate 4 up
Mm-hmm.
or 4 down or whatever. The
Yeah.
opposite, you know.
I was leaking strats here because I was talking about this with some of my Tears of Storm buddies.
no, not strats.
But like like
this-
leaving a tank all off on their own, like especially something like a Slowbro or something that can pretty reasonably just put giant areas of FU down so you can't score goals, and then just like 4-manning Dreadnought, like why not do it, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because originally I think people thought Rotom was more powerful, or more impactful, but I feel like Rotom wins the lane, but Dreadnought can help win the game.
I don't
I
really,
actually,
I don't really
like-
get what Rotom does. It just seems like I know what it does, but it just doesn't do anything. I don't know.
Roto feels like you get yourself
lot, to
20
be
points and then you just give them 20 points because it like does not score. It's very rare that I've seen it like actually get the.
Have you guys ever played
only if you're winning
Snorlax
enough.
and then just push them off of the lane?
It's true.
That's what you
can't
do
just
with
do
it,
that.
man.
You just push
You
them
play
away.
Snorlax, you get your block, you wait till it's pushing, you jump into it, just push them off the lane, and then the Rotom scores, then you score, and then you run away, a happy little Snorlax.
Wait, what if they have a Snorlax? Though?
Hooray.
They just do the opposite and they push it the
And
other way.
You just beat 'em. No, like, I don't know, it's Rotom's really good. Especially
happens
like
when two
one of the better
Snorlaxes
things to do with
push each other?
Rotom, if you can steal the Rotom as the enemy team's trying to take it, and like you're losing on top lane, for example, it's a huge advantage if you take the Rotom because basically what it does is it just spawns another person on your team. That's what Rotom is. It's another person on your team that just sits
Mhm.
there.
Mm.
And so if you
Yeah.
were taking like a 2v3, now it's a 3v3. Or if it's like a 1v2, you're taking a 2v2. Where you can just chill and instead of letting them have the advantage, they're forced to just lose value. It's really good. But Dreadnought's still probably better overall.
What does happen when two Snorlaxes hit each other?
With their block, they just walk through each other.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like each other. Yeah.
Yep, because it basically stuns and anything unstoppable does nothing. And when you use block, you're unstoppable. So
We love to see it.
Oh, you guys saw the Wigglytuff thing?
Look, bro, I'm telling you, Wigglytuff has the highest potential of any hero in the game.
Wigglytuff's fun.
Do you know what
It
the
just does.
Wigglytuff thing was?
Nope, but I know that's how. But I'm telling you, bro.
In the Twitter video today, they used their ult and then walked through Snorlax wall. So it has.
Oh, it
unstoppable,
probably
I
has a
guess.
little bit of unstoppable when you use it.
Yeah.
Or maybe while the shield's still up or something.
Yeah, we gotta
That's
get
something
some
like that.
sort of
Nerfing
write up
Snorlax.
somewhere that says what has unstoppable when, because it's not in the descriptions everywhere.
Yeah, that's something I noticed when I was playing. Is about half of the ultimates they can't be stunned by Snorlax, but the other half do. Like I think Machamp,
Yeah, some
you
of
can
them
more or
have
less
like invincible startup frames or something.
Snorlax or like Machamp. You can, if I remember correctly, Machamp you could just stun him completely out of his whole ultimate. Basically, it's pretty funny because you're trading a cooldown for his whole ult, and you're just like, all right, get out of here, kid. But I think Garchomp when he's ulting, he'll like go through your shield and stuff like that.
I think
I could be wrong about the heroes though.
and
like
it may
the
be
Pokemon.
different with I think I heard at least in the Canadian beta that you could telekinesis the Garchomp. It would still do the things in front of it, but it would be like stop moving. But I don't know if that's the same for Stress Test.
I never tried to telekinesis a Garchomp. It just felt like a dumb idea.
Yeah, that sounds a little scary. I don't know.
I didn't know Garchomp could have telekinesis. That's pretty interesting.
What
Oh.
the heck?
Picks him up and then just slaps him around.
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp's kind of Okay, I'm actually like really, really bad at doing good things with Garchomp's ult. It's like kind of weird to use. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's a little awkward. Doesn't it kind of like locks on to certain movements? It's not as fluid as like a skill shot when you're trying to aim it.
Yeah, I haven't used it much, but I also struggled with. I haven't used Garchomp much, but I can agree with that.
It is not the easiest thing in the world to pick up and play, but I think it is like there's just so much potential in it that it's like even with how hard it is to use,
As
it's
much potential as
so good.
Wigglytuff? I think not.
I don't know, man.
I'm telling you, bro. The biggest mobility movement in the whole game. The biggest stun in the whole game. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
Wait, what? Does Slowbro not count as a somewhat stun?
No.
I mean,
Wigglytuff? Well, because here's the thing, right? So with Wigglytuff, if you're choosing the right locations,
Oh, well,
Like-
yeah, that then, yeah.
so
you
say the
talked
stun
about
timing
rollouts,
is like
the greatest move ever.
if the stun
The
timing is like
greatest
1
move
second,
of-
if it's 1 second, which I think is probably longer, you could put yourself in a position in which you can stun like it takes you like 0.99 seconds to hit them and then travel to the wall and then come back and hit them. So you could be doing that 6 times. So you're getting effectively 6 seconds of stuns on them. Which I said,
But,
like I
like-
said, I think it's longer than that.
Just don't stand in an area where there's two wells parallel to each other. Like
See, but that's most of the map. And what like you also gotta like anytime
That's
you can hit
to
like
the left and right of Zapdos.
But the thing is, you can see where it's gonna roll, so you can kind of.
it's pretty fast though.
Yeah,
And you can also bait people
Uh.
into things. You can
you can
like
escape with it.
bounce it. Yes,
But you're
you can
not
escape
getting
with it.
Sing.
Well, like you could literally like roll from the enemy's like second goal all the way back to yours in 1 cooldown if you do it right. You'll at least getting 1 or 2 bounces is more than any other movement ability in the game. That's crazy.
You'd have to see because I don't think there's
Crazy.
too many
I don't think that
walls super
works.
close to each
Crazy.
other.
I don't think that works.
Oh, well, here's like so
I need
like
to
take
see
a
the
look at
video
like
of that.
all right. So you know how there's like the 2 sets of grass.
Here, I'll
right?
when the game comes out, I'll totally be down for you labbing out the bounce angle, the best bounce.
The one I'm
traversal.
thinking about right now is like, you know how there's on the bottom lane there's the 2 grasses on the like the 4 grasses actually. I
yeah,
think right 4. If you were like on the like attacking towards the second goal on the enemy, you back up a little bit, hit or roll onto the circular corner at the top, and then hit it at the angle that bounces you onto the grass thing, and you're hitting off of that at like a 15-degree angle, and you traveled 3 times just off of that.
So
That's like
simple
2 bounces.
geometry.
Yeah, and it's only like 2 bounces. You don't even need to be hitting 6 bounces. Like that's not realistic.
yeah.
But I'm telling you, man, highest skill cap. It's like impossible levels of skill cap, but it's still highest skill cap.
I would
Well,
I would probably put Greninja above it just because of the Manta dodge.
Impossible.
Greninja has like a 3
Wait.
frames of invincibility thing.
Did you just call that a manta dodge?
Yeah, Greninja's double team does Manta dodging, where you like for a moment you're not on the map.
I thought you were.
Yeah, I heard about that too. That's pretty lit.
I mean, I'd see it potentially. I mean, for high skill cap for creating things, but if people lab out like the best routes and they're easy enough to pull off, then that can be good.
But you know how like in other games they call things like rollouts? Like
Yeah,
like, oh bro, I got this like Lucio rollout, I got this Wrecking Ball rollout.
That's from Team Fortress 2,
Like, in
baby.
this
Let's
one, it's like,
go.
I got this Wigglytuff rollout.
I got my demo rollouts. I'm going. That's a TF2 thing.
Yeah, see? Perfect. And it's literally called rollout. They know what they're doing.
So Larius was talking about just like stealing, I guess, on cooldown, the enemy's berries, the healing berries and stuff.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
a good thing to do if you can.
One
And
of the
honestly, you
things
can do that on Wigglytuff. Just saying.
Okay.
Just
I
saying.
am
I'm just saying.
I am well, yeah. I'm also a shill for full heal. Full heal, like if you for the 2 seconds you're unstoppable, you're not slowed down by the speed zone.
Oh,
So,
where is that? How that
it's
works?
safe.
I mean,
Yeah,
it makes sense.
because you 2 2 seconds of unstoppable, and that is basically a slow. So you can just walk over, get a berry, and walk back. Probably, maybe slowed a little, but you use the cooldown, but it's something.
In before they patch that, and that doesn't work anymore.
Wait, but I don't see how this relates to Wigglytuff. No, I'm just joking.
Oh, well,
Oh.
you were talking about berries, so
Yeah,
it, was
I
just,
know,
it
but
reminded me.
like you said, you're right because you can steal
Like
it
I
on
said,
Wigglytuff.
I'm a full heal shill. That's why.
I was thinking people are gonna call me like the guy who just only talks about Eldegoss, but then we got this guy over here, and I don't think I can really
Look,
top
bro,
that.
I didn't even play a ranked game of Wigglytuff, but
Full
That's
heal has
'cause
a
Wigglytuff
15-second lower
sucks.
cooldown.
That's all
no,
that
that's
means.
Yeah.
because that's
You
because
didn't think you could win,
no
so you
one
didn't
is
play it.
no one is
Full heal's
worthy of
cooldown is
Wigglytuff.
40 seconds.
You know what? Wigglytuff is Thor's hammer. No one's worthy to pick it up. That's why they think Wigglytuff is bad.
I don't know. I did
That's
pretty
why
good
they.
with it.
That's why they go with
Against
Sing.
randos, but
They take Sing and go with like an actual like they pick.
They crashed again.
nope. Yep.
Yep.
Oh shit, guys, he's back, guys.
Yeah, so you might have a fan, Fletchahh, but you also have a hater. You're 50% full heal shill and 50% bird talk.
Yep.
Bird.
I don't know. I don't know, because in my mind, unstoppable is such a good thing. It's if you use it well and from other MOBAs. So having an item that does that and gets you out of things while like you can activate it while you're stunned seems pretty good.
And apparently you can just pick a Pokemon that has 2 moves that have it.
Alright, guys, I got to dip again though. It was fun talking. Hopefully, do this again sometime soon.
Mm-hmm.
Wigglytuff is pog.
Play together as well. It'll be fun.
Yeah, for sure. Peace, guys.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah. What's y'all's philosophy on like starting ranked? I'm not doing it until I got 20 items trained, but
I think I'm probably just gonna go into it so I have a couple family vacations coming up, and maybe not if it comes out while I'm on one of them on the next weekends, but otherwise just start ranked immediately because everyone else won't have items as well, and just go immediately try to get 20 or 30 in Cramorant and mainly play that in the 3 items I want for it.
yeah.
Yeah, I have to go to some stupid like pre-wedding get-together thing next weekend. That kind of blows because everyone thinks it's gonna come out. But
I think people are speculating either next Tuesday or Fridays.
The most,
the 12th or the 15th.
like, yeah, I actually think the most likely date's the 14th. There's a lot of things that line up with it being the 14th, so I think that's the most likely day. But and if the Friday as a day is just horrible for this sort of game release.
Yeah.
What do you mean weekend?
Yeah, weekend.
So if the servers if the servers shut down, there's no one there to fix it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or the servers burn, I should say.
Yeah. Like, why do you think? Like, Steam does their maintenance on Tuesday, Blizzard does their maintenance on Tuesday, Riot does their maintenance on Wednesday. You always want to do your stuff in the middle of the week.
Steam
that way
updates Tuesday, Steam Games updates Thursdays. Woo.
Yeah.
It's still during the week.
Yeah, as long as like you just want to have a couple of buffer days in case everything goes to hell.
But back to the original question, I'll probably just do rank instantly because I'm a idiot. I don't know. And I'm not gonna like buy any items unless maybe I'll just buy the buddy barrier or something. Well, not with like money, but with like all the in-game stuff I get, I'll just funnel it into that because I feel like that's pretty good on most people. But I don't know, if I have worse items and I lose because of it, I don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like unranked, I'm just gonna win every game and feel kind of bored.
But you get good clips.
I don't even make clips. I don't even like making clips. The videos that I have right now are just worthless. They're literally all trash. Well, let me see.
Did Canada Beta have a replay system?
No.
God,
That's my knowledge.
do I have to record my own videos in order to like go over my footage? Cringe.
I mean,
Just
that's
stream
sort
it.
of what I did with I basically used OBS's OBS, a capture card, and the replay buffer to save highlights.
Well, yeah,
So
but I have to buy a freaking capture card. Like, I I'm a big proponent of watching your own replays to like learn your own mistakes, right?
You know, in the Japanese, it's weird because in the Japanese beta, there seemed like something that was sort of like a spectator or join, but I didn't really figure out how to use it. So there's maybe something like that, but don't quote me on like a full replay system or anything.
Okay. Just stream it. I mean, like, yeah, but then I have to buy a capture card.
Oh no.
I mean, you can get some like cheap ones that are lower quality for
They're
like
like
$40, $50 these games. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're just like USB ones. I don't know if they work well. People, the reviews are pretty good, so I don't know.
I mean, you can get USB ones that are like the Elgato and stuff that are higher quality. That's what I'm gonna end up using and stuff.
Yeah, that's like
So,
under $30.
yeah.
Yeah. So I don't really do these highlight clips. I have the Clefable video. I have my gameplay, 4 hours. I have a documentation vid, which is useless. And I have a React video. Amazing stuff. Yeah, I don't know. And I have the video about the guy on Twitter that was tweeting stuff. So
Yeah, all I have is the highlight video and this meeting is what finally got me around to make that. It wasn't even much editing. I'm just kind of lazy.
Oh.
Pretty much
Wow.
like exclusively going to be writing. Like I'm probably just exclusively going to be helping Technovoid with the scripts. I'm probably not going to do my own content.
Yeah, I gotta see. I could maybe do my own. I don't know. Part of it just takes effort that I don't want to put in.
Yeah, that is part of it. Like, why would I help? Why would I make my own content when I could just play the game, right?
Mm-hmm. And at least like I can try to record highlights and stuff, as well as like I am a full-time student just off during the summer, so.
So basically, you're gaming 24/7. That's what I hear.
Not quite that much. Actually, should be trying to do other stuff like learn more game design and photography. Play too many games, but well, hey, here I am.
You're learning game design from the best of China. That's what you're doing.
I do less only with my family during the pandemic, but I do have a lot of board games and like to go to board game meetups and stuff and play
I
as
do
well.
that too. Friday night board games.
Nice.
I keep meaning to, but like the pandemic obviously made it pretty bad, and also like my state was particularly bad about the pandemic, so I also just like still don't want to go outside. Idaho is a great place. I have nothing bad to say about it. Smiley face.
Yeah, you got some nice, potatoes. You know.
Well, hey, at least you have some nice potatoes. Probably some nice scenery.
So here's a fun little fact about Idaho. We have 10 times as many cows as we have people with college degrees.
What are you trying to say?
Gotta educate those cows.
Exactly.
Now, to be fair, we do actually have like more cows than people, just in general. But...
yeah, it's a funnier statistic.
Yeah.
So hilarious. I think I'm using the Elgato like HDS or something. There's a better one. It's the HD Pro, but that was like 20 more bucks or something. I got like a refurbished Amazon one. I think it's normally like 140 for the S, but I got it for like 125 or something.
Yeah, that's what I have as well. Because actually, I just got a Switch for Unite. And otherwise, I just do probably play some other Nintendo games when they come out. But otherwise, just do everything on PC.
Yeah, and the capture card works great. It's not very demanding, so I can actually stream on a laptop with that capture card, which is nice. Because I was kind of scared. I'm like, even if I get a capture card, is it gonna blow up my computer? Because it, they could be resource intensive, but I guess this one at least isn't. I don't know. Because this one, the HDS does not encode for you, so you still have to do it. But the Pro
I think most
encodes.
of the USB ones I think don't encode.
They probably don't.
The ones you put into like a what PCLI slot, or I don't really know, is the ones that probably do more encoding. But it's funny. I used to be like Nintendo and like Xbox, but now that like Xbox, like, oh, I can get Halo Infinite on PC. Who needs an Xbox anymore?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I kind of just played N64 games forever and PC games. So I was just
is that
like,
some of the stuff you tried speed ran, or
yeah. And I mean, I
cool.
just played the games regardless anyway.
Mhm.
I know like way too much about Ocarina of Time, probably. It's like thousands of hours, maybe.
Yeah, it's cool when people go into games that I guess dissected to see all the quirks and stuff.
Yeah, I'm a speedrunning in general. I think is a really really cool thing. Sometimes it gets to the point where it is just like there's a happy medium between like glitchless and Ocarina of Time, which is
I don't
it's like,
like the glitchless stuff.
yeah, no, like I don't like it either. Like I think that but I'm just saying like there's glitches and then there's like literally recoding the game by putting rocks in specific places.
Wait, you don't like that I can beat the game in 8 minutes?
No, that's fine. I just don't like. It's just not an entertaining viewing experience.
Dude,
You know
it's
what I mean?
fantastic.
Hmm?
I get to move off screen. I can't even see where I'm going, and I'm moving. I'm schmoving, you
Yeah.
know.
I also agree that I enjoy glitches in like speedruns. Like
No, but
100%.
like SRM is
It's
trash for the
I must
most
go,
part.
my people need me type of thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like glitches are great. It's just sometimes they're not like fun to watch. You know what I mean? Like back in time for Skyward Sword, that it just takes up the entire freaking screen the entire time, and it sucks.
I could see that.
What's the there's also, isn't there some like remember like a low what is it, low percent
They make
Oh,
speedrun?
the
they make
freaking low
videos.
percent of Twilight
Yeah.
Princess where you have to AFK
Yeah.
in front of a freaking door for 17 hours.
Yeah, that one.
Oh god.
Quality content.
Speed run.
So like there are some like you learn way too much about the game if certain games like Ocarina of Time, it's like an infinite amount of things you can learn. Like there was one guy who basically took the display function. So instead of displaying like, the
Like
ground and the
rendering
walls.
the world.
Yeah, so instead of displaying the map itself, he displayed like register values where he would change the register values to then write code to like addresses that he was controlling in the game. And he would just flip through the different like lines and I don't know, it's
Basically
like
looking
super
into the Matrix.
complex.
I think it was I don't remember. I think it was Super Mario 3D or no, it wasn't Super 3D. It was like Super Mario World or something like that. I don't remember the exact game where they had a task that like basically reprogrammed the game like in the task so that it could take a video input, and then they showed a Super Mario 64 0-star run in the middle, like on the same on the SNES for a video feed.
Yeah, because
Let me see if I can find the video.
once you get Ace, you can do
Amazing.
anything. Like the big thing in like those Super Mario games is you program it so that you can like launch like Tetris or something and just play Tetris in the game. So like for example, with Ocarina of Time, it doesn't use the expansion pack, so you could theoretically put a game on your expansion pack and then in Ocarina of Time just boot it up. So like Paper Mario, I don't know if you guys saw that run a couple nights ago. You basically take Ocarina of Time, write a value in RAM in the expansion pack, which Ocarina of Time doesn't use, so it like never overwrites it. And then you boot up Paper Mario, which does not clear the expansion pack and doesn't use it at all. And then you do Ace in that game, so you read that value that's just like sitting out there by itself, and then you have that value do stuff, and it creates a save file at the end of the game for you. So you just load that save file in like
We
in the
must go
credits. It
deeper.
loads the credits room essentially.
This
We
is
must go
without
deeper.
mentioning any of the, like hot plate strats for some games
Yeah,
or
hot plates are
cartridge
weird.
tilting.
Those are
Like-
hardware things. I don't know if I like those. I hate crooked
man.
That's where you
cart,
draw the
by the
line?
way. No, crooked cart is you take your cart and you have it so that all the pins don't touch. So like you lift side of it, which is like very bad for the game and the system. So like because like certain pins do certain things for every game, and like the first couple pins affect like Link's draw functions and like where he is on the map. So if you like tilt it, I don't remember it's left or right, but Link just like rolls around on the map. His body parts are all scattered, and then eventually it crashes at some point because it can't draw it. I hate cartridge tilt. People do it for
That's
fun. When they end their streams, they just like the game, and I'm just like, please, no. That's
that sounds like ripe for like a Dorkly skit or something.
I don't know who that is.
You-
Who's
YouTube
Dorkly?
I think someone
YouTube channel that posts like comical things on usually more like older animations of games and stuff.
I think someone redeemed some points on your channel, Hipona.
Oh, I did. I put my headset mic up on this because that
Nice.
mutes the headset. But yeah, I don't know. Speedrunning is hard. I couldn't do it, so I stopped because like mentally it's just rough, you know? You can always
I
get
feel
faster
like-
times.
Yeah, I feel like I'd like speedrunning. I just haven't done it much because I'm just more of a multiplayer gamer.
I speedran Terraria for a little bit, which is, by the way, just not a good run. Just fucking hell, man. But it is certainly a fun experience. Like as long as you don't compare yourself to the leaderboard and you compare yourself to yourself, then it's fun.
It is funny how certain speedruns start, like the Cooking Mama speedrun and stuff, all from
Yeah.
a single video.
Or like the speedrun parody videos on YouTube, like the American Dad speedrun.
Oh, I've not seen that, but that sounds funny.
Oh, it is hilarious, dude. It's this whole thing where people edit the intro of American Dad to be shorter and shorter and call it a speedrun.
I don't know. It's usually one of those things where if you just like playing a game, it's a way to play it differently. So like most people play Ocarina of Time, and then they do like the 3 heart challenge, and then they do a different challenge. But then at a certain point, it's like you kind of are too good at the game, so you gotta spice it up. Like I would play the game once a year, and I was just like,
Yeah.
I'll do some speedrunning.
Well, stuff like I don't watch too many speedruns. Most of my stuff is honestly just through YouTube videos of Small Ant. But
Oh, yeah.
the races they do seem fun and stuff.
Mhm.
Races are fun, yeah. People don't like communicate much more in the speedrunning scene, which kind of sucks. Like it used to be much more that you would just like sit in like a mumble or a team speak with people and just play the game, but people don't do that anymore. It's very like individual, which kind of sucks.
Hmm.
And like I
I
would try to play
wonder-
with people, and they'd be like, "No, I want to stream, and I only want my audience to see me." And I was like,
Cringe.
Yeah, I wonder how much that's gone just towards streaming because of streaming. That's
No,
happening.
it definitely is. It's just like it's a whole different atmosphere now. Because now there are like bigger communities for things, but at some point it still feels like sometimes people are very separated.
That also sounds like the internet.
Somewhat.
That's maybe more my experience, as I tend to. I'm doing more stuff on Discord and stuff, but I always tend to be more of a lurker and stuff.
I always figure if I'm like watching a stream, I might as well just like type some things, make some jokes, and I don't know. They either laugh or they have no like they're just confused by what I'm saying, and I'm like, that's how it is. I
Yeah, I'm
guess.
trying to think. I haven't actually watched too many streams. Is the thing, or been part of it. Just I don't know. Is it something sometimes people put more on the background? Because if not, like I focus too much I can see the appeal of like following and being actually like interacting and stuff with a personality and stuff, or not a personality, but with the actual person rather than just watching videos and stuff.
Yeah, like, I
I
never liked YouTube because I like seeing things live. Even if it's like
Yeah.
I have to watch like 5 hours to basically watch what like a 10-minute highlight clip is, like I would
Yeah.
much prefer the 5 hours because
Yeah,
I don't
and
know. I feel like
can.
YouTube like sensationalizes everything where everything is like great and
Oh yeah, no, I
especially
agree with that.
speedrunning. It's like you could watch the world record runs for every game, but that's like one run that one person got. You don't get to like understand what speedrunning is and how people do runs from that.
Yeah, I guess for me, I tend to prefer the shortened stuff because maybe I feel like I'm getting more bang for my buck. It could also, or for time wise, so to speak, could also just be that I just have not watched many streamers before and stuff. I'm not saying I wouldn't like it. I'm just saying I'm not that well versed in it.
Most of like my stream watching is esports stuff, and like that is just not particularly good in highlight form in my opinion a lot of the time. Like there's a lot of like the context of the game that's missing.
No, people love
Yeah,
those.
yeah.
There's a huge audience for
I mean, there's a
esports
huge
stuff.
audience for it, but I think they're dumb.
It's like my brother. He doesn't watch the NBA, but he watches like NBA highlight videos. Yeah, I don't know. He just likes it because it's short.
Yeah.
But he would never watch the whole game because it takes too long.
Yeah, but like I never miss a TL game. Like I watch every single Team Liquid game in LCS. Like that's just what I do. Because I have a buddy who works for him.
Did you like TI3 Liquid?
Dota Liquid is kind of cringe.
Now it is, but TI3 Liquid.
I wasn't like I think I was playing Dota back in TI3, but I wasn't like paying attention to the competitive scene. I think the first
Mike,
TI I watched
fluffing
was
stuff.
TI
I don't forget the other people.
5.
I didn't watch TI5. I don't think that's when I stopped playing. Because I stopped playing after TI4 because I love the death ball meta. I felt like it was great. It was really like I'm a mid player and I win the lane and I win the game. And
Death ball meta is like I don't know.
I liked it,
I come
but
from
then they
StarCraft,
flipped the
so I'm
script.
just like allergic to the word death ball. I've played too many ZVPs. Like just the idea of a
Now I'm
death
curious. What's a ZVP?
ball.
Zombie versus
ZVP
player?
no, ZVP is Zerg
Zerg
versus
something?
Protoss.
Yeah. Okay.
Got it.
Yeah. And Protoss are infamous death ballers, so like the entire game becomes down to like, yeah, I'm like microing 3 different units of Mutalisks and doing my best to whittle down his economy while he's just like select dragging all of his units, pressing A on his keyboard and clicking my base, and it's just like, all right, cool.
We all together now.
God, Protoss players.
But then after TI4, they were like, hey, we want comebacks. So they ramped up comeback kills. And then it's been the same ever since. Every game had a Spectre. Spectre won every single game. I was sitting here with my Meepo, and I'm like, what happened to the game? I don't know.
I mean, Meepo just feels like suffering all the time because, like, anybody just locks Winter Wyvern into hero is useless.
There wasn't a Winter Wyvern at the time. I don't think.
That's true. No,
They would pick.
It's kind of old.
They would pick AA and Earthshaker, and I would kill them, and I'd be like, "Nice try."
Winter Wyvern.
I think it was after.
She came out.
Oh yeah, now like TIs, the numbers don't match the years, which sucks.
Well,
So
yeah,
sad.
COVID.
I do think Death Ball has like a potential in Unite. I think so. Cause I don't know. I just feel like it could be pretty strong.
leaving a goal undefended just feels really bad.
Well, I could see it a 4v1 thing if you leave a defender to defend a goal. potentially.
Yeah.
Well, I just
And-
think if you like have 3 bottom and you bring your jungle bottom and you just run the lane down and then you bring it up and then you run that lane down and then you go to bottom and you run that lane down and you just pick up the jungle creeps as you're moving up and down and then you score some points along the lane creeps. You kill them, score. I feel like it's pretty strong.
Yeah, we'll see. I think it'll probably end up being something like that, but oh man, I have been awake for 20 hours at this point. I actually went to bed at 2 a.m. Last night, and it is currently 1:20 a.m. And if you're wondering, wait, you've been awake for 20 hours and you went to bed at 2 a.m.? Yes.
Yeah, I'm the timing worked out for me because I'm PST. So,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
it's
tired from
3:20.
talking for 5 hours, but it's yeah.
I am Mountain Standard Time, the time that nobody
Oh
cares
yeah,
about.
Idaho, right?
Yeah, Idaho.
Potato guy.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. Yeah. I have a lot of very nice things to say about the state. Smiley face.
Yeah, that's why JJ couldn't stay long because he's in like Japan or something. I don't know, somewhere.
I
Maybe
thought he
not
was
Japan.
from. He's not. I don't think he's from Japan. I think he's from like a Pacific island. If I remember correctly. I don't remember which one. Was he Singapore?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. At least not like U.S. based time zone.
I thought I saw it on his Wikipedia.
It might be.
Philippines.
I mean, for me, it started at 10 p.m. over here, so it's 3:20 now. So yeah, you guys got lucky.
Yeah.
That's why like I couldn't make it earlier because you guys had stuff earlier. So I was like, that works for me. And then he was kind of okay doing it, and the other people could do it at this time.
Yeah. I mean, depending on, I could do it probably earlier. Yeah, if we wanted, maybe not when in the fall, but or the summer. Yeah.
Isn't it the summer now?
I mean,
Wait.
yes. So yes, I can.
Okay. I was like, wait. That seems bad.
JJ-kun's
Just qualifying
Wikipedia has his spreadsheet on it now.
Cool.
People, I'm surprised people actually update the Pokemon section of the Wikipedia.
I didn't know there was one.
Is this Liquipedia? Is this something not Wikipedia? It's
Liquipedia is a website that's been around for a fairly long time now. I want to say it started in the StarCraft 1 days. That keeps track of pro players and commentators throughout various esports.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
like a Half-Life TV, or no, HLTV.org kind of thing, if you know what that is. Or is it org?
Yeah,
Probably
sorta.
.com. I don't know.
Yeah, all this stuff is sort of new to me, so I've never really done or looked into the esports and stuff. So, honestly, part of the reason why I'm doing now is because I've had been able to do over 50 hours of gameplay on the game before the game comes out.
Yeah. There's a lot of very cool
the esports has a lot of really unique history to it, and it's definitely worth the time to look into. You got all sorts of even just talking about just Dota, you got the $6 million dunk. You've got $1
million coil.
You've got the $1 million coil. You've got the
hook, the fountain hook.
The fountain hook. What was the no one has ever done that?
In the history of Dota.
Yeah, the no one has ever done that in the history of Dota.
That's a great name.
You've got are then going over to League, you have the Faker versus Ryu duel where they played as a Zed mirror match, and Faker was down 3 levels and he solo killed him in a mirror match, which is just absurd. That clip literally gets played so often. There's a saying among the League fan base, which has proven to be objectively true. Every minute Ryu dies. That's just how often the clip gets played.
That sounds like something so canonized. Like I know a little bit of fighting game, like the Daigo Parry and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, what game did you say you play? A fighting game?
Oh, I've played. Actually, I've not played many fighting games recently.
Was that somebody else? I thought that was you. thought you were
May have
the-
been someone else. I've played Smash Brothers before. That's I know it's not a funny. A little bit, not competitively, but just a little bit of them's fighting hurts.
Whoa. I was gonna say Smash is not a fighting game. We don't need to.
No,
get into
I know.
Yeah. No. That whole
Mhm.
debate is awful.
It's
Yeah.
not a traditional fighting game.
It's not
Platform
a
fighting. You could say a
Yeah.
platform fighting game,
yeah.
if anything.
Well, no, there's no platforms in Final Destination, unless that is a platform. I guess I don't know.
That is a platform.
It is floating. Yep.
It's called a platform fighter because it's a floating platform as opposed to like getting comboed against a wall or something. Like,
Mhm.
yeah,
Do you know
like traditional
people?
fighting games have now.
Do you know people speedrun Smash games?
Yeah,
I noticed you
it's
like
not.
break the targets and stuff.
Yeah, the break the target. There's also the classic mode speedruns and the subspace
Mhm.
emissary speedrun.
Subspace Emissary speedrun sounds like a long thing.
Yeah, I don't really know much about
unless
them.
unless it's like something to skip. Yeah, I think in terms of what I'm playing now, I'm playing a lot of. I've heard of Knockout City.
I think so. Is that the game where you throw back and forth something?
Yeah, it's the dodge. It just came out like a month or two ago. It's just basically dodgeball, like a third person shooter. It's like dodgeball.
Mm-hmm.
The world record for subspace emissary any percent is hour 52.
Oh, that's pretty quick. I mean, of course it is, but you know.
Yeah.
Just going through the whole. What is it? No, it's not the Great Cave Offensive, but just the thing at the end alone.
Yeah, the maze.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I never
I
made
also
it to the end,
played.
so I don't know.
You just sort of play through everything again, but they're connected.
Great.
And also just I like board games. So I played a bunch of Slay the Spire recently.
Oh, Slay Spire is really good. Have you played any like the two best? There's been a lot of like roguelike deck builders that have come out of the popularity of Slay the Spire.
Mhm.
In my opinion, the two best ones have been Monster Train and Griftlands. Have you played either of those?
No, heard of Monster Train. Maybe I picked it up. I'll look into that.
I
And
have
not heard of Griftlands.
Griftlands is a more sci-fi one, which is pretty cool. And like it's got a different like it's got two different decks basically, one for talking, one for battling, and it's got like
Yeah. I think I've seen that in sort of like game design videos and stuff.
Mhm.
I just didn't remember the name.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and then
think deck building esque. I just started playing a bit of Dicey Dungeons. Pretty
oh
fun.
yeah, I love Dicey. Dicey's great.
And then I think played a bit Rogue Book is another one that just came out.
I keep meaning to pick that up, but something about it doesn't seem right, and I can't quite pinpoint what it is. Like every single time I go to hit the buy button, something about it just stops me. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny because I don't know, maybe part of why I've been less into esports stuff is because I don't feel like I have been as good. I mean, I didn't go super hard on Heroes of the Storm, but I never got past gold and stuff.
So I don't know about most people, but I usually watch competitive stuff to get better at the games that I play.
Competitive. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Ranked Heroes of the Storm is a fucking shit show and always has been.
Yeah, so the pro players suck. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was better than some of the collegiate players that were getting fielded. I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
You know, it's funny. I probably would have tried to get on a Heroes of the Dorm if they didn't cancel it.
Yeah. But I was diamonds with my 3 stack. We were all like diamond level players. The early on, especially, which was when we were playing mostly, I don't remember if it was no limit or a very small limit, but there was essentially like a grandmaster could duo queue with a bronze player and it averaged their MMR. So every single match was a fucking shit show.
Yeah.
Like it was really weird too, and like obviously most of them were boosters. Like that was just what was happening. So like
Yeah,
you'd
like
be
Smurfs
laning
and
against
stuff.
like you'd be laning against the bronze guy, and he's pulling off like really high, like really technical things, and you're like, okay, buddy, sure, I'm sure you're bronze.
Yeah. I also tended to play more, not all the time, but more support, which can be harder to
Oh yeah.
rank up with. But like I was able to reach diamond, like the highest tier in Knockout City. I mean, it's a new game and
Oh,
stuff,
nice.
but I mean, that feels nice and all. I don't know if I'm just like thinking more, but
I was
whatever.
a filthy Uther abuser through my
Did
rank.
you
So-
play piano, Uther?
Yeah, the good old like you're stunned for 4.5 seconds. Fun gameplay.
Yeah, it's funny.
No, I actually
been
did
in
most
and
of it
out.
Divine Shield, but
Yeah, I think one of the most fun things is playing. Well, he's playing Alex Straza and just like getting to level 20 with the like all of the in dragon form and healing off of that with Flame Buffet or whatever,
Yeah.
add that to the, because I mean it's easier against worse players, but then you just sort of like just feel invincible.
Yeah. The the thing that we really used to climb a lot, if we didn't have confidence in the like in the duo that we were like, because obviously we were 3 stacks, so most of the time got paired with a duo. Like if we just didn't have confidence in those players, we would instantly go Uther, Abathur, or Tracer. And that I think we had 70% win rate with that 3 stack.
Nice.
Which is again silly, but
Yeah, I tend to play supports and bruisers the most, like Dahaka, Artanis, stuff like that.
Artanis is far from what I would call a support.
No, I said I tend to play supports and bruisers.
Oh, okay.
So it's a
Fair enough.
Dahaka as well and stuff.
Yeah, Dahaka. Dahaka at least like I want a Zerg Yoshi ability in this game.
Yeah, I know. I think I love like a Dahaka kit, Brightwing kit on like Q to Fly or something.
What?
Yeah. Dahaka
Cutie Fly is in that game?
No,
yeah,
I'm saying
Brightwing is functionally Cutie Fly, honestly.
yeah. I'm saying I'd like Brightwing's kit on maybe on Cutie Fly or something like that in Unite. Also, Brightwing is one of my favorite just like video game characters just because I love the dissonance of her personality.
Oh yeah. Do you have the Carbot Brightwing portrait?
Yep, I do.
That's still my portrait on BNet right now.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Yeah. Epona, I'm sure you're loving this riveting conversation that you're
I'm learning all
understanding
about
all
the
of.
Cutie Fly that's in the game and the Tracer that they ported from Overwatch. I'm picking it all up.
She's more annoying in Heroes of the Storm than she is in Overwatch, if you could believe it.
I don't know. I didn't like Overwatch because I'm a TF2 player, so I played the beta and I was like, TF2 is cooler.
The beta was the only time it was fun because people weren't like super fucking try hard.
I played some. I always just tended to be more like I like Doomfist 1v1 or not one or free for all in Old Chateau, just knocking people off the map.
Oh yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, like back when people like did more like back when quick play you could actually pick more than one of a hero on the team. Like sometimes we'd just like lock 6 maze on defense and
yeah,
just
so like that sounds kind of fun.
yeah, like it was just a blast. I mean, they weren't having fun, I can assure you that much, but we were.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I liked Team Fortress 2 too much. That I couldn't do it.
Was it the hats?
Yep, there was no hats. I couldn't customize myself as much as I wanted to. There were no unusuals. So like, where are the effects on the hats? Like, come on, Blizzard, what are you doing?
Can't call someone. You can't like call
There's-
someone a gibbous tracer. Like, how do you supposed to? What does that mean?
What was it? Because the gibbous was the free hat.
Yeah.
What
So you'd
would you
call,
call
like-
him? It was there was a nickname. I forget.
I just like always like heard people called like gibbous heavies or gibbous scouts
Maybe that was
or
just it.
whatever.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
Like,
mean, like, because that was your first hat, and you're like, what?
Like it was kind of a common prank for like actually good players to put on a gibbous and a brass beast on heavy because those are like the scrub weapons that actually murder you, and you were like, what?
So like that game had rollouts. You know, it's pretty fun. And then like in competitive, there were rollouts, and if you died, it felt pretty bad. But you learn not to
I
die.
think that's how it feels in most competitive games.
I was a medic player. How bad do you think I felt?
No, I played Medic competitively, like low level, not good at
Yeah,
all.
me too.
But
It's just like,
I knew Harblue from TF2. There's a bunch of people that went from TF2 to Overwatch.
yeah.
I was always
I
surprised
think-
that Ruin didn't. I don't know if you know who Ruin is, but he never like did anything. I guess.
My TF2 claim to fame is getting engineered by Uncle Dane.
Nice.
I
I
didn't
played
play
with
too
Banny
much-
like a couple times.
But
If you know who
I
Banny
didn't play
is.
too much TF2. I think I probably did Pyro the most.
Pyro was good.
All the characters.
Banny was
Pyro
like
is
the
my
best
favorite support
player
class.
by far of every class.
Yeah. He probably isn't anymore, I'd say. But
Well, he might be the only player still. I don't know.
well, no, you have like you still have specialists that are still playing the game. Like Dane still plays the game. You have Mr. Stabby.
Mr. Stabby. But he did
yeah.
Highlander, right? See, I'm a sixes elitist. Highlander is for
He did
scrubs.
both. I think he did both.
He probably
Um,
Talking about specific maps or
sixes. There's like 6v6 and there's 9v9 where you can pick all the classes.
I see it. Got it.
It's called Highlander because there could be only one.
6v6 was super cool.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just
The nice thing about Highlander is there are some classes that just don't see a lot of play in 6v6 because they're bad.
like Pyro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Pyro's good in some contexts, but
So like in
um,
sixes, you would off class to one of those other things occasionally. Like you might go a spy just to drop the other medic because they're not expecting there to be a spy in the game, so they're not like checking behind them
Yeah.
maybe. That was on smaller maps like King of the Hill stuff.
yeah.
You could go
But I mean,
sniper
like,
to just snipe them randomly.
Sniper is meta now, actually. I think it's just considered overpowered.
Hasn't it always been?
Well, yeah, but like you just always have it now. Like it's never like you're off classing. No, you're just there's a sniper
Oh,
every
that's kind of
fucking game.
lame. That kind of sucks.
Because haha, 150 headshot medic.
Yeah,
Very funny.
that's why it kind of sucks. But I remember my favorite
Get
map.
good at aiming.
My favorite competitive map was the white one with the silos because that had the coolest rollouts. It was a 5-pointer.
The high tower? No, a 5-pointer.
No, there was like a your cap was inside. The soldier rollout was basically, and the demo rollout was
Yeah, I
you
can
would
see
shoot
the
to a
map in my
door.
head.
And then you like for demo you'd put a sticky on the ledge of the door, so when you shoot out you fly forward, and then you like I don't know what it's called anymore. You go on a ramp and it throws you up,
Mhm.
and there's crates in the middle of the map. I don't know what it is. Process? I think it was called Process. Process. It's like CP Process 3 or something.
I think so.
That I just liked it because the rollout. You get to you go forward and you slide on a ramp because that's what would happen in that game. It's like if you had enough speed and you were.
I was friends with a bunch of Dust Bowl enthusiasts, so that's what most of what I played. So
all the like classic maps were great. Like the default ones, I loved all of them.
I remember there was one I hated, but I don't remember which one it is. It might have been no, it was Dust Bowl. It was.
I hated the one with the trains.
Oh my god, I've died to that too many times.
Yeah, it's just like there's two trains running across the middle point, and it's just like, who thought of this map? And that could be a capture the flag one or a CP5, I think.
I think it could be King of the Hill too. I think
Maybe.
King of the
Yeah.
Train.
What?
King of the Train. Hell yeah, dude.
No, the train just kills you as it goes.
Yeah,
by.
No, I know.
And I don't know.
I deduced that.
There was a I know a guy who loved that map, and he would just like pick pyro and never do anything but air blast.
People into trains.
Yep.
Yeah, there were some maps with like cliffs, and that was
Mhm.
great to play pyro. You just shove them off. And they'd be
Or
like,
Force of
"Oh."
Nature Scout.
Dude, that's true. That weapon was weird. That game had balance out the wazoo, and I feel like it's one of the greatest games ever made because of that. Like, if you were free to play, you still didn't really like feel that bad because they weren't like getting items that were 100% better. Like the back burner, right? It's good if you hit him in the back, but you can't
Back
air blast as
burner-
much.
The back burner is what I would call like a.
I actually think the back burner is an example of bad game design because the back
What do you
burner
mean?
encourages. Okay, the back burner is the first unlock you tend to get on Pyro, and it encourages the WM1 play style, which is objectively
yeah,
the worst
brother.
way to play Pyro.
Nah, just run at him.
It teaches you to do the bad thing when it should be trying to teach you to be better.
What would
You
you
know what I
rather have
mean?
the flog?
I
Want
like
the
the flare gun.
flog.
No, I would rather they got the degreaser or something.
Oh, so Fletchahh, did you play the game at all?
Not too much. Probably like total of 30, 40 hours.
Do
So-
either of you know what happened when the flog released? Were you there? Any either of you?
Nope.
I used to have a. What happened with it? I don't remember exactly, but I
So-
think
So when the Phlogistinator released, you would charge it up, and it was just a charge meter based off of how much you burnt someone, and it charges up, decently fast. And when you used it, you got Uber charge, crit, and lifesteal.
That sounds fun.
So you would just run around burning everybody, and they all die. And I think the nerf they did was take away Uber charge or something like that. But it just gave you all
that makes
of
sense.
those things, and it was just like, well, this
It
is
doesn't
a new
give
game
Uber
where
now.
people just run at you. And
But you have a small amount of Uber during the taunt, but that's it.
yeah, that's probably.
Yeah.
But like, if you want to talk about WM1, that was literally it. It was like you
Oh,
touch
yeah,
them for like
WM1's
2
terrible.
seconds, and you get a charge, and then you were
Oh.
unstoppable. That's
Delete-
not
I
game
also-
balance.
Delete
I
flog
also-
from everything but a VM.
Now I understand WM1. My brain caught on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just called WM1 Pyro,
Mhm.
and you couldn't really do it with any other class because it just doesn't really
Mhm.
work like that.
I mean, you could sort of WM1 heavy, but that's kind of cringe.
Yeah,
You walk really slowly.
no, people would do that. It's like you're expecting someone to come around the corner, so you just keep spamming like the edge of a wall. And
Yeah,
somebody
like
will come
the
by. And the
squirrel-
spies that just walk into it and die. So like it was effective.
Yeah.
The spies you could see bullets in the game, and the spies would still just run in front of it and die. And then you get the like dead ringer guy, and you're like, yes, I got a kill, but then you didn't. Dead ringer.
Oh yeah,
All
dude,
these items were great.
Obvious dead ringer spies are the best. Like I just will like you'll just like be playing scout and you'll like fire one pistol spot at the shot of the spy and they die and you're like, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. I think TF2, and I tried to go back and play it and do some competitive stuff, I think, again, and I just couldn't get back into it. But that game, I feel like I never should have done competitive because that game was a classic. I got my first job and I bought a bunch of keys. Classic. Because all I wanted was a strange Islander because I was a demo night, and demo night was fun. With the charge and targe and the
I mean, it's like a
something
playable
else.
game now because they the most recent patch broke literally all of the bots.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, I never did Man vs. Machines, if that what you're talking about.
No, I mean
No.
like the actual bots that were infesting infesting casual lobbies.
Oh, well, they don't have casual anymore.
They do.
I thought they removed that and made everything competitive. I thought you had to queue competitive.
No,
I thought when you default join a game now, it's competitive.
you can queue casual.
Oh, okay. All I know is there's no community servers.
There's still community servers.
They took those away. You couldn't search for them or something.
You can still play on them. Like I play on plenty of no crit servers because random crits are fun.
Fun? You mean they're really
Fun game
cool?
design.
Dude, I don't know. Just you're
just
doing
turn
a
corner,
payload
you-
map, and you just
Yeah,
dunk.
you
You just dunk
you-
a grenade launcher pill into 6 defenders, and it kills all the engineers. The sentries don't get crit, so you have to hit those later. But you just kill everybody on the teleporter, and it just splashes everything. It was great.
I had a macro that would automatically post crits are a well-designed game mechanic every single time I killed someone with a Crockett.
Nice. I actually hated the Crockett. I thought that was a bad gun. AKA, I just didn't like playing against it, basically.
No, Crockett's not a gun. I just was talking about crit rockets.
Oh, you're not talking about the cannon gun?
No, I'm just talking Crockett as in every single
Crit
soldier weapon
rockets.
if it crits. Yeah.
Huh.
Other than exactly the rocket jumper, which I think can still randomly crit despite doing no damage.
I think I'm gonna call it for now. Almost 6
Yeah,
hours.
me too.
Fun,
I do have one
fun
question.
talking though.
I have one last
Okay.
question.
Is it a
What-
trivia question?
No, I'm out of those. And they were all wrong, potentially. But I'm glad you thought I had more. What do I do for future podcasts? Do I get all new people? Or do I keep the same people? Or do I rotate people?
I feel like you just do whatever feels right at the time,
Yeah,
It's just like
rotating. I mean, depends on if you have more people than if you get more than what we had, probably would become just more of a harder.
Oh my goodness.
I think I was gonna disconnect.
Yep, I'm back.
Yeah,
I'm back.
I mean, you could do all new people. I'd understand if you never want to hear my voice again. No.
This is not
But yeah, I don't know. I had a great time talking about the game and other things. So, I don't know. My recommendation is as many people as you think won't be annoying, or people actually get words in. And if there's more than that who want to join, rotate.
Well, it's like we had a super technical discussion the whole time, basically.
Yeah.
Are there
It felt like it was technical for the most part, and then what got into just talking about the competitive scene.
Yeah, and that was kind of
and
bad.
then yeah, well, it's just so a lot of speculation.
Yeah.
And so I don't think I said much, partially because I just don't have much experience in that yet. So and things, but yeah, this is nice. And
Alright.
also would if once the game comes out, if you want to transition and just playing with people, I'm down to play and stuff.
Yeah, I'd play with you guys. I'm telling you, Fletchahh, you're going to be one of the best players. That's just going to happen. Everyone's going to
Sweet.
want to play with you. And maybe this guy over here that also plays TF2, maybe he'll be the best player too.
I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe I
TF2
won't.
people are very successful.
Yes.
Outside of TF2.
I mean, the character that I've choose to play is allegedly garbage, so we'll see.
I mean,
What,
nobody
Mime?
look. Things can change, and
Yeah.
nobody really
Mime
even
is
tried
strong.
Cramorant other than me in the Canadian
Yeah.
beta. Mime is fun though. Mime was my third most played in the Canadian beta, almost 50 games. So
Mime is very fun.
it's just fun to. It feels like play like a supportive bruiser, and just run up and slap
Have a
people.
good night.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, this is good. Have a good night as well.
You too. See ya.
See ya.
So that was the first ever Unite podcast. I hope people enjoyed it. It went on for like 5.5 hours or so, it seems. 5 hours, 45 minutes maybe ish. You can tell I was definitely getting tired towards like the second half because I did not think it actually would go this long. I had no expectations really. I was pretty nervous in the beginning, as you could tell. I was fumbling words and stuff. I had an intro made, but I kind of scrapped all the stuff and, just kind of did what I did. And it turned out really great. It seemed like a lot of people came. There was people commenting, which is always great. So I'll try to do these in the future. Um, I'm still not really sure what's going to happen with the game, right? Like I like it a lot, so I'll play it, but who knows when it's going to really get released and if I'll be here when it gets released. I hope I'm here. They were saying, it might not release on a weekend, so if I am out that weekend, then that's kind of cool. If it releases like this Monday or Tuesday, then like that's great because I'll play a lot, and then I'll go on the wedding thing, and then I'll come back and play more maybe. Yeah, I like that. A lot of people came by and enjoyed it. It seemed like overall it was a pretty big success. Yeah, so that's gonna be it. I'm gonna end the stream here. I hope everyone enjoyed. I'll see you some other time.